Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for consideration this day.
Consideration of Bill Transport for London Bill Lords.
Consideration what day?
Thursday, 5th of March, sir.
Thursday, the 5th of March. Thank you. Order. Questions to the Secretary of State for Culture, Media and Sport. Mr. Grahame M. Morris.
Question number 1, sir. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. The Minister for Sport and I have regular discussions with the Premier League and the Football Association. Together, we work in partnership to ensure funding for grassroots football remains strong.
Mr. Grahame M. Morris.
I thank the Secretary of State for the answer, but would he recognise there's a growing crisis in grassroots football in terms of facilities, pitch quality, increasing fees, often because local authorities have increased fees due to local government cuts? So would he back Labour's call for the Premier League to use some of their new windfall to meet this 5% commitment to fund grassroots football?
I would join the honourable gentleman in his suggestion that there should be more investment in grassroots football, and he will know that the government allocated more money in the last autumn statement, and together with the Premier League's money and the Football Association, that's over £100 million new into grassroots football over the next 3 years. The point he makes about the Premier League, I think first, the Premier League already does a lot, and I welcome that, and I think we should all commend that. But I think with the recent result of the increase in their finances, we can all expect them to do more.
Mr. Damien Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moving the FIFA World Cup in 2022 to the winter could have significant financial consequences for the Premier League and all levels of football in England and Europe. Will he be raising this issue with FIFA, and also will this be something he is discussing with other European sports ministers?
The first thing I'd say, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, when it was first announced that the World Cup in 2022 would be held in Qatar, I remember my own son, my then 10-year-old son, Sully, telling me that how are they going to hold this competition in such blazing heat? And if my 10-year-old son knew that, I don't know why Sepp didn't know that himself. It is a decision ultimately for footballing authorities. It is something we take a closer interest in, but it has to be a decision that are made by the relevant football authorities.
Mr. John Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Previous TV deals from the Premier League have not resulted in comparable increases in funding for the grassroots and football family. Does the Secretary of State accept that the only way of guaranteeing future funding is for this Parliament to legislate to ensure that 5% of Premier League revenue goes to the grassroots and football family?
I have to say to my honourable friend, I don't accept that there's a need for legislation. What there is a need for is a continued active dialogue between government and the Premier League to make sure that their investment in grassroots football continues. And as I said, that given the recent news that they had of a windfall, I think that we should encourage them to do more.
Mr. Tom Greatrex.
Number 2, sir.
Mr. Speaker, film festivals make a valuable contribution to promoting the film economy and enhancing the cultural life of the UK. In addition to running 2 festivals of its own, the BFI, as the government's lead agency for film, provides £1 million lottery funding each year to support film festivals right across the UK.
Greatrex.
I thank the Minister for that reply, and I'm sure he'll be aware that one of those festivals that the BFI helps fund is the Glasgow Film Festival, the UK's third largest and best film festival, currently underway in Glasgow and finishing on Sunday with the UK premiere of Force Majeure. Could I ask the Secretary of State, though, given he's alluded or talked about the BFI funding, given that the BFI's grant and aid budget will be 10% lower next year than it was last year, what he's going to do to ensure that film festivals like the Glasgow Film Festival continue to get that vital support?
Well, first of all, I'm delighted, as is the honourable gentleman, about the Glasgow Film Festival, that it's in its 10th year. It's going from strength to strength. And also, he will know it has received funding. It's been awarded by the BFI £25,000 this year, which I think is a good result. The BFI, as well as grant and aid funding, has access to lottery funding. I think it is using that funding wisely, and I think that's partly reflected in the success of British film. Just last year, we had a record year of investment in British film and record year of success, and I'm sure he would join me in welcoming that.
Mark Pritchard.
Mr. Speaker, of course, a Shropshire Film Festival would be very welcome indeed. Is the Minister aware of a recent decision by Gappy Pictures, who were due to film Dracula in Shropshire on location, has now been switched to another European country? Now, given Shropshire has been home to many famous films such as Atonement more recently, would the Secretary of State look at new ways in which the United Kingdom can keep those production companies that want to film locations like Shropshire rather than switching to other European countries?
I assume the honourable gentleman isn't auditioning for the lead role in the said film. Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the Honourable Gentleman had auditioned, they might have made a different decision. But I think he was actually... I think they have made the increase in the regional films in the UK. Actually, Dracula Untold, actually in Northern Ireland, has recently been made. We've had Outlander in Scotland, The Testament of Youth in Yorkshire, and Far from the Madding Crowd, which is set in Dorset, to name but a few. So there has been great success in regional films. But what my honourable friend says about Shropshire, I think, is quite right. There are some fantastic locations and talent in Shropshire, and I think the film industry should be listening.
Harriet Harman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a week where we've seen British success at the Oscars, London Fashion Week, last night at the Brits, no one should be in any doubt about the importance of our film, our fashion, our music and all our creative industries. And the basis of future jobs and investment in those creative industries depends on the protection of intellectual property. Will he ensure that in the consideration of a European digital single market, he'll be absolutely vigilant to protect our creative industries, including SMEs, that he rethinks the paper the Prime Minister sent to Juncker, which would allow for changes which would pose a real threat to many independent projects? And will he insist there's time for proper consultation before its implementation?
Mr. Speaker, I think the right honourable lady is absolutely right about the importance of intellectual property to our creative industries. I think one of the reasons we have been so successful in this area for many, many years is because as a government we've taken the right approach. It is right that the EU looks at this issue. I think having a better single digital market is, in principle, is a good thing for creative industries throughout Europe, but we must take a well-balanced approach. The paper the right honourable lady refers to was a discussion paper. Government has not decided on its final policy and approach to this, and there should be more consultation.
Mark Lazarowicz.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, 95% of the UK will have access to superfast broadband by 2017. I have placed our estimate of coverage by constituency in the House of Commons library.
Mark Lazarowicz.
I can tell the Secretary of State that there are thousands of constituents of one of the most urban constituencies in Scotland who at the moment have no guarantee of getting superfast broadband by 2017 and a date after that. I've raised this with local government, with Scottish government, with UK government. I'm not wanting to ascribe blame. What I want to know is some action so that the residents who contact me again and again, like the ones recently in Western Harbour Leith, will actually get some guarantee of superfast broadband in their houses.
The honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise the importance of superfast broadband, both to residents and to businesses. In his own constituency, there actually has been considerable progress over the last 5 years. Today, 87% of homes and businesses in his constituency have access to superfast broadband. That will rise to 98% by 2017, and that is better than the national target of 95% at that time. But I hear what he says, and I think he's absolutely right to raise the importance of this.
Mr. David Nuttall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The villages of Affetside and Oldcombe in my constituency are not going to be covered by the rollout of superfast broadband in either phases 1 or 2. So when villagers in those villages ask me when they are going to be covered, what should I tell them?
I think my honourable friend, first of all, he raises a very important point, and what he should tell them is that the government has a very active programme to reach the most remote areas with superfast broadband. My honourable friend will be interested to know that in the middle of last year we did a pilot on 7 projects using mostly wireless and other types of hybrid technology. We are now having a good look at the results of that pilot, and I will be able to make a further announcement shortly.
Kate Green.
Businesses in my constituency, from farmers in Carrington to multi-million-pound exporters on Trafford Park, complain that they're still waiting for superfast broadband, paying 10 times the price for 1/5 of the speed, with a very damaging effect on their business. These aren't remote rural areas. They're a stone's throw from Manchester city centre. So can the Secretary of State explain just why they're waiting so long for the basic support their business needs?
First of all, what I will tell the honourable lady is that there has been a significant improvement in superfast broadband access over the last 5 years. It's increased, almost doubled in coverage throughout the UK from 40% to 80%. We have the best coverage of large EU nations. We have the highest average speeds, and we actually have the lowest average prices in Europe. Having said that, I think we can still do better. She may know in some urban areas it is very difficult, if not impossible sometimes, for the government to provide a subsidy as it does in the non-commercial areas, but I am looking actively at what more we can do in urban areas.
Mr. Alan Reid.
Mr. Speaker, the experience of my constituents this winter is that it's too easy for BT to declare MBORC matters beyond their reasonable control and then take months to repair faults or not turn up for appointments. Will the Minister please look at BT's licensing conditions with a view to tightening up the rules so that BT just can't take the MBORC cop-out?
My honourable friend, it's an important issue that he will know that has been raised a number of times. And the Ofcom has also looked, it looks actually quite frequently at the role of BT and other organisations to make sure we have as competitive a market as possible. But as he suggests, I will take a closer look into his own particular area.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been working with the Altrincham and Sale Chamber of Commerce. It's vital, they're telling me, that businesses club together to make sure that these communication nodes go to the more remote parts, even in urban areas. Will the Secretary of State agree with me? It is vital that businesses do cooperate to make sure they get the broadband they need for business of the future.
And I agree with the honourable gentleman. He will know that we have a programme of vouchers for businesses in over 22 cities now, Super Connected Cities programme, and over 10,000 companies have now taken advantage of that, and many of them clubbed together, and I would encourage others to do so.
Mr. Philip Hollowbone.
Which is in the borough of Kettering, located on the Northamptonshire-Leicestershire border, right in the middle of England, are going to be amongst the last to get broadband at the end of 2017. Yet some innovative cross-border thinking across the county boundary to do with BT exchanges on the other side of the border might bring a quicker solution. Would the Secretary of State encourage such an innovative approach?
Mr. Speaker, I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. You know, he's taken a very strong interest in this. On a number of occasions I've heard him speak in the House on behalf of his constituents, and once again he's come up with an excellent idea that I will follow up on.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government's own figures show Somerset only has 41% of access to superfast broadband, which hardly meets rural businesses and residents' needs. Connecting Devon and Somerset allows bids for other suppliers in Dartmoor and Exmoor national parks, but I understand that because of the reason of screening of information, only BT is going to be able, as a monopoly supplier, to bid for the second phase. I've written to the Competition and Markets Authority. Would he do the same to find out what's going on and how this is investigate exactly what's happened here?
My honourable friend raises a very specific issue. I think I'd have to take a closer look at that. I'm glad she's written to the Competition and Markets Authority, but if it is a competition issue, then that is something that should be dealt with by an independent regulator. But if there's more things I can do, I'll take a closer look.
Mr. Pincher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Number 4.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tourism industry was worth an estimated 127 billion gross value added to the UK economy in 2013. 56 billion of this is direct contribution. Tourism supports 3.1 million jobs in the UK.
Mr. Pincher.
Mr. Speaker, the economy of Staffordshire and Tamworth has a growing leisure and tourism component, and that is putting an increasing strain on our transport infrastructure. Will my honourable friend work with the DfT and Staffordshire County Council to encourage them to invest in our local roads so that they're fit for our leisure economy?
As my honourable friend knows, in December last year, the Government announced £1.4 billion for road investments in the Midlands, creating around 900 new construction jobs for the area. This will help support the leisure industry for the whole of the region, including Tamworth.
Bridget Phillipson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tourism makes an important contribution to the North East economy, but North East tourist attractions and projects are missing out on European funding. Will the Minister intervene to support job creation and growth in the region?
Well, I think there's considerable efforts to make sure there is job creation and growth in the area. The North East is a fabulous area as far as tourism is concerned. Our local growth fund, the regional growth fund, the coastal communities fund and the rural development fund, which effectively involves European money, I'm sure are pockets of funding that could certainly benefit the Honourable Lady's constituency.
Mr. Nigel Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that food tourism is now vitally important to the British economy? Would she send her congratulations to Craig Bancroft and Nigel Howarth of Northcote Manor, who have for 15 years successfully run a food festival called Obsession, which runs for 15 days with 5 courses with matching wines of international and national repute. If I send her the date for next year, will she put it in a diary and I maybe be able to get Nigel Howarth to make her his traditional Lancashire hot pot?
Sounds great, Mr. Speaker. I can't wait. I love Lancashire hot pot. Yeah, please send me an invitation and many, many congratulations to those food tourism efforts.
Fiona Mactaggart.
Fine.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to have a question from the Honourable Lady. For one terrible moment, I thought she might not be here, but I'm so pleased to see that she's arrived in time to hear me answer that we believe strongly that children should have every opportunity to learn about and experience the arts. And in fact, at the beginning of this year, Mr. Speaker, we announced another £109 million for music and cultural education, and that takes the amount we've invested in music and cultural education to £400 million in this Parliament.
Fiona Mactaggart.
I thank the Minister. Perhaps he'd like to have a conversation with his friend, the Mayor for London, about the state of traffic in South London this morning. But beside that, on the question, why has, for every child, the number of them who experience the creative arts, except for film, declined every year that he has been responsible for this field? And why have the number of children studying art, drama, dance, creative subjects at GCSE fallen so radically while he's been in charge?
Well, I think at the very last DCMS questions of this Parliament, every one of which I have attended, it's a slightly snippy point that the Honourable Lady is putting, particularly when you look at the Taking Part survey, which shows that actually participation by children has increased for those aged between 5 and 10 and stayed at the very high level of 99.4% for those aged 11 to 15. There's been an 8% increase in those taking arts GCSEs since 2010, and participation in music, dance, art and design continues.
I always enjoy the mellifluous tones of the Honourable Gentleman. I've known him in 25 years and they never pull, but we do want to get through the business. Mr Wright.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The new Progress 8 measure for secondary schools will provide more space in school accountability measures for the arts. What discussions has he had with colleagues in the Department for Education to ensure that there is the greatest incentive for schools to provide high-quality arts education, including through prioritisation by Ofsted?
Mr Speaker, I co-chair the Cultural Education Group with the Minister of Schools, and we're having a meeting next week. And I was also very pleased to see that Ofsted has made it clear that under their new inspections beginning later this year, that they will an inspection must take account of whether schools offer a broad, balanced and relevant curriculum. Music will be a clear element of that.
Mr Chris Bryant.
Doesn't the Minister accept
that whatever spin he may put on it, when the Education Secretary told pupils not to study art subjects because it would hold them back for the rest of their lives, she and his government were systematically undermining artistic education for all children in this country. Is he not ashamed that on his watch, the number of children taking part in music in schools has fallen from 55% to 36%? And does he not realise that a strong artistic and cultural education should be the universal entitlement of every single child in this country, because it's good for them, it's good for the economy, and it's good for this nation?
Well, this week, Mr. Speaker, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of Jenny Lee's first white paper on the arts, and I'm pleased that 50 years later we continue to support the arts, particularly in education. The Education Secretary did not say what the honourable gentleman claims that she said. She said that for too long people had thought that science held back their careers. She has praised arts education, and she's giving a very important speech on culture education next week. He's invited.
Mr. Andrew Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree with me that culture education is vital for our children, and that under this government we've raised the status and standing of arts, GCSEs and A-levels, so they are genuinely worthwhile qualifications?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We have indeed done that, and that is why, for example, we've seen an increase in the number of students taking arts GCSEs.
Mark Menzies.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
We've invested a total of £10 million in Visit England's Holidays at Home Are Great campaign, with a fourth campaign to launch this spring. Visit England are also promoting and developing domestic tourism through their growing Tourism Locally campaign.
Mark Menzies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituency of Fylde enjoys a vibrant tourist economy, which includes Royal Lytham and St Anne's Golf Club, Lytham Music Festival, Rugby Hall Village, to name but a few. What steps is the Minister taking to promote further tourism investment growth in the North West?
Government has recently announced £10 million of funding for tourism in the north of England. This is very good news indeed for my honourable friend's constituency, the wider North West, and tourism across the north of England. We hope that the agreed project will commence this April.
Yeah, I don't know why this question wasn't grouped with 12 and 13, but if numbers 12 and 13 want to come in, these people are sometimes laws unto themselves. I don't know these matters, but 12 and 13 are very welcome to come in if they want to do so. Number 12, Mr. Pawsey, we'll take you.
Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, today the civic buildings and street lamps across Rugby are festooned with dressing for the Rugby World Cup being held later this year, which celebrates Rugby's status as the host home of the game. And during the tournament, visitors will be able to visit the fan zone and see where it all started back in 1823. Does the Minister agree that people coming to this, the third largest sporting event, gives a valuable economic opportunity, not just to rugby, but to venues across the UK?
Yes, I agree with him absolutely. These major sporting events are absolutely fabulous for the economy, for tourism, and of course they inspire people to participate in sport.
Mr. Oliver Colville.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, for meeting a delegation from Plymouth recently to discuss Mayflower 400, which, of course, is about the commemoration of the founding of the United States of America and the American colonies. Can I ask my right honourable friend, which is hopefully going to boost our tourist economy, will my right honourable friend also be able to explain there as to what support he feels his department can give to this really historic event down in Devon in 2020? Thank you.
Well, this is a marvellous event, and I know that my honourable friend has fully involved himself with the programme, which will be fabulous for tourism. I'm very pleased to announce today additional funding of £35,000 for the City of Mayflower's Museum, which will help to ensure a strong legacy for the celebrations, and hope to be able to offer further support for the programme in due course.
The gentleman member for Colchester is chuntering from a sedentary position to no obvious benefit or purpose, but no doubt will be enlightened at a later date. Mark Williams.
Can I ask the Minister what assessment she's made of the much greater contribution tourism could make to the economy were VAT on tourism to be reduced, something all but 3 countries in the EU have begun to deliver on?
Well, VAT is a matter that is constantly raised with me, but it is a matter for the Chancellor. He keeps all taxes under review, and I'm sure he will keep this one under review too. The honourable gentleman may like to know that I am having a roundtable meeting with the industry in the next 2 weeks on VAT.
Let's hear the fella. Sir Bob Russell.
Mr. Speaker, I was merely observing that the Mayflower commenced its journey to America from Harwich and merely stopped off at Plymouth en route.
I think I'll take the question as rhetorical, although if the Minister particularly wants to respond, she can.
Well, that was a very interesting observation, Mr. Speaker, and I'm really happy to support the campaign.
Mr. Duncan Hames.
Number 7, Mr. Speaker.
It's vital that appropriate playing fields are preserved for local communities. We will always work to protect and improve their provision. Enforcement of mitigation conditions at a local level is a matter for the local authority.
Mr. Duncan Hames.
The Minister is right. It is a matter for the local authority. And in the case of Westinghouse Sports Ground in Chippenham, this problem has caused Sport England to send an impressively assertive solicitor's letter to Wiltshire Council, suggesting grave concerns about their resolve to secure mitigation for the loss of sports facilities. Will the Minister give her support to Sport England in insisting that Wiltshire Council do not allow a precious sports pitch to slip through their fingers?
Well, I think the honourable member makes a very important point, but I do understand from Sport England that work is planned to begin replacing the cricket pavilion at the Westinghouse Sports Ground, and I think that's very good news indeed. Sport England have been in regular contact with the developer, the council and residents, and I know that the honourable member has too. They want to see sporting facilities maintained at the site as per the 106 agreement, and will continue to help and provide expertise. I support the stance that Sport England are taking.
Harry Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's important that facilities are available to everybody, particularly people with disabilities in sport. And I know the Minister is working very hard on providing those facilities for disability sport. We should be as aware as I am and concerned as I am the fact that the England cerebral palsy football team will not be able to play in the next Paralympics because cerebral palsy football has been dropped off the agenda in terms of Paralympic sport, and she is concerned as I am at that matter.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned, and although this is a decision for the International Paralympic Committee, I did recently meet with the Chief Executive of the BPA to discuss this very issue and disability sailing as well. We are a great footballing nation, also a great sailing nation too, and I can understand the frustrations around this decision. I therefore intend to speak to the IPC President, Sir Philip Craven, in the next couple of weeks.
McLeod.
Number 8, please.
I tell you, these final DCMS questions are turning into an absolute joy, Mr. Speaker. I can see your heart lifting every time I reach the dispatch box, and now I've reached the dispatch box to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the creative industries make a fantastic contribution to London's economy, employing 500,000 people.
Mary McLeod.
We'll find out, won't we? My constituency is home to the West London Creative Industries Hub, made up of hundreds of TV, IT and other creative industry businesses. However, to be successful, these businesses need to be connected. My honourable friend and colleagues have done great work in delivering superfast broadband, especially in rural areas, but can he look at some of the creative companies in West London who are still waiting for it to be superfast?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was speaking to the Hounslow Chamber of Commerce on Tuesday night at the headquarters of Iberbia in Chiswick, and the managing director there rushed up to me to say that he had just got superfast broadband by using one of our super connected voucher schemes. He also said to me, utterly unprompted, that he thought the Honourable Lady was one of the hardest working people he had ever met. And he told the entire room, full of hundreds of business people, that fact.
Jerry McCarthy.
Mr. Speaker, obviously London is a real creative hub in terms of the contribution to the UK economy, but other cities such as Bristol can make a real contribution too. What assessment has the Minister made of programmes like Plus Tate, where the Tate is actually working with other galleries like the Arnold Feeney in Bristol, so where the London institutions can help places in other cities?
Well, I think Plus Tate is a fantastic programme, and it belies the fact that when you look at statistics that say that London has more money spent on the arts than the rest of the country, the money that goes to Tate helps support 24 contemporary art museums around the country and is a very successful scheme, and it's worth bearing that in mind.
John Whittingdale.
But is my honourable friend aware of the concern that's expressed by creative industries in London and elsewhere about the way that the EU regulation covering temporary structures is being interpreted, which could lead to huge extra costs for the building of film sets, theatrical and musical stages? Is he aware that other European countries are not interpreting it in this way, and will he ensure that we are not unnecessarily gold-plating?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm well aware of this issue, and and the Secretary of State, indeed, is also very closely aware of it and discussing it keenly. And I'm sure the honourable gentleman understands where our sympathies lie.
Ian Lucas.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Mr. Speaker, improving mobile coverage is a priority for the government, and thanks to the Secretary of State negotiations with the mobile operators, we've reached a legally binding agreement with them, and that's going to see, for example, not spots fall in the honourable gentleman's constituency from 5.4% to just 1.3%.
Mr. Speaker, mobile coverage in Wrexham is not super. After 5 years of this government, businesses and individuals within Wrexham town centre are complaining constantly about this issue. I'm surprised the Secretary of State didn't reply himself to this, because he heard it himself in Wrexham recently. So why is it that this government has failed?
It is certainly true, Mr. Speaker, that the Secretary of State met with the brilliant local campaigner in Wrexham, Andrew Atkinson, and has had long discussions with Mr. Atkinson about improving mobile coverage. And if the honourable gentleman wants to support Mr. Atkinson's campaign to improve mobile coverage, he's welcome to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I may be wrong, but I believe I did get a glimpse of the Minister in my constituency on a mini digger endangering a cabinet that was just about to be upgraded. While he was there, did he get any information about the timeliness of the rollout of broadband in Wales, given that this government has contributed £57 million to the project?
I was indeed in Brecon, Mr. Speaker. Our rural broadband programme is so important that it's all hands to the pump, and I was happy to get on a mini digger and help get his constituency more superfast connected.
Mr. Albert Owen.
In my Ynys constituency, 2G is poor, 3G is patchy and 4G is non-existent. Yet my constituents pay exactly the same contract prices as people in cities who have full coverage. Does the Minister agree with me that there should be some sort of differential on contract prices, or indeed a rebate, for those companies who don't provide a full service?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do have the fastest rollout and the fastest take-up of 4G anywhere in the world, but the contracts between a customer and the mobile phone company is a matter for them and a matter for consumer law rather than telecoms rollout.
Last but not least, Mr. Andrew Turner.
10, sir.
Government is committed to seeing everyone realise their sporting potential. Sport England is investing £800,000 in the Royal Yachting Association Sailability Programme, designed to make sailing accessible for disabled people. Thanks to this investment, more than 11,000 people with disabilities were able to enjoy sailing in 2013-14.
The great advantage of sailing over almost every other sport is that both disabled and non-disabled people can work together as equals. But the loss of sailing from the Tokyo Paralympics would represent a giant step backwards. What more can the Minister do, working with Paralympic and sailing organisations, both UK-based and elsewhere in the world, to reinstate sailing as a sport in the 2020 Paralympics?
Although this is a decision for the International Paralympic Committee, I recently met with the Chief Executive of the BPA to discuss this very issue. I've also met with the member for Portsmouth North on several occasions, who is also very concerned. Britain is a great sailing nation, and I can understand completely the frustration of our Paralympic sailors. I therefore intend to speak to the IPC Chairman, President Sir Philip Craven, in the very near future.
Order. Topical questions. Ian Lucas.
Topical number 1, Mr. Speaker.
In the past month, Mr. Speaker, British talent has enjoyed incredible success at the Grammys, the BAFTAs, the Brits and Oscars. It's just another demonstration of the way in which this country's creative industries lead the world. And I'm sure that this House will join me in congratulating all our award-winning actors, filmmakers and musicians, no matter what school they went to.
Ian Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. BBC News coverage in North East Wales is poor. Does the Secretary of State agree with the proposal in the DCMS Select Committee report today that the BBC should work closely with local news organisations to improve regional news coverage?
I can tell the Honourable Gentleman I warmly welcome that report, and I shall be studying it very closely. I think it's an important contribution to the future of the BBC, and all its suggestions, including the one the Honourable Gentleman mentions, will be taken into account when the Charter review process starts.
Fincher.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, Tamworth won growth funding to regenerate its town centre and build an enterprise and creative quarter. Will my honourable friend say what the government can further do to help our creative industries, which will allow Tamworth to take full advantage of this wonderful opportunity?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we will work incredibly hard with him as the excellent local MP for Tamworth to make sure that we support this creative cluster, but particularly we'll also work with the local enterprise partnership and also with Creative England, which supports the creative industries outside London.
Effort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been not been a very good week for the Secretary of State, but it's been a good week for entertainment and sports fans. If the government had listened to us, thousands of fans buying tickets for the Rugby World Cup, Ashes and many other events would have been saved from having to pay several times the face value for tickets that had been hoovered up by organised gangs of touts. Everyone accepted our arguments on this, that action was needed on secondary ticketing. Everyone, that is, except the Secretary of State, who should have been representing those fans. So will he ensure that the measures in the Competition Consumer Act bill will be implemented without delay? And while he is at it, will he get to the dispatch box and apologise to the fans that he has so badly let down?
Mr. Speaker, my view on this issue hasn't changed. I think consumers must always be put first, and that means that they should be allowed to sell tickets that they no longer need, and other fans should be able to buy them if they weren't able to get them the first time. So those principles haven't changed. But we weren't prepared to jeopardise the bill through its safe passage to the House. We accepted the amendment. I think the important thing is to see how it actually works in practice. And the amendment also includes a statutory review, and I hope that review will look at all issues. It will look at this amendment, and we'll see how it actually works.
Adam Freer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if it's the same for you and other honourable members, but quite often, late at night, in the early hours, in fact, my spouse looks at me quite suspiciously when she's noticed I've been online. And the point is this, that in Old Windsor we have, absolutely, in Old Windsor and across the constituency, we have 2,000 more people now connected to superfast broadband. I'm delighted, and can the Minister tell me, will he continue the rollout and particularly focus on satellite technologies which can bring a better experience, even when we're doing constituency correspondence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would encourage his spouse to make sure that the family filters are turned on in the free household. And his point about greater use of satellite throughout the UK is a point well made, and it's something we're actively looking at.
Jerry McCarthy.
The Music Venue Trust is launching its report on the challenges facing small and medium venues at an event I'm hosting in Parliament on March the 9th. What value does the Minister place on the importance of the live music circuit to the UK's world-dominating music industry? And if he's not able to drop in on March the 9th, could I send him a copy of the report so he could hear their concerns about the challenges facing venues?
The Honourable Lady makes an important point. I think, first of all, I will see if I can drop in on March the 9th for the Minister for Culture. She's actively campaigned in the past on behalf of venues in her own constituency, some of them I know well, the Fleece, which I have been to during my youth in Bristol. She's a great champion of this, and I hope that we can work together on these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further to her comments to my honourable friend from the Isle of Wight, does the Minister agree with me that the decision of the International Paralympic Committee to exclude sailing from the Tokyo Games in 2020 is not only an enormous setback for this important British sport, but will also rob us of the next generation of inspiring sailing sportsmen like Farehams Jeff Holt?
It is a concern, and I will be speaking to Sir Philip Craven about the matter.
Sir Stephen Timms.
I'm grateful to the Minister for his support in my adjournment debate for Premier Christian Radio staying on Digital One. His predecessor, speaking about digital radio to the Broadcasting Bill Committee in 1996, said, and I quote, "No more than 2 of the stations on the multiplex should be aimed at predominantly the same audience." What's the current policy on station diversity on Digital One and in future on Digital 2?
Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, in what may be my last answer in culture questions, having attended every single one since the beginning of this Parliament, may I say that I was very happy to support the Right Honourable Gentleman in his campaign to keep Premier Christian Radio on the multiplex, and I will certainly check after these questions on what the current policy is on diversity on multiplexes, as that may add another string to his very important argument, if that's not too much of a mixed metaphor to end on.
Mr. Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Mixed Ability Rugby World Cup is taking place for the first time ever in my constituency later this year, and I know that the Minister has met with the event organisers, for which I'm grateful, and I also want to thank the Honourable Member for Bradford South for his strong support for the event as well. Can the Minister set out what support the government can give and what help they can give in order to attract sponsorship for this event to make it the great success it deserves to be?
Well, I have met the gentleman from my honourable friend's constituency. They gave me a fabulous black and yellow rugby shirt, which I put on. They're called the Bumbles. They're fabulous. Very happy to have a meeting, a discussion with my honourable friend about funding that event.
Fiona Mactaggart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister earlier dodged his way around the figures I cited from the Warwick report about the drastic decline in experience and learning about creative subjects for children, but perhaps he'll respond more positively to one of their other recommendations, which is to encourage every publicly funded organisation which deals with cataloguing and archives on the net to use the same kind of GLAM mechanisms so that they are more easily accessed and searched by everyone.
Well, I was obviously premature in my last answer, Mr. Speaker, so may I just say I do have a lot of sympathy with that recommendation, and I think, in fact, putting museum content and archive content online and make it easily accessible both to teachers for their lesson plans and obviously for students for their learning is a very important issue, and I'm going to have a number of meetings to discuss some ideas about this in the coming weeks.
Ian Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women have traditionally been underrepresented in the classical music world. Would my right honourable friend therefore congratulate Milton Keynes City Orchestra for organising a special concert under the baton of Sean Edwards on International Women's Day to recognise the huge talent of women in classical music today?
I will warmly join my honourable friend in commending the Milton Keynes City Orchestra. I have 3 young daughters that all learn instruments, and I know they take huge inspiration from seeing more and more women in orchestras and in music, and it's something I warmly encourage.
And Tom Greatrex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While it's not a universally rewarding experience being an away fan following Fulham, it's certainly the case that travelling supporters bring vibrancy, atmosphere and colour to football fixtures. Given the largesse there now is in the Premier League, does the Minister agree with me that it'll be a good measure for clubs to take to ensure there's a cap on standard away tickets so that some of the benefit of that additional TV revenue comes to the fans who help make the atmosphere of the games?
Well, I believe fans are the lifeblood of the game. Where would we be without them? They always have the best interests of their clubs at heart. And I think that clubs should do everything they possibly can to make the price of tickets as affordable as possible.
Thank you, Mr.
Speaker, I fear the Culture Minister has been even more premature, because a couple of weeks ago he was extolling the virtues of the fantastic Portable Antiquities scheme, which has now brought in over 1 million artefacts. Is he aware that there's a 5% cut to this scheme this year? Several of the fines liaison officers' posts are at threat, and we really do need to find a more sustainable long-term solution for funding this excellent scheme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm having more comebacks than Frank Sinatra. I'm a huge supporter of the Portable Antiquities scheme, and in fact we ring-fenced its funding when we came into government. I will do all that I can to support this very effective scheme.
Not least, Mr. Grahame Allen. Would the Secretary of State welcome tomorrow's meeting in Nottingham between Get Creative from the BBC and What Next, organised locally? Would he also underline his very strong commitment that he gave me at the last questions, that arts, culture and heritage are just as important for the outer cities as they are for the often oversubscribed inner cities?
I wholeheartedly agree with the honourable gentleman. I think he's teamed up for 2 excellent organisations, and I wish him well.
Order. Questions to the Minister for Women and Equalities, Mrs Emma Lewell-Buck.
Number 1, please, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homophobic bullying is absolutely unacceptable, and we are committed to eliminating it. That's why we've announced £2 million grant funding to support schools to address this issue more effectively, and of course this complements the £4 million that the Department currently provides to charitable organisations to tackle all forms of bullying.
Lewell-Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister aware that Mr. Gay World Stuart Hatton lives in my constituency, South Shields? He recently launched a fantastic anti-bullying campaign called So What? His message is really simple. Some of us are straight, some of us are gay, so what? With Stonewall reporting that nearly a quarter of lesbian, gay or bisexual pupils miss school because of homophobic bullying, his message is sorely needed. Labour's shadow ministers are backing Stuart's campaign. Will the Minister? I very much welcome the Honourable Lady setting out her constituents' campaign. I'll be very happy to go and look at it, and it sounds excellent. I think that tackling homophobic bullying is something that we can all agree needs to be a real priority for the very reasons that she outlined in her question, the impact that it has on LGBT young people and indeed other young people, because it is an issue that affects those who are not LGBT as well.
Mark Menzies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homophobic bullying in schools is completely unacceptable. Can the Minister ensure that Ofsted are getting the message through to heads and to schools that they have to do everything in their power to eradicate this wicked thing?
Yes. The short answer is yes, and it's also worth noting that the National Professional Qualification for Headship has information in it about how to tackle bullying, including homophobic bullying.
Mr Graham Morris.
To Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, with permission, I'll answer this and question 6 together. Female long-term unemployment has fallen by over 90,000 on the year, the largest annual fall on record to 237, demonstrating the success of the government's long-term economic plan.
Mr Graham Morris.
Mr. Speaker, however, there are more young women out of work for over a year under this government than 4 years ago. Would the Minister agree that this is a terrible indictment of this government's so-called long-term economic plan?
Well, I'm very pleased that the honourable gentleman recognises we have a long-term economic plan which is being successful, which are 2 things that the party opposite doesn't have. He will know that if you compare the claimant count, the previous government removed people from the claimant count who are about to become long-term unemployed by putting them on training programmes. We've stopped that charade, and we now have an honest measure. We have a record number of women in work, a record female employment rate, a record number of older women in work, a record older female employment rate, and the female participation rate is very close to the highest on record, and that's a record of which I'm very proud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last year, I've dealt with a number of cases concerning older women who have previously been in work but are now really struggling to secure a new position, having found themselves unemployed. They often feel discrimination plays a part in the refusals they've been given, but they simply don't have the means to challenge the companies and organisations involved, and the discrimination is left unchallenged. What should women who find themselves in this situation do?
Well, first of all, as I just said in my answer to her honourable friend, there is actually a record number of older women in work and a record older female employment rate, which is obviously very good news. For those people in positions that she sets out, we've actually looked at programmes to help older workers return to work. There were new pilots announced in the autumn statement last year to look at barriers to work and looking at our sector-based work academies and work experience programmes, but particularly tailored to the needs of older workers.
Mary MacLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment is down 37% in my constituency. Does my honourable friend welcome that UK women are getting into work faster than any other country in the G7, showing that actually the government's long-term economic plan is working in my constituency, Brentford and Isleworth?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for her question. I will, of course, be visiting her constituency tomorrow to speak to local businesses, to speak to local... Well, the honourable lady says, what a surprise. No, well, the honourable lady is having an event to talk about getting more disabled people back into work with a number of excellent local employers. That should be something which the honourable lady congratulates her for, rather than being churlish about it. But my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I can't do better than report what the OECD said. Which was that they said we had a long-term economic plan, we had effective economic policies, and they said our performance of the labour market in the United Kingdom was remarkable.
Progress is very slow. We do need to speed up matters, and we can be guided in this matter by a legendary parliamentarian, Mr. Philip Davis.
Aside from the strong record that my honourable friend has outlined, could he also confirm that around 80% of the growth in female employment in the last 4 years has been in managerial, professional and technical professions?
I can absolutely confirm that.
Gloria De Piero.
Mr. Speaker, the number of young women claiming JSA for over a year is up by 30%. Bankers have done very well under this government, so why doesn't the Minister use a tax on bank bonuses to pay for a guaranteed job for young women?
Well, it's fascinating, Mr. Speaker, because you'll remember the debate we had a few weeks ago on Labour's job guarantee, where Secretary of State pointed out I think they've now spent that bank bonus tax about 11 times over. There are 11 different policies. If that is the best the honourable lady can come up with, spending it for a 12th time, she really does need to go back to the drawing board.
David Hanson.
Number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Swinson.
The gender pay gap has fallen to its lowest level ever and has been entirely eliminated for full-time workers under the age of 40. But our goal must be to eliminate the gender pay gap entirely. We're tackling systemic pay inequalities through a range of measures: the Your Life initiative to get more girls into STEM, improved childcare, extending flexible working and introducing shared parental leave.
44 years after Labour's Equal Pay Act, sadly 81p is the average rate of pay for women compared to £1 for men. Tomorrow, my honourable friend for Rutherglen has a bill which will allow transparency for larger companies. Will the government support it?
Well, the government's position is not to support that particular bill that's coming forward, but what we are doing is encouraging much more transparency through the Think Act Report initiative. More than 270 employers covering 2.5 million employees have signed up. Nearly half of those have done an equal pay audit in the last year. 2/3 are publishing more information on gender equality. I agree this is a hugely important issue that we need to make more progress on, and we are committed to doing so.
Sector has the greatest gender pay gap, which has the least, and what is she doing to get representatives of one to talk to the other?
It's a fantastic question. I'll write to him with the specific details on the statistics of different sectors. What I will say is that sectoral differences are a significant part of the gender pay gap. We know that occupational segregation, where women are congregated in much lower paying sectors, is a significant driver of around about 1/3 of the pay gap, and that's why the initiatives to get more girls studying science, technology, engineering and maths are so important.
Mr. Brown.
Patricia Arquette's Oscar acceptance speech when she called for equal pay in the arts and in particular in the film industry. And if she did, as I see both the ministers are nodding their head now, what are they going to do to make sure that we have pay equality in the British film industry?
Well, first of all, I wholeheartedly endorse the speech by Patricia Arquette, and I have already welcomed that on Twitter because I think it did need to be brought to a wider audience. And it is important that in the UK arts industry, as indeed in all industries, that we have more transparency, that we also have much more support for women in the workplace in terms of promotion and seniority, and that is what we will continue to promote.
Mr. Rutherglen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure, like me, my honourable friend is delighted, or very pleased rather, that the work programme is helping the long-term unemployed, both men and women, back into work. Can the Minister confirm that the number of long-term unemployed people has fallen to its lowest in 5 years, and also that in my constituency the claimant count has fallen by 42%?
Got slightly mixed up with the previous question, which was about unemployment. This question isn't about unemployment, it's about equal pay. So I'll take it as rhetorical. He's got his observations on the record, for which we're grateful. Mr. Andy MacDonald.
Number 4, please, Mr. Speaker.
Employed people entering refuge accommodation can claim help with their housing costs through housing benefit. Housing benefit is both an in-work and out-of-work benefit and can be paid to claimants who are in work and will be calculated based on their earnings. This government has provided £6.5 billion in housing-related support over this spending review period so that when someone enters a refuge, the support element of the provision will not be means-tested.
Mr. Andy MacDonald.
Very grateful to the Minister for her answer, but does she agree that the safety of women suffering domestic violence ought to be prioritised over their ability to access funds at a time of personal crisis? And if so, will she support my call for means testing to include an assessment of the economic impact of abusive and controlling relationships?
Well, I know that the Honourable Gentleman has done a lot of work with the charity My Sister's Place based in his own constituency, and I do absolutely agree with him that at a time of personal crisis, and I think it will be the case for most of the refugees that I have spoken to up and down the country, that the first thing they will do to prioritise is to offer security, not to ask how somebody is going to be able to pay. He would have seen the letter from the Minister back to My Sister's Place, in which it was very, very clear that, for example, where a victim of domestic violence takes up temporary accommodation whilst making arrangements to return to their home, then housing benefit for both properties can be payable. Discretionary housing payment is also available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Berkshire Women's Refuge serves my constituency incredibly well. We all abhor domestic violence, particularly towards women. And can I ask the Minister or Secretary of State, does she welcome, like me, the victim surcharge, which ensures that those that commit these acts make a contribution to making reparations?
Can I thank my honourable friend very much indeed? I absolutely do welcome the victim surcharge, which results in important payments, and I'm sure that he will also want to welcome the Secretary of State for Community and Local Government's announcement just before Christmas of an extra £10 million to secure refuge accommodation for the next 2 years. Working families benefit from a thriving childcare sector, with the scheme supporting up to 3,000 new childcare businesses in the next financial year. I am pleased to inform the House that from this April we are doubling the value of the grants available to childminders and nurseries. We will also extend the scheme to existing childcare businesses that have been trading for under a year.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for her answer. In my constituency, there's a huge demand from mothers with very young children to have safe, secure childminders from a diverse background. What further measures is my right honourable friend able to take to ensure that those young mothers who can then return to work knowing their children are safe and secure?
Minister.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Childminders are a crucial part of the childcare sector, and we want to see more of them, which is why we've enabled the establishment of childminder agencies. And to date, the Childcare Business Grant Scheme has benefited more than 4,000 childminders, including almost 30 in my honourable friend's constituency. The scheme's also benefited 7 nurseries in Harrow East, for example, Mini Steps.
Greatrex.
7, sir.
Mr. Speaker, over 3 million working-age disabled people are now in employment. There are 141,000 more disabled people in work than a year ago, and the employment rate has risen, demonstrating that disabled people are also benefiting from the government's long-term economic plan.
In September last year, the Minister published statistics showing that only 206,000 of 529,400 PIP applications had been cleared. When he published those statistics, he said, by the end of the year we expect that no one will be waiting for an assessment for longer than 16 weeks. Yet when they published updated figures in January, it didn't include how many people have waited longer than 16 weeks. Will the Minister now ensure that those figures are published so we can see whether the anecdotal evidence we get from our constituents is correct?
Well, I can confirm to the honourable gentleman that I published statistics just ahead of my appearance at the Work and Pension Select Committee. Last year, when I got this job, the average wait for a claimant was unacceptably high at around 30 weeks. After sustained effort from my department and our assessment providers, we had more than halved that by the end of the year, and I'm very pleased and will continue that focus.
Speaker. Recent figures have shown that only 7% of disabled people on ESA gain sustained employment through the government's work programme, which is worse than if there was no programme at all. In Sir Bert Massey's report on the link between disability and poverty, he highly recommends replacing this clearly failing programme with a programme of locally controlled specialist support for disabled people. A Labour government would commit to do this. Can he tell us what his government's position is, and if they do not believe change is necessary, how can they justify those figures?
Well, I don't need to justify those figures, because if the Honourable Lady was using more recent, up-to-date figures, she'd know the performance had significantly improved, and there are now more people being helped into work through the work programme, work choice, and access to work. Yes, disabled people than before. And as I said in my answer to the earlier question, 141,000 extra disabled people are in work compared to the year before, and I think that's a record to be proud. More to do, but good progress.
Finally, Kate Green.
Number 8, Mr Speaker.
Although the number of people bringing discrimination claims to the employment tribunals is not collected centrally, the number of complaints of discrimination from employment tribunal claims is collected. From July to September 2014, there were 5,475 complaints of discrimination on the grounds of age, disability, race, religion or belief, sex or sexual orientation, or to have suffered a detriment or unfair dismissal due to pregnancy or for equal pay, including an employment tribunal claim. This compares to 18,000, or just over 18,000, in the quarter of April to June 2013, a fall of 71%.
There's been a particularly shocking fall in the number of sex discrimination cases, including those related to pregnancy discrimination, of over 90%. And many women on low incomes can't apply for fee remission to go to an employment tribunal, not because of their own income, but because of their partner's income or savings. Does the Minister think that that is giving those women fair access to justice? And isn't it also penalising good businesses who don't try to get away with poor discriminatory practices, but other businesses meanwhile know that there's no danger of a challenge if they do so?
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for her question? Pregnancy discrimination in the workplace is unacceptable and unlawful, and the Government absolutely recognised the need to tackle this type of discrimination, which is why, in November 2013, we announced an extensive research project into perceived pregnancy and maternity discrimination in Great Britain. We have made a commitment to carry out a review of the introduction of the fees, and we will do so. We think this is a matter for the next administration and the next Parliament.
Order. Business question. Angela Eagle.
Mr Speaker, I wonder if the Leader of the House would give us the business for next week.
Mr Speaker, the business for next week will be Monday, the 2nd of March, Estimates Day, second allotted day. There will be a debate on devolution in England, the case for local government, followed by a debate on the next Defence and Security Review Part 2, NATO. Further details will be given in the official report. Tuesday the 3rd of March, Estimates Day, third allotted day. There will be a debate on support for housing costs in the reformed welfare system, followed by a debate on children's and adolescents' mental health and child and adolescent mental health services. Further details will be given in the official report. At 7 p.m, the House will be asked to agree all outstanding estimates. Wednesday the 4th of March, proceedings on the Supply and Appropriation Anticipations and Adjustments Bill, followed by remaining stages of the Corporation Tax Northern Ireland Bill, followed by Opposition Day, unallotted half-day. There will be a debate on an opposition motion subject to be announced. Thursday 5th of March, general debate on International Women's Day, followed by general debate on Welsh affairs. The subjects for both debates were determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 6th of March, private members' bills. The provisional business for the week commencing 9th of March will include Monday the 9th of March, remaining stages of the Armed Forces Service Complaints and Financial Assistance Bill, Lords, followed by consideration of Lords' amendments to the Consumer Rights Bill, followed by motion to approve a European document relating to the Commission Work Programme 2015, followed by business to be nominated by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 10th of March, consideration of Lord's amendments to the deregulation bill, followed by motion to approve statutory instruments relating to counter-terrorism, followed by motion to approve a European document relating to subsidiarity and proportionality and the Commission's relations with national parliaments. Wednesday, the 11th of March, Opposition Day, 19th allotted day, there will be a debate on a motion in the name of the Democratic Unionist Party, subject to be announced, followed by motion to approve a statutory instrument relating to terrorism. Thursday, the 12th of March, business to be nominated by the Backbench Business Committee. On Friday, 13th of March, the House will not be sitting. I'd also like to inform the House that the business in Westminster Hall for Thursday, the 5th of March, will be a general debate on planning and the National Policy Planning Framework.
Angela Eagle.
Mr. Speaker, and may I thank the Leader of the House for announcing next week's business. Mr. Speaker, on Monday and Tuesday we'll have estimates days and the chance to scrutinise government waste. But the form of next week's debates will only let us scratch the surface of these overspends. So, does the Leader of the House agree with me that instead of allocating 3 days of debate, we need to make the estimates process much more rigorous? And will he support our plans for a yearly budget questions for each department to hold Secretaries of State directly to account for their spending decisions? Mr. Speaker, yesterday my honourable friend, the member for Hampstead and Kilburn, outlined what seems to be a worrying case of public resources being blatantly misused for party political purposes. Having sent an email from a concerned constituent on to the Prime Minister, her constituent then received a party political reply from Number 10 featuring propaganda about the Conservative Party manifesto. Now, will the Leader of the House tell us whether party political letters are being prepared on public money with civil service neutrality undermined, or whether correspondence intended for the Prime Minister is actually being passed directly to the Conservative Party? And will he tell us why this seems to be a developing theme with this government? Millions of letters to small businesses on Number 10 headed paper filled with Tory propaganda, government announcements conveniently located in marginal seats, the Prime Minister and Chancellor travelling the country on public money on their long-term economic scam tour, and the unexplained 22% rise in the government's external communications bill just as the election is approaching. Can the Leader of the House also arrange for an urgent statement from the Secretary of State for the Cabinet Office on these disturbing developments? Now, Mr. Speaker, today we've had the last set of quarterly migration figures before the election, and it's clear that the Prime Minister's pledge to reduce net migration to the tens of thousands is now in tatters. Instead of reducing net migration, it's now higher than it was at the start of this Parliament, and illegal immigration and exploitation is getting worse. So can the Leader of the House arrange for a statement from the Home Secretary on the huge failure in her department? Mr. Speaker, figures released this week show that the number of people on zero-hours contracts has soared. But in this place, we've had the sorry sight of a Conservative Party defending the right of their MPs to earn millions of pounds on the side. Our motion yesterday was a sensible solution to the widening gap between the rules we have in this place and the standards the public expect of us. And in a democracy, when we are out of step with public opinion, we must change. The government voted against banning paid directorships and consultancies, but I want to ask the Leader of the House this: are his party ready to contemplate any form of change? Mr. Speaker, I've been reading an interview this morning with the Prime Minister in Woman and Home magazine. In it, he praised his wife and said that behind every great man there's a great woman. Surely, Mr. Speaker, he meant that behind every great man there is a very surprised woman. Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a bit worried. At questions yesterday, the Prime Minister boasted of how successfully he combines his job as Prime Minister with being the Member of Parliament for West Oxfordshire. That must be easy because the constituency of West Oxfordshire doesn't even exist. And last week, the Honourable Member for Enfield Southgate knocked on the door of a local resident claiming he was their MP. But he was greeted by the wife of the member for Edmonton, who pointed out that he was in fact canvassing in the wrong constituency. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know about second jobs, but perhaps they should pay a bit more attention to their first ones. It is, of course, possible that they both just had a mind blank, like the leader of the Green Party, who was involved in an eco-friendly car crash at the LBC studios on Tuesday. Now, I gather that following her interview, the Green Party have now joined the Conservative Party in campaigning to be excluded from the leaders' debates. Mr. Speaker, while some members opposite don't seem to know quite where their constituencies are, the member for Bosworth appears to have left his for another planet entirely. He's been formulating the new Conservative health policy. Not content with wasting £3 billion on a top-down reorganisation of the NHS, he told the Journal this week that the way to take the huge pressure off doctors is astrology. He claimed it's a useful diagnostic tool enabling us to see the strengths and weaknesses via the birth chart. Mr. Speaker, it's unclear if he thinks that the Chancellor would have met his deficit reduction targets if only he hadn't broken that mirror. One person losing his constituency by choice is the Leader of the House. Asked at the weekend why he was leaving Parliament, he replied, "I've been Foreign Secretary and I'm determined not to be Prime Minister." If I may say so, Mr. Speaker, that goes some way to explaining his time as Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, as ever, I'm grateful for the questions of the Honourable Lady, and it shows what a broad party we are, that we welcome views from all parts of the galaxy, as she has just demonstrated. And on the question about behind every great man, I've always thought behind every great man there is an astonished mother-in-law, and that is a further refinement of that phrase. I can assure her that the Prime Minister does know where his constituency is. It is, of course, in West Oxfordshire, even though that may not be his name, but it would be wise, of course, for all candidates to know the boundaries of their constituency in the general election in all parties. And on the reference to the so-called car crash interview of the leader of the Green Party, I think she's just been taking lessons from the Shadow Chancellor about how to give a series of disastrous interviews in which he has managed to fall out with his own window cleaner, quite apart from anything else. And I think I've previously put her forward for her party leadership. I really think she ought to consider being the Shadow Chancellor in the coming general election campaign, because a Shadow Cabinet member has said that if the Shadow Chancellor, carries on behaving like this, he is not unassailable. He has complete contempt for colleagues. He's not a team player. Well, she is a team player. She could replace him. And I think she would do a much better job than he has done. And indeed, they might not then need to bring back Lord Prescott to the front line of the campaign, which in any election campaign is a sure sign of desperation, I have to say. She asked about... I have great respect for Lord Prescott. I have enormous respect for Lord Prescott, but having to go back 10 years is the sign of desperation on the other side. She asked, on the more serious question, she asked about issues of government waste. I reminded that in this government we have saved, thanks to the Cabinet Office ministers, more than £10 billion a year just from making elementary things in government more efficient, and done that year on year by making sure that contracts are not excessive, that government departments buy services together. This has been the government rooting out waste in government. She asked about the estimate stage. The subjects for the estimate stage are, of course, chosen by the liaison committee, so there is a well-established procedure. She has in mind reforms of that, but I think it is, as things stand, of course, it is the role of select committees and questions in this House to hold ministers to account. I think, while not closing off any thought of reform to that, that is a question for the new Parliament, in which, as she has noted, I will conveniently not be present. But that is a question for that. And on the question of correspondence, I think the Prime Minister dealt with that yesterday, and the rules are exactly the same as they were under the previous government, and those rules are observed. I'm pleased that the long-term economic plan has entered her vocabulary as well as that of the rest of the House and the country. I know she was trying to alter one of those words, but it shows that phrase has entered the economic vocabulary of the nation, and not just of the nation, but now of the world, because the OECD have made a statement this week saying, my main message, this is the head of the OECD, is well done. Well done so far, Chancellor, but finish the job. Britain, he said, has a long-term economic plan, but it needs to stick with it. That is the OECD, a Chancellor backed by economic commentators across the world, rather than a shadow Chancellor falling out with his own window cleaner. That is the actual choice before the country in the coming elections. She asked again about the debate we had yesterday. One of the points I was making in the debate yesterday is that there have been many improvements to transparency and accountability in this Parliament, and that is not then that there will be scope for further improvements in transparency and accountability. But I did not agree, nor did the House agree, with the proposals she put forward yesterday. She talked about, she said millions are being earned. I do recall one of the few members recording more than £1 million in earnings in this Parliament, household earnings, was the brother of the Leader of the Opposition before he left the House. And I note the Leader of the Opposition didn't put forward his proposals for reform until his brother had left the House of Commons. Maybe he is in favour of family businesses after all. You never know. Or maybe we've found the limits of fratricide. It's all right to stab your brother in the back politically, but not to cut off his earnings as well. How extremely thoughtful of the Leader of the Opposition. I think that has dealt with the Honourable Lady's questions.
This is Gerald Gillan.
Earlier this week, in the course of the proceedings on the Serious Crime Bill, I highlighted the need for effective mandatory reporting of suspected sexual abuse in regulated settings to afford better protection to our children and vulnerable people. Today, Mr. Speaker, we're going to be hearing in more detail about the repulsive activities of Jimmy Savile at our local hospital in Buckinghamshire, which will further reinforce the urgent need for reform. Would the Leader of the House give serious consideration to giving more time to a full debate on mandatory reporting, so perhaps we could achieve a cross-party consensus that would lead to action before the general election rather than waiting until later in the year?
Well, as my right honourable friend knows, the Secretary of State for Health will make a statement very shortly about this. And there will be opportunities for her and other members to ask him about that issue. It is a very important issue, and she, as a local member of Parliament, will have a very close interest in these things. So I think it will be best for the House to wait for what my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, will say on that issue before we consider what further debates and consideration of the issue of mandatory reporting are necessary.
Mr. Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Later this year, the world will turn its attention to the Paris COP in December, and before that to the Conference on Sustainable Development Goals in September. But before that, in July, there is a perhaps more important conference, which is the Financing of Development Conference, to take place in Addis. Would the Leader of the House agree that it would be important to have a major debate on this conference in this chamber, in government time, and that the Treasury should be represented to explain to the House precisely what they will be doing to ensure the success of the Sustainable Development Goals and the success of the UNFCCC in December?
The honourable member is absolutely right about the importance of this whole sequence of conferences later this year, and indeed I remember as Foreign Secretary agreeing to give assistance and advice to France on the hosting of the Paris meeting, because in this country we have so much expertise on these issues. This is, of course, a matter for the Departments of Energy and Climate Change and International Development, so it will be primarily for them to take part in debates. The Treasury's role is to help supply the money, as is the case on so many issues. I certainly hope there will be debates, but I anticipate those will have to now be in the next Parliament. The Backbench Business Committee does have a few remaining days, as I have announced, in this Parliament, and it would be for it to decide whether we have a general debate on these or other issues.
Sir George Young.
My question will come as no surprise to my right honourable friend, as I've asked it several times before. In the diminishing number of days between now and dissolution, is it still his ambition to hold a debate and a vote on the options in his white paper, the implications of devolution for England?
My right honourable friend's question comes as no surprise. He has asked it several times, and the answer is my ambition remains the same. I haven't actually achieved that particular ambition yet, and I'm conscious of that. Such a debate and vote, of course, requires a measure of agreement among parties in this House, including in the coalition, about how to phrase that and how to frame that. But it is not too late yet to have such a debate.
Mr. Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Friday evening in North Antrim, we will be celebrating the life and times of Private Quigg, who in 1916 won a Victoria Cross for conspicuous valour at the Somme. Yesterday, we read the wonderful news of Josh Leckie, who has received the most recent Victoria Cross. Does the Leader of the House plan to do anything here formally to celebrate the life of this modern-day hero, and indeed other heroes who have won the VC, so as that Parliament can pay respects to these wonderful people?
Well, I think that is a good point, Mr. Speaker, and the honourable member draws attention to an individual I think the whole nation will be extremely proud of, the only living recipient of the Victoria Cross in Afghanistan, and everybody who saw the pictures of that ceremony on their television screens this morning will be intensely proud of him. That we can give consideration as to how this House should recognise people who receive those and other medals for valour and gallantry. Much has been done in this country to recognise that. The brilliant new extension of the Imperial War Museum celebrates that throughout history the recipients of the Victoria Cross, and I recommend everyone to go and see that. But perhaps we can give further consideration to how to meet his request.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Leader of the House could speak to his colleagues in government to consider how small, resource-stretched charities, like the amazing Burnham Area Rescue Boat, which is so busy all year round delivering life-saving services and famously was on television every single day during the Somerset floods last year, how can we be sure that they, because they're so small, are informed about government schemes like the Inshore and Inland Lifeboat Grant Scheme, which would help those small charities, like Barb, access the funds they really need so badly?
I very much congratulate the local charities my honourable friend is talking about for the work done during the floods, and the government is always open to further suggestions to improve information to them. There are many sources of information for charities, such as grant makers, and governmentfunding.org are appropriate examples of where they can find the necessary information. But if my honourable friend has suggestions for how that can be improved, I know my colleagues will be grateful for them.
Sir Kevin Barron.
The Leader of the House will know many months have passed since we agreed the principle of having standardised packaging of tobacco. My understanding now is that we're waiting for the detail, the regulation to come through. Could you tell us how that is going to happen, down on the floor of the House or in committee, and when it's going to happen?
I can't tell him yet, otherwise I would of course have announced it in the business statement. And so details will become clear as the days go by. I have made clear before that regulations could be laid but not made until after a date in early March, in the first week of March. So we haven't got to the point where those regulations can be made. We will announce how we're going to do it in due course.
Sir David Amis.
Westcliff High School for boys and girls and Southend High School for boys and girls are four superb local grammar schools. Will my right honourable friend find time for a debate on the funding of grammar schools? Because at the moment, perversely, they are discriminated against in funding terms on the grounds of their very success.
As my honourable friend knows, we support the expansion of all good schools, including existing good grammar schools. And I know that these are superb grammar schools, as he has said in his own constituency. I think grammar schools, those existing grammar schools, with a combination of high standards and ambition on behalf of the pupils, have a very important role to play in this country. And so I certainly don't rule out any debate. A debate would have to be pursued through all the normal channels, but a debate would allow him to bring to the attention of the House successful schools such as Westcliff High School and Southend High School in his own area.
Paul Flynn.
Day when the whole House celebrates with pride and offers our congratulations for the valour of our servicemen who in Afghanistan, wouldn't it be appropriate to consider EDM 813, which lists the comments since the war of the generals who took part, who universally are saying that it was futile and it was an act of self-delusion in which lives were wasted. Isn't it right that we consider what happened in that war, had a full inquiry as early as possible to avoid other hubristic politicians sending young men to die in vain?
Well, the honourable member often pursues this. We've discussed this before. And because these are very important issues, it is always important to learn the lessons from any military conflict. I don't agree with the assessment that he gives, having been to Afghanistan many times myself. And I have to reflect on the fact that there were international terrorist bases operating in Afghanistan before the Western military action that are not there today, and our national security has been improved as a result, and that the lives of millions of people in Afghanistan have been improved by the action that we took. So we will disagree on that assessment. No doubt it can continue to be debated over the years ahead.
Mr. Raymond Chishti.
Mr. Speaker, my 13-year-old constituent, Lucy Lowe, is suffering from a rare, complex illness and is currently at Medway Hospital in sheer agony. Medway Hospital are working with Great Ormond Street Hospital and King's College Hospital to help find a diagnosis and support her pain relief. Can I ask the Leader of the House to allow for an urgent statement on supporting children suffering from rare health conditions? And on that very point, Mr. Speaker, I went and met Lucy yesterday in hospital and saw the suffering she is in. Please, can I ask everyone to do everything they possibly can to help her and her family at this difficult time?
Well, my honourable friend is quite right to stand up for the needs of his constituent and to bring the attention of the House to such a case. We do, in the government, we want to see all children with complex health needs receive the very best care and support, and in fact since 2010 the number of doctors working in paediatrics has risen by 11%, I'm pleased to say. But that does not mean that everything is perfect, and I will draw the attention of my colleagues at the Department of Health to what he has said about this particular case so that they can respond to him directly.
June Wally.
Given that it hasn't been possible for me to raise in health questions or with the Chief Executive of NHS England in a personal meeting the continuing concerns that there are about the procurement of the PET scanner across Staffordshire, Cheshire and Lancashire, will the Leader of the House give assurances that the concerns about openness and transparency, that there's been no undue influence by the member for Kensington as a board member of Alliance, and that there is real concerns about the possibility of a monopoly service, which may mean that this particular contract needs to be referred to the Competition and Markets Authority? Will he find time for there to be a proper debate in an open way about these continuing concerns?
Well, the Honourable Lady has raised related concerns before, I think, in the House. And I'm sorry she wasn't able to do so at health questions, because there are now no more health questions. And we are now entering a period where some departments do not have further questions before dissolution. However, she is still able to ask written questions and to seek answers in every other way through correspondence from health ministers. Again, I will draw their attention to what she has raised, so I can't give her any assurances about what she has asked as Leader of the House, but I know my colleagues will want to attend to what she has raised in the House today.
Mark Pritchard.
Could we have a debate on the spiritual, cultural and musical contribution cathedrals make to the life of this nation, and in particular in the 300th anniversary of the Three Choirs Festival? Would the Leader of the House like to thank all of those that have contributed to the Three Choirs Festival over 300 years, and the cathedrals of Worcester, Gloucester and Hereford that have hosted that event, and in particular this year where it's been hosted at Hereford Cathedral?
I certainly congratulate the cathedrals of Hereford and Worcester and Gloucester on this 300 years event. Cathedrals do indeed play a very, very important part in the life of our country. And I can say to that, as the House may be aware, the Prime Minister has asked me to oversee the plans for VE Day, for instance, just after the general election, and we haven't yet announced those plans, but I do have it in mind that it will involve the cathedrals of the country in an important way. So that's an important thing to celebrate, as my honourable friend has made clear.
Mr. Jim Fitzpatrick.
Can the Leader tell us if he's had a bid from the Department for Transport to lead a debate on road safety? Despite having among the safest roads in the world, the latest casualty statistics show some worrying trends. And with the ongoing concern about cycle safety and the disappearance of the green paper and graduated licensing, there's quite an appetite, I think, for a debate on road safety before dissolution. Can the Leader tell us if that might be possible?
Road safety is a very important issue that I think all sides of this House have always taken seriously, and on which broadly, of course, the United Kingdom, by international standards, has a very strong record. But we have to maintain that. It's right to debate it if there are any doubts about it. I think that is a very legitimate subject to put forward to the Backbench Business Committee. I can't offer any government time for that in the remaining days of this Parliament. It is the Department of Transport do have questions remaining before dissolution. Those are next Thursday, so I encourage him to raise it then.
Mr. David Nuttall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we please have a debate on nuisance phone calls? We can then consider the merits of this week's announcement by the government to give more powers to the Information Commissioner to stop unwanted calls, which I know has been extremely popular and warmly welcomed by my constituents in Bury, Ramsbottom and Tottington.
Hear, hear. This is, again, a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, and the Government has made announcements this week, as my honourable friend says. The statutory instrument for this measure was laid in the House this week, which will become effective by the 8th of April this year. I think the change that the Government has announced will make it much easier for the Information Commissioner's Office to take action, including issuing monetary penalties for nuisance calls. We have just had questions to the department responsible, so I can't necessarily offer a debate, but it's, again, a very good issue on which to pursue a debate over the coming weeks.
Mr. Kevin Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's much discussion in the corridors of this place that the House might actually dissolve earlier than expected ahead of the general election. Shouldn't honourable members know if that's in the Leader of the House and his colleagues' minds now, because of the implications it has for all of us for the date on when we cease to be members of this House?
But tempting as it would be to spring a great surprise on the honourable gentleman and others, the date of dissolution is laid down in the Fixed Term Parliament Act of 2011 as the 30th of March, so there is no doubt at all about the date of dissolution. Of course, it is possible for people to speculate about a date of prorogation in advance of dissolution, but I have already announced that and the Chancellor has announced that he will present his budget on the 18th of March. It will be necessary, I'm sure, for the House to debate the budget at some considerable length, and so clearly the date of prorogation is not going to be very much in advance of the date of dissolution.
Mr. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the subject of budgets, local authorities are finalising their budgets for the forthcoming year right across the country. And tonight, Labour-run Harrow Council will be considering such proposals from their administration to impose a garden tax on the collection of garden waste, increasing the council tax by 1.99%, thereby avoiding a referendum, and at the same time closing down very popular libraries, including the Bob Lawrence Library in my constituency. Could my right honourable friend find time for a debate in government time so we can debate these important issues on what local authorities are doing up and down the country to decimate local services and increase taxes?
Well, it's fortunate that people of Harrow have my honourable friend to speak up for them when local authority is behaving in this way, because rather than cutting frontline services and hiking council tax, councils should be making sensible savings, such as through more joint working, better procurement, cutting fraud, using transparency to drive out waste. And it's disappointing that Labour-run councils like Harrow are taking the lazy option of cuts to the front line rather than adopting the best practice of sensible savings that many other local authorities have done.
Ian Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My recent Jobs and Skills Fair in Edinburgh was attended by hundreds of local constituents, and one of the main conclusions was that the jobs creation powers and the work programme are best delivered by local authorities. So, in his last few weeks of a very distinguished political career, would the Leader of the House take the opportunity to leave a lasting legacy, a legacy that he'll be known for the world over, by finding time in this House to pass my Job Creation Powers Scotland Bill?
Yes, the honourable gentleman may be exaggerating for effect on that, tempting though it is to leave such a lasting legacy. Of course, there will be more power, many more powers, including for job creation, devolved to the Scottish Parliament by whoever wins the general election because of the implementation of the Smith Commission proposals. And it will be, in my view, it will be very important then in Scotland for there to be decentralisation within Scotland, because there is a danger for both Scotland and Wales that England will be the most decentralised part of the United Kingdom before long, and that devolution is not really leading to power going down to the local level. I know that's what the honourable member is advocating, but I cannot, just on the basis of that, give agreement to government support for his bill.
Mr. Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children with Morquio disease, with Duchenne muscular dystrophy and tuberous sclerosis are being badly let down by NHS England, who cancelled their process for approval of the drugs for these ultra-rare conditions. And I'm sorry to say that these families now feel they're being fobbed off by the Department for Health and ministers. So can we have an urgent statement that we're going to have what we asked for, which is an interim funding solution announced to fund these drugs before this Parliament is dissolved?
Well, I know my honourable friend raises an important issue, and it will be a very vital issue for the people most affected by it. As I've already pointed out, we've had the last health questions, regular questions of this Parliament, but ministers will continue to respond to written questions, to correspondence, and I think the best thing I can do to help my honourable friend is to refer this to the health ministers and tell them of his concern so that they can respond to him directly.
Mrs. Emma Lewell-Buck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Following a campaign by UCAT, myself and other Labour colleagues, the Chancellor in his autumn statement announced a consultation on rip-off umbrella payroll companies. However, recent written answers show that the Government only intends to tinker around the edges and will not be closing the loopholes that are resulting in workers losing hundreds of pounds per month. Can the Leader of the House tell us when the Chancellor will be formally announcing his plans to the House and explaining why low-paid workers will continue to lose out under his government?
Well, there will be many opportunities in the coming month to debate matters with the Chancellor, who is regularly in the House. It will be Treasury questions on the 10th of March, and then, of course, he will present the budget on the 18th of March. I don't know when the Chancellor intends to present his final conclusions on that, but we will then have debates on the budget. And so it will be possible to debate what is or isn't in the budget statement in the course of those debates. That will be the best opportunity for the Honourable Lady.
Mr. Philip Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Leader of the House knows, many of my constituents are concerned about the level of immigration into the country and the strain it places upon the NHS, school places, housing, and the effect on overall wages of workers. Can we have a debate on immigration to see if we can address some of those concerns? And in such a debate we can count the number of people who will accept the blindingly obvious that no government can control the levels of immigration into this country whilst ever we're a member of the European Union and have free movement of people.
Well, my honourable friend will be familiar with the plans the Prime Minister has set out, the Conservative Party's plans for after the general election to negotiate a better relationship with the EU and a reformed European Union in which it will be possible for this country to take actions we can't take now, particularly on welfare payments and other issues relating to immigration. And so this is, of course, a very important issue. My honourable friend has raised it regularly. Part of what we are seeing at the moment is the impact of this country having a dramatically stronger economy than in the rest of Europe, which then is producing more migration into the UK. And in that sense, it is a problem of success. But of course it remains an important issue, and although the shadow leader of the House raised it in earlier questions, she omitted to mention the completely open-door policy of the last Labour government, during which millions of people immigrated into the United Kingdom, and we're certainly not going back to those days.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with Sam, Charlotte, Sarah and Sarah, who are constituents of mine, who gave me their personal testimonies about the physical, emotional and sexual violence that they'd suffered perpetrated by their ex-partners. I'm sure the Leader of the House will commend their bravery in coming forward to talk to their MP about this, but they are also campaigning for safe spots with businesses and public agencies in Wythenshawe Town Centre where people can go in the future for advice and support. My parliamentary office has signed up to be one such safe spot. Is it time the House authorities considered creating a safe spot here on the parliamentary estate?
Well, that is an interesting idea. I do absolutely salute the courage of the individuals that the honourable member has met. I've had many distressing conversations internationally with victims of sexual violence. He will be aware of my campaign on that, and thus I'm very much aware of the courage that it takes to speak out and to speak to other people about experiences on this. I think we will have to consider with other authorities in the House whether it's possible to do what he has just proposed, but we should give consideration to that.
Mr. Peter Bone.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Leader could give some guidance to next week's business. On Friday, I have a number of private members' bills which I can move, and I wonder if he could indicate which ones the government supports so I could concentrate on them. So can I give him the list and he can tell me? Wind farm subsidies abolition bill, Department of Energy and Climate Change abolition bill, foreign national offenders exclusion from the United Kingdom, free movement of persons into the United Kingdom derogation bill, or my personal favourite, Office of the Deputy Prime Minister abolition bill.
Well, I can't indicate a sudden rush of government support for this massive legislative programme on which my honourable friend has embarked. He is indefatigable in doing so. And indeed, we have all seen on the BBC how many sleepless nights he spent in order to put together this massive legislative programme. And he might anticipate that his abolition of Deputy Prime Minister Bill could run into handling problems in the coalition government, to put it mildly. So I don't anticipate there will be a sharp about turn by the government on these issues, but he'll have to see on the day. It will be exciting on the day of the debates to see to which of these bills the government objects.
Mr. Mark Williams. Work of Visit Wales in promoting the tourist industry in Wales would be greatly enhanced were VAT on tourism VAT on tourism be reduced. So can we have a debate on reducing VAT on tourism, particularly mindful of the importance in rural areas, which are very dependent on the tourist sector, counties like Ceredigion, and of course the Leader of the House's soon-to-be home county, Montgomeryshire, as well.
Yes, I certainly recommend to everybody in the country and the world tourism in Wales, through which they can see many splendid sights, some very fine countryside, some great history. That is true in Ceredigion as well. I know this is a key industry in his constituency. There are opportunities coming up in the House with Treasury questions on the 10th of March, with the budget debates, to raise issues about value-added tax. In the meantime, I know the Welsh Government can and does provide support to tourism, and all of us can set a good example of tourism in Wales as well.
Mr. Adam Freer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we look around the House, it's quite clear that not all of us come from advantaged backgrounds or affluent backgrounds, perhaps including yourself and even the Leader of the House. When I was Shadow Minister for Science, Universities, Skills and Business in the previous Parliament, it became increasingly clear that social mobility was slowing down. And so I very much welcome the figures that show that now 20% more people from disadvantaged backgrounds are now going to university. And I wonder if we could have a debate on the growing levels of social mobility with the policies of the coalition government.
I think that's an excellent idea from my honourable friend. That increase in the proportion of people from disadvantaged backgrounds going to universities is a very significant development. It's very different, of course, from what was forecast at the time that tuition fees and other issues were debated in this House. It is a very serious success. It will help long-term social mobility. So I would very much welcome a debate. I can't offer a debate given all the constraints in government time, but it's very much the sort of debate that my honourable friend could put forward to the Backbench Business Committee.
Dr. Matthew Offord.
In the UK, less than 2% of medical research funding is actually directed towards the eye and sight-related issues. Given that 40 people a day, probably about the number of members in the chamber today, lose their sight, and up to 2 million people are living in this country with sight loss-related issues, could we have a debate in government time to see how we can address that issue and increase the funding in the future Parliament?
We might not be able to have a debate before the dissolution of Parliament, but I can tell my honourable friend that investment in eye-related research by the National Institute for Health Research has risen over the last 4 years from £7.1 million a year to £15.6 million a year. So although it is, as he says, a small proportion of total research, it is a rising total. It has doubled under the current government, and the National Institute welcomes funding applications for research into any aspect of human health, including eye care. So there is every opportunity to expand that research further in the coming months and years.
Mary MacLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My right honourable friend has done incredible work on sexual violence and conflict, so he absolutely understands the importance of violence against women and girls, where in this country 2 women a week still get killed by a partner or a former partner. Would he consider some government time on Thursday the 12th of March, where we have sixth form girls coming to shadow their MPs from across all sides of the House, also supported by Mr. Speaker, where we can actually inspire the next generation to say no to domestic abuse and violence?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I congratulate her very much on all she has done to highlight this issue. And I'm delighted that the Backbench Business Committee has allocated time on the floor of the House, as it happens not on the 12th of March, but on the 5th of March next year, next week, for a debate to mark International Women's Day. And this will allow members to raise issues celebrating the achievements of women, but also about tackling violence against women, which it is right the House keeps on the agenda, which I'm determined to keep on the international agenda, and I welcome everything my honourable friend does, including helping to bring people to the House to discuss these things on the 12th of March.
Mr. Robert Halfon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can we have a urgent statement on the fact that doctors are charging families £80 every time they sign a cremation consent form? A resident in my constituency, Lee Dangerfield, had to pay £160 to doctors when his father sadly passed away, causing him financial hardship at what was already a difficult time. In 2010, it was estimated the doctors were topping up their salaries by an extra £15 million a year by signing these forms. Can my honourable friend write to the Health Secretary about this and see why these fees are necessary, given that they seem to be part of the day-to-day job of being a doctor in the free NHS?
As my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is in his place and has been listening to that, I won't need to write to him about it. He's taken note of that question, and the government is committed to reform of the death certification system. The situation is that when a patient dies, it is the statutory duty of the doctor who has attended the patient in the last illness to issue a medical certificate of cause of death. And there's no fee payable for completing that, but there are other forms before cremation of a deceased patient. The proposed reform of this system that the government is committed to would remove the need for cremation form fees, and my right honourable friend has heard my honourable friend about the urgency of tackling that.
Mr. Jeremy Lefroy.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. In this Parliament, we've had the welcome practice of government coming to the House in the event that military action is contemplated. Could I ask my right honourable friend what would happen during dissolution in the very serious event that that might also be the case?
Well, it is an important convention that has grown up, that the government comes to the House in the event of military action. During a dissolution, there is no provision for the recall of the House. When the House has been dissolved, none of us are MPs after the 30th of March, so it is not possible to recall a Parliament that has been dissolved. And in those circumstances, in the highly unusual circumstances that might arise then of military action, of course, we do continue to have very much a government that would, I'm sure, in any such circumstances, handle that extremely responsibly. This government is always vigilant about our national security. That will remain the case during the dissolution of Parliament. And I think what would happen in practice, in the circumstances my honourable friend refers to, is that whoever emerged in government after the general election would need to come to Parliament as soon as possible thereafter for parliamentary debate on the issue.
Mr. Andrew Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're in the middle of Fair Trade Fortnight, and on Saturday I'll be joining Harrogate Fair Trade Group at St Peter's for their annual Fair Trade Coffee Morning, which I have to say I'm rather looking forward to, having been the borough's Fair Trade champion for years, and it's always a very successful event. So please can we have a debate about fair trade and the impact it has upon millions of people across the developing world, and perhaps also look at what we can do to encourage more towns and boroughs here to become fair trade champions.
I congratulate my honourable friend on his work on fair trade, and indeed it would be very good if other towns followed his example in Harrogate and the example of Harrogate in having the annual Fair Trade Coffee Morning and other activities. Fair trade plays a very important role in improving the lives of some of the poorest people in the world, and the UK government is a committed partner for fair trade. I doubt there will be time for a debate before the dissolution of Parliament, but I can tell him that the commitment of the UK is demonstrated by DFID recently extending our support of Fair Trade International to £18 million over 6 years.
Mr Andrew Stevenson.
Thanks to substantial school capital funding from the current government, when Lancashire County Council was run by the Conservatives, funding was allocated for 4 brand new primary schools across Pendle, which have now all been built and opened, and a £6.2 million facelift of West Craven High School. Sadly, since Labour won back control in 2013, Pendle is once again being overlooked. Can we have a debate on this so I can highlight the need for investment in some of our other high schools, such as Park High School in Colne, something I've been calling for since I was elected?
As on all issues, my honourable friend is a great champion for Pendle, and since 2011 we've allocated £112 million for the improvement and maintenance of schools in Lancashire. We've recently announced a further £23.8 million for the coming year. So it is important that Pendle ought to have its fair share of that. Lancashire County Council is responsible for the maintenance of community schools in their area. It's for them to prioritise their local investment needs, but if they don't give a proper priority to Pendle, well, then people will know how to vote in coming elections.
Mr Mark Palsey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I wonder if we might have a debate about the funding of school transport. There's concern amongst parents in Rugby, where we've got choice in secondary education, including 3 excellent grammar schools in Lawrence Sheriff, Rugby High and Ashbourne schools. The local authority is considering withdrawing funding for transport where a pupil doesn't attend the closest school. And if implemented, that could lead to some young people being denied the education to which they're entitled.
The statutory position, as my honourable friend will know, is that the local authority must provide free home-to-school transport for pupils of compulsory school age who are attending their nearest suitable school, provided the school is beyond the statutory walking distance. And so local authorities then beyond that point then do have discretion about what to do. A debate would certainly allow him to explore further with ministers his view that all pupils get the education they deserve, regardless of their ability to pay for transport, which is a very important consideration. And I would encourage him to pursue such a debate through all the normal channels of adjournment debates and backbench business committee.
Mr Philip Holloway.
Speaker, I bring good news from Kettering, where last night Conservative-controlled Kettering Borough Council, of which I have the privilege to be a member, announced that it was going to freeze its share of the council tax for the 5th year in a row, whilst also confirming lower car parking charges and protecting funding for frontline services and also the voluntary sector. Could we have a statement from the Department for Communities and Local Government about this remarkable success story, in which it could also highlight how many other councils have managed to freeze council tax over the lifetime of this Parliament to deliver cost-effective, value-for-money local government services?
Well, Mr Speaker, the good news from Kettering never seems to end, and is very closely connected with my honourable friend's tenure as Member of Parliament for Kettering, but also with the good work of his Conservative-controlled council, as he says. And that sort of record, freezing council tax for the 5th year running, while reducing other charges and improving local services, is exactly what responsibly run local authorities have been able to achieve. It is a dramatic contrast with the doubling of council tax that took place across the country under the previous Labour government, and it is exactly the sort of thing that can be achieved by more local authorities across the country if they followed the example of Kettering.
Order. Statement, the Secretary of State for Health, Secretary Jeremy Hunt.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I would like to make a statement on the NHS Jimmy Savile investigations. This morning, a further 16 investigations into the activities of Savile in the NHS were published. These include the main report from Stoke Mandeville Hospital and reports from 15 other hospitals. One report relates to Johnny Savile, the older brother of Jimmy Savile. Whilst no system can ever be totally secure from a manipulative and deceitful predator like Savile, we learned last year that there were clear failings in the security, culture and processes of many NHS organisations, allowing terrible abuse to continue unchecked over many years. Some victims are sadly no longer with us, and others continue to suffer greatly as a result of what happened. On behalf of the government, I apologised to them last June, and today I repeat that apology. What happened was horrific, caused immeasurable and often permanent damage, and betrayed vulnerable people who trusted us to keep them safe. We let them down. As one of the Stoke Mandeville victims said, "There are so many messed up lives. Although people have built up lives, you have children, you make a life, it ruins everything. Your relationships with another human being, the things you're supposed to have." Today we must show by our deeds, as well as our words, that we've learned the necessary lessons. The new reports, like those released last year, make extremely distressing reading. In total, 177 men and women have now come forward with allegations of abuse by Jimmy Savile, covering a period beginning in 1954 to just before his death in 2011. At least 72 people who gave evidence were children at the time of the abuse, the youngest only 5 years old. The allegations included rape, assault, indecent assault, and inappropriate comments or advances. Allegations were made not in one or two places, but in over 41 acute hospitals. That's almost a quarter of all NHS acute hospitals, as well as 5 mental health trusts and 2 children's hospitals. Further investigations have happened at a children's convalescent home, an ambulance service and a hospice. There are 3 new investigations underway at Humber NHS Foundation Trust, Mersey Care NHS Trust and Guy's and St Thomas's NHS Foundation Trust. Any further allegations received will of course be investigated as serious incidents. In addition, the Department for Education has today published 14 reports on investigations in children's homes and education settings, and the review by Dame Janet Smith into Savile's activities at the BBC is still ongoing. These investigations have been deeply harrowing for victims, but also for the investigators themselves. I'd like to put on record my thanks to everyone involved, particularly Kate Lampard and the NHS Savile Legacy Unit, who provided robust oversight and assurance in an incredibly difficult job. I now turn to Stoke Mandeville, the hospital with which Savile was most closely associated. The report published today reveals some shocking abuse of 60 victims that took place over more than 20 years between 1968 and 1992. From the brave victims who have come forward, we know that Savile's activities there included groping, molestation and rape of patients, staff and visitors. Victims were predominantly, but not exclusively, female. 20 were vulnerable patients, disabled with severe spinal injuries. One was a child as young as 8. Savile deliberately exploited these people because he understood their reliance on specialist care they might only be able to receive at Stoke Mandeville, making it even harder for them to speak up. This was calculating behaviour of the most abhorrent kind. Victims included 26 visitors and 6 staff. 6 victims reported being raped, one as young as 11 or 12. Most victims were too frightened to come forward, but there were 9 informal complaints and 1 made formally. None were taken seriously. There is no suggestion that ministers or officials knew about these activities, but accepted governance processes were not followed in the decision to allow Savile to inquire and maintain a position of authority at the hospital. In particular, ministers made the expedient decision to use Savile not just to raise funds to redevelop Stoke Mandeville's National Spinal Injuries Centre, but to oversee the building and running of the centre, even though he had no relevant experience. Because of his celebrity and useful fundraising skills, the right questions, the hard questions, simply were not asked. Suspicions were not acted on, and patients and staff were ignored. People were either too dazzled or too intimidated by the nation's favourite celebrity to confront the evil predator we now know he was. Never again must the power of money or celebrity blind us to repeated clear signals that some extremely vulnerable people were being abused. I spoke last June about how changes to processes, policies and laws over the last 30 years have made it much less likely that a predator like Savile would be able to perpetrate these crimes today. Charity legislation is much tougher and sets out specific requirements for the auditing and examination of NHS charities' accounts. The safeguarding system in place is now significantly improved. The Children's Act 1989, the first Child Sex Offenders Register, Criminal Records Bureau checks and the Disclosure and Barring Service have all provided further protection. From the 1st of April, for the first time, the Care Act 2014 puts adult safeguarding on a legal footing, and safeguarding adult boards will ensure that local safeguarding arrangements act to help and protect adults. We've also enshrined the right to speak up in staff contracts and are amending the NHS constitution and changing the law to make employers responsible if whistleblowers are harassed or bullied by fellow employees. We're also consulting on how best to implement the recommendations in Sir Robert Francis's whistleblowing review. However, proper policies and processes will not succeed if they don't go hand in hand with a change in culture where patients and staff alike feel able to speak out with any concerns and can be confident they will be listened to. It's particularly important that children and those with physical and mental illnesses are listened to because they are the most vulnerable. And whilst we are proud to live in a society where people are innocent until proven guilty, we do have a collective responsibility to investigate all serious allegations properly in a way that simply didn't happen time after time. So in the light of these disturbing reports, I also asked Kate Lampard to outline key themes across all the NHS investigations and to consider any further action that needs to be taken. She considered the extent to which Savile was a product of the culture of his time and concludes that whilst he was a one-off, there are important improvements that need to be made to protect patients today. It is a thoughtful and comprehensive report, and I'm today accepting in principle 13 recommendations she makes, including on access, volunteering, safeguarding, complaints and governance. Trust should develop policies on visits by celebrities and internet and social media access across hospitals. They should review voluntary service arrangements, safeguarding resources and the consistency of employment practices, ensuring clear executive responsibility. They should consider if policies on the impact of volunteers on a trust's reputation are adequate or not. The Department, with its arm's-length bodies, will examine the possible development of a forum for NHS voluntary service managers, raising awareness of safeguarding referrals amongst NHS employers, and to what extent NHS Trust staff and volunteers should undergo refresher training in safeguarding. I know some trusts who produced reports last summer have started to make improvements. At one trust, they've already encouraged staff to raise concerns, updated the trust's whistleblowing and complaints policy, and published a policy on recruiting and management of volunteers. It is this kind of sensible, swift action that I want to see across the NHS. So I've asked the Chief Executives of Monitor and the TDA to ensure all trusts review their current practice within 3 months against these recommendations, and then write back to me with a summary of plans and progress at each one. These plans will be fed into the government's ongoing work to tackle child sexual exploitation. One welcome practice that Kate Lampard's report highlights is the growth in volunteering to support the work of the NHS. Overall, across the NHS, we estimate there are 78,000 volunteers, including 1,500 at just one trust, King's, in London. They do a magnificent job in improving patient care every single day throughout the NHS. We welcome this civic revolution, and today need to make sure that any safeguards put in place support its future growth by helping to protect the reputation of volunteering as well as the safety of patients. Hard cases make bad law, and it would be the ultimate tragedy if Savills' legacy was to hold back the work of the NHS's true heroes who give so much to their local hospitals by volunteering their time. So whilst I agree that all volunteers working in regulated activity, typically close or unsupervised contact with patients, should have an enhanced DBS check, I'm not today accepting the recommendation that this should apply to all volunteers. As Kate Lampard acknowledges in her report, such a system may not in itself have stopped Savile. Rather, Trust should take a considered approach to checks on all volunteers, particularly using the enhanced DBS service if there's a possibility they'll be asked at a future date to work closely with patients. They should also ensure proper safeguarding procedures are in place locally as well as the DBS process, because it would be wrong to rely on a national database as a substitute for local common sense and vigilance. The report also recommends DBS checks are redone every 3 years. I believe the report is correct to say Trusts must make sure their information on volunteers is up to date, but they can achieve this through asking volunteers to make use of the DBS update service, which enables Trust to check DBS information regularly and avoids volunteers having to go through the DBS process multiple times, and we will be advising all Trusts to do this. Finally, I intend to take action in one area of great concern that the report highlights, namely the responsibility and accountability of staff working with vulnerable people to take appropriate action when alerted to potential abuse. As the report recognises, the government substantially strengthened safeguarding arrangements since these dreadful events. However, it is clear from these reports that there should have been a much stronger incentive on staff and managers to pass the information on so that a proper investigation happened. This is clearly unacceptable, and the government has already said we will consult on introducing a new requirement for mandatory reporting of abuse of children and vulnerable adults. The outcome of such a consultation must take full account of the need to avoid unintended consequences. Let me conclude with a tribute to the victims who've had the courage to come forward. Without them, these investigations would not have been possible. It is our society's shame that you were ignored for so long. But it is a tribute to your bravery that today we can take actions to prevent others going through the misery you have endured. As a result, our NHS will be made safer for thousands of children and vulnerable adults as we learn the uncomfortable lessons from this terrible tragedy. I commend this statement to the House.
Randy Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for his considered and thorough statement, and indeed for his evident concern for the many lives that have been damaged by these vile acts and these systemic failures. He was right to repeat his apology to Savills' many victims and families, and I know the whole House will support his decision in doing so. Can I too add my thanks to all those who have been involved in compiling these reports, particularly Kate Lampard and Ed Marsden for their Lessons Learnt report. Through their diligent work, the full scale and horror of Savills' sickening behaviour across the NHS has finally been laid bare. It literally beggars belief that abuse on this scale, known to so many people, was allowed to go on for so long. But as the analysis of what happened becomes more complete and the full picture emerges, the question that will be growing in the minds of people hearing this news today is this: where is the accountability? That is what victims are crying out for now, and that is what must follow. It now must be the single most important question that occupies the government in dealing with these matters, and indeed must continue to be a priority for the next government and the next Parliament. Much of what is revealed in these reports today confirms what we already knew about a pattern of criminal behaviour in hospitals where patients and victims were not listened to and staff felt unable or unwilling to challenge. But what changes today with the Stoke Mandeville report is that it is now no longer possible to say that while the abuse was widespread, that it was not known to people in senior positions. 9 verbal reports were made and 1 formal complaint. None were acted upon. Why? The questions don't just extend to senior staff at the hospitals. The Secretary of State was right in his statement to raise questions about the role of civil servants and former ministers. And let me quote one of the main observations of the Lessons Learned report, Mr. Speaker. It says this: as the investigations at Broadmoor and at Stoke Mandeville show, Savile's involvement with those hospitals was supported and facilitated by ministers or senior civil servants. We already know that he was appointed by Edwina Curry to the task force that ran Broadmoor between 1988 and 1989. Today's Stoke Mandeville report says, quote, from 1980, Savile's relationship with Stoke Mandeville underwent a significant change when he was appointed by government ministers to fundraise for the new National Spinal Injury Centre. And on this, the Lessons Learned report concludes, and again I quote, in appointing Savile to these roles and in allowing him the licence and free rein he had in exercising those roles, ministers and or civil servants either overrode or failed to observe accepted governance processes. Now, this is an extremely serious finding, Mr. Speaker, and I believe it needs to be acted upon. Of course, I don't expect the Secretary of State to answer it in detail today, and I very much welcome what he said in his statement in facing up to these findings. But will he agree with me today that these findings do point to the need for a more formal process of inquiry with senior people from that time, senior people in the hospitals concerned, senior people in the Department of Health, and indeed former ministers? Knowing what we now know, we simply cannot just leave this here. Victims must have accountability, and that must be our shared goal across this House. Alongside accountability, the victims of Savile also need help. Many lives have been damaged by what happened, as the Secretary of State rightly said, and indeed will never recover. And there's nothing that can be done to heal their pain. But there are things that could help them. In his last statement in this House, he said he would continue to explore compensation for the victims using Savile's estate to fund any claims. Can he update the House on that work? Can he say more about whether the value left in Savile's estate is anywhere near enough to provide adequate compensation to the very many victims of his abuse? And can he say whether he has made any judgment yet on whether there is a need for public funding to help compensate his victims? Today's news will again be distressing for everyone directly affected. So can the Secretary of State say what steps are being taken to offer counselling to victims and indeed other forms of support? Let me turn directly to the Lessons Learned report, Mr. Speaker. While these appalling events come from a very different era, it would be a major mistake for this House, or indeed anybody reading these reports, to think that they have no relevance to today. Let me quote a chilling conclusion from the Lampard and Marsden report. They said, "The evidence we have gathered indicated that there are many elements of the Savile story that could be repeated in future." And we know, Mr. Speaker, that a child cancer specialist from Edinburgh was recently convicted for sexual offences against vulnerable boys as young as 8 in his care. Even though the world was very different in the 1970s and 1980s, it is impossible to read these reports without wondering how so many people could have known what was going on but felt they couldn't do anything about it. It must never again be the case that a member of staff be made to feel unable to speak up for fear of, quote, letting the hospital down. They must at all times feel fully supported in reporting any act of abuse against anybody in the place in which they work. So while we welcome the action that the Secretary of State is taking to support NHS whistleblowers and strengthen their position, we cannot complacently think that this will be enough in these kind of situations. On Monday, the government voted against a new legal requirement for those working in schools, hospitals and childcare settings to report child abuse in institutional settings to the police. The purpose of such a requirement would be to make sure no professional ever felt they should protect the reputation of the institution rather than protecting a child or pursuing the truth. Now, I listened carefully to what the Secretary of State said on this today, and he said that there would now be a process of consultation on a proposed mandatory reporting duty. That indeed is a step forward, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome it. And I understand why the government would want to consult, because of the effect that such a requirement could have on the way an organisation works. But can I push him a little further and say this should be not an open-ended consultation, but a consultation leading to a firm commitment to legislate at the earliest opportunity, if not in this, but in the next Parliament. That, I believe, is the growing will of this House, and I believe it will be the growing will of the next. Can I turn to vetting and barring? And again, the Secretary of State made some welcome proposals in this area. Indeed, Kate Lampard highlighted this area as an area that needed new focus. There is a concern that changes to the vetting and barring scheme in this Parliament have significantly weakened its ability to protect children from convicted sex offenders. And there is a concern that some offenders are now being left off the list, or there is now a limit to the number of roles that for which they can be checked against. And therefore, the potential for offenders gaining access to vulnerable people has increased. Now, can I just ask the Secretary of State to look again at those proposals that have been made by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Health Secretary, and ensure that the Shadow Home Secretary, and ensure that every possible step is being taken to close any possible loophole that could be exploited by a sex offender. As Kate Lampard rightly says, in the coming era, hospitals are going to have to be more reliant on the work of volunteers and of fundraising, and that is the context that we will have in the NHS for some considerable time. And in that context, there will be the need for greater checks to ensure that those who are taking part in that volunteering or in that fundraising are appropriate people to have roles within any hospital organisation. So can I ask him to ensure that the vetting and barring scheme is up to that task and we don't leave any loopholes for convicted paedophiles or sex offenders to exploit? In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, these are painful, appalling and sickening events that are a dark chapter in the history of the NHS and indeed of our country. We applaud the Secretary of State and the Government for their commitment and their thoroughness in facing up to these events of our past. Can I assure him of our full support in bringing accountability for the victims and redress, and ensuring that whatever we can do across the floor of this House is done to ensure that these kind of events can never take place again in our National Health Service.
Well, can I thank the Shadow Health Secretary for his constructive comments. And I think this is an area where the whole House will come together to make sure that all the necessary lessons are learned. And can I particularly echo his praise for the very thorough reports that were done 44 reports in total, painstaking work, very difficult work, and the superb job done by Kate Lampard and Ed Marsden in bringing them all together and thinking about the lessons that need to be learned. And I think he is right to say that she says very clearly that whilst she doesn't think there would be another incident like this in the future, elements of this could happen, and it would be a mistake to say that this is all about stopping another Savile. We need to think more broadly about how abuse could take place in a modern context and make sure that we learn broader lessons, and indeed are learning those lessons with respect to things that have happened in Rotherham and Rochdale and other places as well. He's right about the role of accountability, and I think that is something that clearly needs to be much, much better than it currently is. Let me answer him very directly. Why was nothing done? I think the report makes it clear why nothing was done, and this is the tragedy. The report says that it was Savile's importance to those institutions, particularly at Stoke Mandeville, in fundraising, and also his celebrity, that made people afraid to speak out, and we should remember that many people have still not spoken out in all likelihood, but also made it less likely that something would be done when they did speak out, and that is what must never ever be allowed to happen again. The criticism of ministers and civil servants, the report actually doesn't directly criticise ministers and civil servants for the abuse. It says there's no evidence that they had any knowledge of this. But we have to recognise that the system itself was flawed so that abuse didn't ever reach the ears of ministers and people who were making these decisions about Savile's influence. What the report does say is that it was questionable whether processes should have been overridden, particularly with respect to financial propriety. The role that Savile was given in constructing the new spinal injury centre at Stoke Mandeville was smoothed over as quickly as it could because people thought that he was going to be able to bring a lot of money to the table and that he would walk, those were the words of the civil servants, if there were any bureaucratic obstacles put in his way. That was wrong, and we can see that, and it's vital that we learn the lessons. He asked about the value in the Savile estate. Well, the value in the estate and in his charities, still £40 million remaining under management in his charities, that will be made available for claims made by Savile's victims, and if that isn't enough, the government will pick up any further claims through the NHS Litigation Authority. And I can confirm that any counselling the victims need will be made available to them by the NHS. The issue of mandatory reporting, I don't think there's any disagreement in principle about this, but I want to explain to him why it is important to have a proper consultation, which is why it wasn't the right thing to pass this into law as soon as last week. And it's really this, that whilst we all want to make sure that there is a proper, strong incentive on people who are responsible for the care of vulnerable adults and children to report any concerns that are raised to them and make sure that something is done if any allegations are made, we also want to avoid the unintended consequences that might happen if such legislation was badly drafted. And in particular, it's really important that we protect the ability of professionals to make judgments on their assessment of what is actually happening. And we want to avoid the risk that the processes that are followed and the ultimate decisions that are made are actually not ones that are in the best interests of the children or vulnerable adults concerned, because people are following a legalistic process, not what is right on the ground. And no one would want that to happen, but that's why it's important that we get the legislation exactly right. But I do confirm to him that following that consultation, which we will do as soon as possible, we will legislate if necessary. I also think it's important to say that there is a role for the professional codes in this, because it's also about the correct professional ethics. And as we have changed professional codes for doctors and nurses following the Francis report to encourage them to speak out, I think there may well be lessons that need to be learned. With respect to the operation of the DBS system, of course we will look closely at what the Shadow Home Secretary is suggesting about her concerns. But there is a very big improvement that's been made with the new DBS system as compared to the old CRB system, which is the update service, which means that if volunteers subscribe to this, and we're recommending today that all trusts ask volunteers to subscribe to this as a condition of them volunteering, that the...
Order. Can I just point out to the House, these are extremely important matters of the highest sensitivity, and I appreciate the solicitousness with which the Secretary of State is treating them. But we have two heavily subscribed debates to which we have to progress. And before that, a statement by the Honourable Gentleman Member for Malden, who chairs the Culture, Media and Sports Select Committee. The front bench exchanges so far have taken up half an hour. It's too long. And therefore I should be most grateful for the cooperation of the Secretary of State if he feels that he can pithily draw his remarks to a close and we can get on to the questioning of honourable members from the back benches. That will be a great advance for the House and possibly for civilisation. The Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did want to give a full response to the Shadow Health Secretary, but I'm happy to address any other concerns he has at a later stage.
Dr. Sarah Wollaston.
The Secretary of State set out in the starkest terms the extent of the vile abuse perpetrated by Savile. But it's chilling also to note in Kate Lampard's excellent report that 60 to 90% of abuse of children is still going unreported. And those who perpetrated are very adept at adapting their mechanisms. And one recommendation that she refers to in recommendation 9 is the extent to which abusers will use social media to abuse children on hospital sites. Could the Secretary of State also update the House whether or not he's going to implement recommendation 9 in the report and how that will take place?
Yes, we are. It's very important. We are absolutely accepting the principle that all hospitals must have explicit policies on the use of social media to do everything we can. It's difficult to stop people going onto Facebook, but when it comes to, for example, internet access by children, there are things that you can do, and we will absolutely be implementing that recommendation.
Fabian Hamilton.
Mr. Speaker, as Savile's former Member of Parliament, the Secretary of State may imagine that Leeds North East has its fair share of victims. One such victim approached me recently in great distress because after decades following the abuse as a child by Savile, having given his story to the police, it wasn't a complete story. And then subsequently, when he was interviewed by NHS staff, they didn't believe his story because it was inconsistent, owing to the fear of decades after the abuse. Will he reassure my constituent and many others like him that this man, this victim, will not become a victim twice?
Well, look, I have great sympathy for his constituent, and I think the point he makes is a very important one, that because this information was not collated centrally, I think there are a number of reports that you might have been sceptical about if you'd read them in isolation, but if you read them together with other reports, you can see a pattern there, and therefore you can conclude, as the investigation does, that these incidents did take place. And I think that is one of the big learning points we have to make sure to collate the information that different victims make at different times so that proper judgments and action can be taken.
This is Gerald Gillan.
It has been truly sickening to read the reports that show how over 2 decades money, influence, celebrity and people being starstruck could allow Savile the licence to serially abuse so many people, particularly in our local Buckinghamshire hospital at Stoke Mandeville. And I really welcome the apology from the Secretary of State and also from our local Chief Executive Officer, Anne Eden, who has given a heartfelt apology and praised the courage of those in coming forward. Can I press the Secretary of State further on mandatory reporting? I think it is exceedingly important that we start that consultation as rapidly as possible. And in the discussions on the Serious Crime Bill, it was obvious that the clause that was put forward was flawed in many ways. When can he start this consultation? When will the terms of reference be available? And will he now undertake to legislate as soon as there are results from that consultation?
I can certainly give that undertaking. We will start the consultation as soon as possible, and if the conclusion is legislation, we will legislate as soon as possible. I hope she does understand, though, there is a great deal of complexity in getting this right. It's very important to talk to victims. It's very important to talk to people who are looking at the evidence of mandatory reporting, which happens in other parts of the world with very mixed results. And most importantly, we want to avoid the unintended consequence of a decision being taken against the interests of a child or vulnerable person because people are following a legalistic process which undermines the proper professional judgment made on the ground.
Kerry McCarthy.
Sheer scale of this, the number of assaults, the range of victims and locations, I think everyone will agree is just horrific. And as has already been said, the report states that 60 to 90% of current assaults on children are probably going unreported. Does the Health Secretary not think that better sex and relationships education in school, indeed compulsory SRE in schools, would mean that children are more likely to come forward, and also, importantly, that their parents, once they've gone through that education at schools, would be more likely to believe them?
I do think it's very important to have good sex education in schools, and I do think it's very important that we make sure that all children understand when a boundary has been crossed and when they need to speak out, and I think that is an important lesson from this report.
Robert Jenrick.
Thank you. Can I draw the House's attention to another report published today, that concerning Rampton Hospital in my constituency, that Jimmy Savile was given almost unrestricted access to one of the UK's most highly secure hospitals adds another layer to the whole matter. This hospital contains some of the UK's most dangerous patients. One of the most concerning issues in the Rampton report was that for staff his activities were described as an open secret, but that management may not have known about it. If that finding is credible, and it doesn't ring true with the colleagues at the hospital that I've spoken to, but if it is to be believed, then would the Secretary of State give thought and resources to how we can deal with whistleblowing and reporting in these most closed and secretive environments where they seem to be most important to have an open culture?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend speaks very wisely, and there were 4 separate disclosures of sexually inappropriate behaviour by Savile in separate incidents, not with patients, but indeed with other people, including a young child. And he's absolutely right. It isn't just about mandatory reporting. It's also about making sure that when that reporting happens by a member of staff, something actually happens. And that's part of the reason why we need to do this consultation properly, because it is about making sure that the right actions are taken by people who are able to take those actions, something which clearly didn't happen.
Paul Flynn.
On 11 different occasions, Savile attended New Year's Eve parties at 10 Downing Street. He was honoured, knighted and lionised by the establishment. They might not have known, but the unanswered question is, why didn't the intelligence and security services warn? Why did they constantly give him clearance, not only to mix with prime ministers and royalty, but to allow him to prey on these defenceless innocents?
Well, the reason, I think, is that the security services wouldn't have known about this, because I think what the report makes clear is that where people did speak out about concerns, nothing was done. And that is what is so unacceptable, and that's what we have to change. And he was a national celebrity who was treated as such by the establishment at the time, the establishment not having any idea of this evil abuse that was happening.
Dominic Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very grateful to hear the Secretary of State's statement, and I'm sure it will provide reassurance in my constituency, which is served also by Stoke Mandeville, that these terrible events and the underlying issues beneath them will be properly addressed. Can I just urge the Secretary of State that one of the points which seems to me to emerge from this report is that common sense was suspended in this period.
And when we look at putting in systems, whether it's enhancing vetting or trying to make sure that volunteers are properly screened, none of those are ultimately going to make a difference unless the overall culture, which is there for the promotion and protection of the patient, is so well ingrained that people exercise common sense in ensuring that that protection is provided. And I think the most worrying aspect of this report is to see the way in which this was totally lost over a prolonged period.
I think he's absolutely right. And that's why we need to be very careful in any way that we change the law on mandatory reporting, that we don't inadvertently give licence to the suspension of common sense. And that's actually why we also decided not to accept only one recommendation, which was the mandatory DBS checks for all volunteers in hospitals, even if they're not in close contact with patients. Because we do think it's important that common sense and vigilance at a local level is going to be one of the key ways that we stop this happening again.
Tim Lawson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Savile revelations never cease to amaze and shock, but aren't they in some respects a distraction from the bigger issues? One, that the vast majority of abusers are not celebrities, but aren't the bigger issues here the mindset that said when concerns were raised, oh, it's just Jimmy, the fact that police were told to turn a blind eye, and suggestions that there were other doctors and clinicians who were also active paedophiles, who were also complicit in his abuse in some way. So isn't the bigger issue the institutional conspiracy into this abuse? And how would this report feed into the essential inquiry now underway with Justice Lau Goddard?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think what we are announcing today will be fed very, very closely into the report that the Home Office is currently overseeing. But I think he makes a very important point, because there are clearly some things when you read that report that wouldn't happen today. And I think we can be confident that the culture across the NHS and social services has changed significantly in a very positive way. So there's much greater awareness of safeguarding issues. But there are also other things that report said, elements of those things could happen today, and that's why it's so important that we learn the necessary lessons.
Duncan Haynes.
Madam Deputy Speaker, these reports make clear that ministers' appointment and use of Savile was improper and often contrary to advice from clinicians and officials. He knew how to pin people to the wall and get from them what he wanted. He'd had a look at everything he could use to blackmail the POA. I thought it was a pretty classy piece of operation, was a quote given to the investigation last year by Minister Curry. Ministers Vaughan and Jenkin appointed Jimmy Savile to oversee the rebuilding of the National Spinal Injuries Centre, contrary to advice, we are told in today's report, from officials who thought that it would be better for those funds to be spent on centres of expertise around the country. Isn't it critically important that we understand these governance failures in this sorry saga, and that insight feeds into the work of the Goddard inquiry?
Of course, it's very important that we learn the governance record, the lessons that can be learned with respect to governance. But I would say to him that the report is actually very careful. It doesn't use the word improper in relation to the behaviour by ministers or civil servants. It actually says that they acted reasonably, but it does raise some very important questions, and I hope he will be reassured by the tone of my statement that I'm not seeking to duck the fact that there are clearly questions as to whether ministers and civil servants behaved in the appropriate way, and it's very important that we do learn the lessons from what went wrong.
Philip Lee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I represent the constituency that is the home to Broadmoor Hospital, and I worked at Stoke Mandeville Hospital for 2 years in the early part of this century, so I've taken a deep personal interest in this. What strikes me is that I just find it very difficult to comprehend or indeed accept that senior managers and clinicians were not aware of these allegations. And in fact, reading today's report of Stoke Mandeville, it's quite striking that there's no mention that I can find as yet of any clinician by name. Can the Secretary of State assure me that going forward, looking to the future, that named individuals are given the responsibility to prevent this from happening in the future, and that if those named individuals fail in that responsibility, there is an impact upon them, their careers, their pensions and the like.
The report does very clearly say that every trust must have a named individual, a director who is responsible for safeguarding. One can draw one's own conclusions about whether senior management knew or not. The report was unable to find evidence that that was the case, but nor did it say that it wasn't the case. And the clear suspicion that one comes away with having read that report is that senior management may not have wanted to hear the things that they were being told because of his importance in fundraising and possibly because of his celebrity status as well. And that's what we must make sure never happens again.
Steve Baker.
With Stoke Mandeville serving my constituents, I was reassured to hear that under the present culture, these appalling circumstances are not likely to be repeated. But can my right honourable friend reassure me that it is now far more likely that we'll see prosecutions within the lifetimes of perpetrators, rather than seeing this horrific clean-up exercise after the fact of a perpetrator's death? I do believe that is the case, and as he's mentioned, Buckinghamshire Healthcare Trust, which includes Stoke Mandeville, I do just want to put on record that I think that hospital has made huge progress in turning around and improving its culture, coming out of special measures last year, and I think the staff and management are to be congratulated. And I think his constituents can be very confident, although things are not perfect there, that huge progress is being made to improve standards.
Tessamont.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the report and I support mandatory reporting and look forward to having some serious progress in this respect. Staff and volunteers in all sorts of settings need reporting, the ability to report outside of their organisation, and where the state's a corporate parent or a carer or provider of an extended home setting, it's really important that young and vulnerable people can actually find some way of reporting outside. I'd ask him to consider whether he would be willing to strengthen the role, in conjunction with other Secretaries of State, for the LADO. For all of those, already we know that people in schools and colleges can go to the LADO, but surely that would be appropriate for health and care settings, for homes, for prisons, for the armed forces, and anywhere else where there are younger and vulnerable people. The benefit is, of course, that the LADO is perceived as independent, and there's someone outside the employer's strict reporting guidelines, and gives a better chance for victims to be heard and for action to be taken and lessons to be learned.
Well, I'm very happy to look into that, but hospitals do have a responsibility themselves to go to the LADO if there is an incident affecting one of their volunteers or one of their staff, and the report makes it very clear that they should exercise those responsibilities with great diligence, but I'm happy to look into the idea that patients should have that access as well.
Matthew Walford.
Mr Deputy Speaker. This morning, a legal representative of the survivors group raised the concern that she had evidence that it had been reported to senior management of offences being committed at Stoke Mandeville by Savile. Given that, can the Secretary of State please advise if that opens up the NHS itself to compensation claims, or can he ensure that any damages that are bought actually fall upon the Savile estate?
Secretary of State.
I can tell him that we have already paid compensation claims, and initially those claims will be taken from the Savile estate and the money left in the Savile charities, but if there's any if they prove not to be enough, we would pay it from the NHS Litigation Authority. The report isn't able to confirm the extent to which senior management knew or didn't know about these allegations. So it's difficult to make progress on the specific point, but that doesn't stop people being able to make a claim and receive compensation.
And finally, Mr Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I echo the Secretary of State's praise for those involved in this meticulous investigation and report. But does he acknowledge the concern that there are many victims of sexual abuse in other organisations and institutions that have not involved a celebrity? And I have in my possession a letter from 1993 sent from a Barnardo's project worker in Leeds to Leeds City Council, which blames a constituent of mine for her own rape. Nothing was done to protect her. The abuse continued, and that offence was not reported to the police. Clearly that wouldn't happen now, but there are still victims who are not having their cases looked at, and they are not getting justice. And what does he suggest can be done about that?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think a lot of things, and that's really what this morning is all about, but in particular the whole issue of mandatory reporting, so that reporting incidents becomes the norm and not the exception. That's clearly an area where culture has to change. We have to find the right way to do that. But also, if we get this culture right, we should be able, and this must be the ultimate objective of all this work, to stop these incidents happening in the first place. And if people had acted earlier on the suspicions that they had about Savile, then a lot of victims would have been spared the torment that they subsequently had to endure. And I think that is what the biggest tragedy of all of this is, that it happened over decades, and nothing was done. And that's what we need to make sure never happens again.
We now come to the Select Committee statement, and I will briefly remind the House of what is still a fairly new procedure in these matters. Mr. John Whittingdale will speak on his subject for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of his statement, I will call members to put questions on the subject of the statements and call Mr. Whittingdale to respond to these in turn, as we do in a normal statement. Members can expect to be called only once, as we do in a normal statement, and interventions should be questions and should be brief. The honourable gentleman challenges me. They should be brief. The front bench may briefly take part in questioning, of which we all look forward to that. I call Mr. John Whittingdale, Chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to present to the House the report of the committee on the future of the BBC. This has been a major inquiry for us. It began well over a year ago, and I'd like to express my thanks to my colleagues on the committee, to our clerks and to our specialist advisor, Mr. Ray Gallagher. As is well known, the BBC Charter expires at the end of 2016, and the renewal process provides an opportunity to examine all aspects of the BBC, its scale, its scope, its governance and its funding. And since the last Charter renewal, huge changes have taken place in the way in which people watch television and in the media landscape. At the time of the last Charter renewal, most households only had access to 4 channels. Since then, we've had analogue switch-off, so that now everybody has access to digital channels numbering 40 or more. Many have the opportunity to have catch-up television through the iPlayer or some of the new streaming services. So the whole media landscape looks very different to how it did 10 years before. Now, the Secretary of State has said that he believes that it will be essentially a matter for the next government to consider the future of the BBC and the Charter renewal, and I understand his reason for that. But the committee does point out that the last time there was an independent review panel set up under Lord Burns, which conducted a very long and public consultation before reaching conclusions. And we believe that this is such an important matter that a similar process should take place this time, and there is no reason why that could not be initiated as soon as possible. Either way, I hope that the report that we have produced will essentially set the agenda for the forthcoming debate. There is no question that the BBC produces many outstanding programmes. A large number of our witnesses said to us that it is the finest broadcaster in the world. Its reach is 96%, it has an unrivalled reputation for accuracy and impartiality, and is hugely respected. However, any organisation that gets £4 billion of public money should be subject to close scrutiny, and there have also been significant failures in recent times. The episodes of executive payoffs and pensions, severance payments, the loss of £100 million on the Digital Media Initiative, the disastrous acquisition and then sale of Lonely Planet, and of course the editorial failures around the programmes on first Jimmy Savile and then Lord McAlpine. So when we came to look at the BBC, the first thing one needs to ask is what is it there to do? And there are 6 stated public purposes, which are pretty broad and uncontroversial. We did think that they could be expanded to take in the issue of training and development of skills and the need for collaboration and partnership. But when we came on to look at the scale of the BBC, what the BBC does, we were unconvinced that by the argument that it should continue to try to provide something for everyone. Instead, we said that its principal focus should be on its public service remit, and it should not be afraid to do less where the market is clearly providing a large amount of existing content. Now, the BBC has already embarked on some radical thinking, which we welcome. It has, for instance, decided to move BBC Three to become a purely online service, and that is something which we generally support. BBC Three has cost something like £1 billion over the decade that it's been in existence, and yet it has not been particularly successful in reaching its target audience. So it is right to look at other means of doing that. We do not support, however, the proposal that in its place there should be a BBC 1+1 service, particularly at a time when people can already see programmes that they happen to have missed through other means like catch-up services on the iPlayer. We welcome the moves to remove the in-house production guarantee and to open up all BBC commissioning to competition. And in doing that, we also support allowing a separate BBC production house to compete for other commissions from other broadcasters. However, if the BBC production unit is to remain within the BBC, there must be full transparency and no cross-subsidy in order that there is fair competition with the independent production sector. At the same time, we think the time has come for the Charter Review to take in a review of the terms of trade. Again, there have been huge changes since they were originally put in place, with a large number of acquisitions of independent production companies by American studios, and the time has come to just have a look at that again. We do want to see more partnership and more collaboration with the private sector. Specifically, we would like to see more support given to local media. Local media play a vital role in supporting local democracy and ensuring that electors are aware of what is happening in the council chambers, in the local courts, and yet, because of the economic conditions, that is now, in many cases, no longer happening. And we see a role for the BBC in supporting that, possibly through the use of some licence fee payers' money to go to support local media, but also perhaps by extending the independent production quota to cover local news. However, the 2 key areas are those of governance and funding. On governance, almost every single witness that we heard from was highly critical of the trust model. Not only is there an inbuilt conflict between the 2 roles of acting as a regulator and arbitrator of complaints against being the highest level of oversight and management of the BBC, there is a confusion over its responsibilities. We have seen arguments in public between the Director General and the Chairman of the Trust, and we have also seen the management failures to which I have already referred. The committee was clear that the Trust should be abolished. In its place, we believe there should be a unitary board with a non-executive chairman and a majority of non-executive directors. Responsibility for all aspects of the BBC's operation would lie with that board, just as it does in many other big organisations. We accept there does still need to be some external scrutiny, but we are determined that we are not wanting to recreate the BBC Trust by a different name. We suggest there could be a public service broadcasting commission, much smaller, to scrutinise the overall strategic plan of the BBC and to assess its performance, and to determine the public funding and possibly withhold it if in the event of failure. We think the NAO should be given unfettered access. The Controller and Auditor General complained of the difficulties that he still has, and we see no reason why the NAO should not have statutory access. And we also believe that Ofcom should have responsibility for all content regulation. Finally, on funding, which is always going to be the most controversial area. The licence fee is simple, it is universal, It arguably maintains arm's-length independence from government. But at the same time, it is regressive, it is compulsory, it's expensive to collect. So we looked at various alternatives. In the short term, we found that there is no realistic alternative to some form of licence fee or household tax. We do support some changes. We think that it should immediately be amended so that it covers catch-up services as well as live broadcasting. And we also see the case for decriminalisation of failure to pay the licence. The existing penalties which are in place today are anachronistic and disproportionate. But we do think that if decriminalisation takes place, there may be a risk of much greater evasion. And so to address this, we see the case for a move towards a household levy, perhaps similar to the German model, which would be simpler to collect and much harder to avoid. In the longer term, as viewing habits change, we think that the licence fee becomes harder to sustain and justify. And we think that we should at least consider introducing an element of subscription to give viewers the choice of whether or not they wish to subscribe to all of the BBC's services. There would still need to be public finance for the core services, radio, news, public service programming. But the more premium content, if you like, would be available as a matter of choice for the viewer through a subscription model. That will need conditional access technology in the home, and it certainly cannot be put in place immediately. But that is the direction in which we believe the government should begin to look as we begin this process of the Charter renewal. I would like again to thank my colleagues for their assistance and contribution. We have had some fierce arguments in the committee, and we did not always obtain agreement on every point. But I do hope that this report will stand as a working document to allow the debate, which is extremely important, on the role of the BBC in our country. And that debate is now starting and will continue, I have no doubt, until Charter renewal at the end of 2016.
Ben Bragg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the honourable member agree that broadcasting and the creative industries more generally are one of the things that we in Britain do extremely well, and that politicians tamper with our successful mixed economy in which the BBC is at the centre at their peril? So will he join me in urging all the political parties to make quite clear their intentions towards the BBC in their manifestos, so that the British public who value the BBC and its public service ethos can make an informed choice when they cast their votes on May the 7th?
Well, I'd like to thank the right honourable gentleman for the part he played in preparing of this report, which was considerable. I agree with him about the importance of the creative industries, and that's something that the Select Committee has concentrated on. I don't entirely agree with him on his second point, because I do think that it is important there should now be a genuine debate, and that we should have a public consultation. We have recommended an independent review panel, and you rather preempt all of that if the political parties then set out their conclusions in their manifestos, which is going to be published in about 4 or 5 weeks' time.
Damien Green.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the All-Party BBC Group, can I congratulate my right honourable friend and his committee, particularly on their ideas for preserving a universal funding mechanism at a time when the licence fee becomes technologically more difficult to justify, because it is that universal funding mechanism that has given the basis for all the good things about the BBC that he and his committee rightly praised. If we do preserve the universal funding, as I hope we do, has he considered the importance of the BBC working in partnership more in the future, particularly with local newspaper groups, to preserve other aspects of the media culture, such as local news, which are financially more fragile than they used to be?
I very much agree with my honourable friend. We did make it clear that we see a greater role for partnership arrangements between the BBC and private sector organisations, and I welcome the fact that the Director General has already indicated that that is something, that's a direction he wants to move. But I also, as I suggested earlier, I very strongly agree with him about the need to find ways of supporting local media, which are under tremendous pressure, and I think the BBC has a very important role to play in this.
Mike Weir.
Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm slightly concerned about what the honourable gentleman said about a household levy in respect to replace the licensing fee. Whatever the difficulties of the licensing fee are, there are many people who don't have a television licence or for various reasons don't want to watch the BBC. I think there's a real danger if we go down the household levy way. We're looking at creating a BBC poll tax.
Well, the household levy, which would be a short-term measure to deal with this problem of evasion, is actually just a small change to a way of collecting the licence fee. The licence fee is essentially a household levy, but it's one where there is quite a high evasion rate, which could increase if there were decriminalisation. The one area where the honourable gentleman is correct is that there are some people who say that they don't ever watch the BBC, they never listen to BBC radio, they never go online to access BBC services, and therefore they don't pay the licence fee. I have to say, since 96% of the population have the television, BBC television, and then beyond that I suspect a lot more have BBC radio, I think the number we are talking about is very, very small. And I think that there is a case, arguably, that the BBC, what the BBC provides in terms of public service content, is something that is good for society, it is good for the nation, and it's right that everybody should contribute towards that.
Angie Bray.
Thank you. Can I congratulate my honourable friend on his chairmanship of our committee and the publication of this report. I'm delighted to see that it recognises the inexorable move towards subscription television. I do believe people should pay for what they want to watch rather than what they don't. But can I express my reservations about this suggestion of some kind of household levy? In my view, I am uneasy about creating new taxes which are easier to create than to abolish. And could I ask my honourable friend if he doesn't concede that there is some danger that this could itself endanger the independence of the BBC and actually make it more dependent on politicians?
Well, I don't want to overstate the household levy because it is essentially the licence fee by a different name. The reason you attach it to a household is in order to make it easier to collect than the existing rather draconian process, which also suffers from an evasion rate which could increase with decriminalisation. But in terms of the setting of the level, the report does make clear that we see a role for the new Public Service Broadcasting Commission in assessing the amount needed to provide the services the BBC is there to produce. And I don't think there is any greater danger of political interference or government involvement than there is already under the process of setting the licence fee.
Paul Farrelly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the first time, very sadly, that I've voted against a report in my 10 years on the committee, and that's only because I disagree very strongly with the proposed replacement for the BBC Trust. The Chair and the majority's preferences in the report is for an off-beeb, less involved up front, more of an after-the-fact regulator. But would the Chair agree that another possible model could be a strong ex-ante regulator, as proposed by Lord Burns and reflected in my amendments printed at the back, because, in the words of David Lidderman, a founding member of the Trust, the BBC is simply too big and important a beast for light-touch regulation?
Well, I first of all say that I share the honourable gentleman's sadness that he was unable to support us. It was interesting that 3 of my colleagues felt unable to support the final conclusions in our report, but I think it's fair to say that each of them did so for entirely different reasons. It wasn't necessarily a meeting of minds. On the point he makes, there is going to be a lot of argument about the different models, and we did see a lot of attraction in the original proposals made by Lord Burns, and I think most of us, I suspect all of us, think that it was actually a pity that the last government didn't adopt the Burns model rather than create this rather unsatisfactory BBC Trust. However, the BBC Trust has failed, and we don't want to create a body that basically is another BBC Trust, which is why his idea of the ex-ante regulator is, I think, in danger of falling into that trap, and why, personally, I think there needs to be a very clear responsibility for the oversight and running of the BBC, and a single unitary board is the best way of achieving that.
Philip Davis.
Can I commend my honourable friend? He's an outstanding chairman of the Select Committee and a perfect illustration of why the two-term rule for Select Committee chairman should be scrapped immediately. But He will be aware that I was in a minority of one for calling for the licence fee to be replaced by subscription. But given the number of channels that are now available for people to watch, and for those of us who believe in freedom of choice, surely we must believe that those who want to watch the BBC should be able to do so and pay for it, and those who don't want to watch the BBC shouldn't have to pay for it and can exercise that choice too. Hasn't the time come for that? And if this licence fee represents such wonderful value for money as the BBC tell us, surely they've nothing to fear from going to a subscription model, because presumably everyone will be queuing round the corner to buy their subscription.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, who has always acted as my Thatcherite conscience on the committee. And I do have quite a lot of sympathy with what he says. However, I would make just two observations. Firstly, we're not yet able to move to a subscription model because it will require big changes, such as the installation of conditional access in every household before that is possible. But also, I think there will always be some content which should be provided and publicly financed. Because there are certain things which might not necessarily be viable simply on a subscription basis, but nevertheless are important for the public good. And therefore I think there will always be an element of public finance, but a growing proportion by subscription is something that I can see certainly attractions in moving in that direction.
Dame Anne Begg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The BBC is different, and that's why it should be funded differently, and I think most people accept that. But it's always struck me that actually a subscription, if we go down the subscription route, there are actually more negatives than positives compared to the present licence fee. And I wonder whether the committee actually found out about the negatives to a subscription, and what would the problems be if we did move over to a subscription system.
Well, we took evidence from a large number of people, and certainly there were a number of our witnesses who were not in favour of a subscription model. I think that their argument can best be summed up in the sort of shorthand phrase, paying more and getting less. That's the BBC's argument. I'm not convinced, because at the same time, I agree with the BBC that they produce outstanding programmes which are extremely popular, and I tend to sympathise with the argument of my honourable friend that actually, because they are so good, the vast majority of people would choose to go on paying in order that they could receive them. So I don't think there would be a massive drop, but I think it's an important principle that people should, where possible, have the choice as to whether or not they pay.
John Leach.
Deputy Speaker, we disagree with the long-term future of the licence fee and whether non-payment of the licence fee should be decriminalised. But does the Chairman accept that moves to decriminalise non-payment before 2017 would be contrary to the agreement reached with the BBC in 2010, that the BBC accepted a licence fee freeze in return for guaranteed funding? Given that the committee found clear evidence that decriminalisation would lead to more evasion and therefore less money for the BBC, surely that is in contradiction to the agreement reached in 2010.
Well, as my old friend knows, the committee has concerns about the consequences of decriminalisation, which is why we said that there needed to be other measures to try and prevent an increase in evasion. And I think this matter is now under consultation. It will take some time. In practice, I think it probably will be. It certainly should be part of the Charter renewal process. Whether or not we need to wait till the end of 2016 before decriminalising will be a matter for probably the next government to decide.
Paul Flynn.
Does the report recognise the unique character of the BBC, that's made a priceless contribution to Welsh culture and language, and also given us the most trusted news service because of its duty of balance, which must greatly irritate the Daily Mail and the Daily Express? And can we take it that this report from the committee isn't influenced by the scurrilous accusation made against the member in a tabloid when he was first appointed to work for Margaret Thatcher, where he was described as Thatcher's toy boy?
I'm afraid the honourable gentleman is correct. It was a very long time ago, and I rather hoped everybody that he had forgotten that particular headline. However, of course, I would just say to the honourable gentleman that we do, I didn't mention it in my statement, but of course we do recognise the important role of the BBC, not just in providing BBC Wales and Welsh programming there, but also in supporting S4C, which was, of course, creation of a Conservative government. And that is very important. And the BBC's reputation for accurate news reporting is something that I think is absolutely essential, and I don't think any of the committee would want to ever see that put in jeopardy.
Bob Neal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would my right honourable friend recognise that one advantage of decriminalisation will be that many magistrates and their staff would welcome this, as it would save their workload being clogged up by cases which are very often uncontested and result in non-appearances, but which take up court time and money. On the other hand, in relation to the household levy, would he recognise that there has been concern amongst local authorities that one idea that was posited, that it might be collected either using their resources, perhaps along with the council tax bill, and it would be unfair, perhaps, to force hard-working local councils who have kept down council tax then to be the vehicle for passing on a levy over which they have no control.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend on both points. With regard to the collection mechanism, at the moment it costs something like £100 million to collect, and certainly if we move to a different system, perhaps attaching to the council tax, I would have thought that we could probably provide an incentive to councils to do that, take on that responsibility, and still save money on the existing £100 million. His point about magistrates' courts is entirely right. It's something like 150,000 convictions every year for failure to have a licence. That does clog up the courts. It's one of the many reasons why I think there is a strong case for decriminalisation.
Steve Rotherham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I found myself in the invidious position of actually agreeing with something that the member for Shipley said, but only in as much as that I agree that the term of the chair of the DCMS Select Committee should be extended. In regard to everything else, bar me. Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Shipley actually argued that we should be looking at a voluntary subscription model. I'm sure that would work well because everybody likes to pay taxes, don't they? So really, the BBC in its current form would not exist under what I was going to say, Mr Davis, what the member for Shipley said. We visited several European cities and looked at their models, and despite what has been said on the benches opposite, actually the PSBs over there who'd moved to a hypothecated tax system such as the household levy actually saw increases, not decreases, in the amount of revenue that they received. Would the chair of the committee agree that this model that we've suggested strikes a balance and gives some time for a review of what might be better for the BBC to take it into the latter part, the next part of the 21st century?
I'm grateful to my honourable gentleman. I think what he has illustrated is I hope, true for all select committees, which is that whilst there may be quite strong disagreements within the committee, they are conducted on a very friendly basis. On the point he makes, I entirely agree with. We were impressed by the model that has been adopted in Germany, and actually, rather to their surprise, it has led to an increase in revenue because the previous system had a higher level of evasion than I think that even they realised at the time.
Matthew Offwood.
Deputy Speaker, I worked at the BBC for 9 years and in 2007 moved from news to production onto the strategy side. And I set myself the task of asking the question, is the licence fee sustainable in the digital age? I think the report today gives me that answer, which is not. But what I found that the biggest roadblock to any kind of reform is the BBC itself. There is a culture there of dependency and entitlement to the licence fee that simply won't go away.
I have to say I have some sympathy with the comments of my honourable friend. We did find it slightly odd that the BBC, when appearing before us, said that they had an open mind about the governance structure, about the scope and scale, but the one thing on which they were absolutely certain was that the licence fee had to stay. And I think there is resistance, and that's perhaps reflected in the comments that we've already heard from the BBC. But he draws on his experience working at the BBC, and I thank him for his support for what we've said.
Philip Hollowburn.
I commend my honourable friend for being an exemplary Select Committee chairman and also commend him on his superb report. The report confirms the power of BBC News, and it says that last year 82% of UK adults consumed BBC News across television, radio and online. Given the power of BBC's news coverage, isn't it even more important that the Trust, or whatever successor body, enforces the BBC's own guidelines about fair news coverage? And in particular, the BBC's own 2005 Wilson report, saying that the BBC needs to do far more to accurately represent the range of opinions in this country on our membership of the European Union, and that the BBC is far too pro-European in its news coverage. What does my honourable friend say in response to that?
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend because he allows me to talk about another very important point in the report. At the moment, questions over accuracy and impartiality are dealt with. Complaints are dealt with by the BBC Trust, and I think there is dissatisfaction with the fact that the BBC is judging itself. We make clear that we think that should change, and that with the abolition of the BBC Trust, responsibility for all content regulation, including complaints about accuracy and impartiality, should go to Ofcom. Ofcom already carries out that function for Channel 4, and we see no reason why they can't do it for the BBC.
Sarah Wollaston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following on from my honourable friend's point about a diversity of views, would my honourable friend agree that too much of our news coverage comes from an entirely metropolitan focus? And is he able to elaborate further about points in the report, how we can encourage more resourcing and better coverage of views from rural parts of Britain?
Well, we did look at the slightly London-centric nature of the BBC, and we welcomed the move to Salford, to the new media city there, and the resources, and also expressed the hope that more would be done, particularly in the other nations. Northern Ireland has made quite a strong case to us that they were poorly treated by the BBC. I think the question of covering rural issues, and like my honourable friend, I represent a rural constituency, is a more challenging one. It's certainly something that I shall continue to put to the BBC, because I think sometimes my honourable friend is absolutely correct. They do not get the prominence they deserve.
Chris Bryant.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the risk of ruining the honourable member for Malden's reputation as Thatcher's cut toy boy, can I enormously commend him for the work that he's done as committee chair for the last 10 years. I think the whole House is grateful to him. Those who disagreed with him and agreed with him, equally grateful to him for the work that he's done. He's been an exemplary chair of the committee, and I think I just wanted to put that on record on behalf of us. Madam Deputy Speaker, of course, the committee chair is absolutely right to say that changes in technology mean that there are significant new challenges for the BBC, but it does, of course, remain one of the most loved and respected organisations in this country and around the world, and that's why we believe that the licence fee will remain, at least for the short term, the best means of funding the BBC for the foreseeable future, and that it will be a mistake to undermine it without putting in place a viable alternative. Can I just take him up on one point, though? He says we challenge the claim that the BBC needs to provide something for everyone. I don't want the BBC to go off on a market failure argument only, because surely if everyone is paying for it, including my constituents, everyone should get something from it.
Well, can I first of all thank the honourable gentleman very much for his extremely kind remarks. I have to say, I'm blushing throughout most of this session. But on the specific point he raises, it does go to the heart of the debate. And the argument about providing something for everyone, I think, becomes weaker given the huge increase in choice that is available elsewhere through the market. And when we now have such a large number of channels providing specific genres, it does seem to me the BBC should at least say to itself, is there really any need for us still to be in this area when there is already so much provision? So it's not necessarily sort of retreating into a ghetto, as some have suggested or expressed the fear, but it is that the BBC should take account of the huge proliferation of choice and concentrate its resources on those areas which are being poorly served by the market.
Order. It is perhaps inevitable on a subject such as this that my initial exhortation to brevity has been completely and utterly ignored. But I have allowed this statement to run over time because I recognise that the feeling of the House was that there were many subjects to be dealt with, and the Chairman of the Committee has dealt with them more than adequately. We now, finally, come to the motion on equitable life. Mr. Bob Blackman to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move the motion in my name and that of other honourable members. In the run-up to the 2010 general election, the Conservative Party discouraged candidates from signing any pledges whatsoever, with one or two notable exceptions. The most notable exception was that of seeking justice for equitable life policyholders. And I was very proud and pleased, having done some research, to sign that pledge. After having been successfully elected, I was then immediately elevated to become the co-chairman of the all-party parliamentary group for Justice for Equitable Life policyholders, and I'm pleased to be able to report that we now have more than 200 members of the all-party parliamentary group, which demonstrates what an important issue this is for the people in this House and beyond. So I think it's important that we look at what is different about what happened to equitable life policyholders compared to other such schemes. The reality is that with the advent of private pensions and the encouragement for individuals to save for their retirement in the future, equitable life took a view of almost a Ponzi-like scheme where their representatives went out and sold policies promising bonuses and pensions which were beyond belief, and people were convinced to sign up for those pensions. When this was reported to the regulator and the government and the Treasury, they took no action whatsoever. And the reality was that as the scheme developed, this was all very well whilst money came in to the pot, but eventually the amount of coming in was going to be less than that going out, and therefore the scheme would collapse. It therefore became a scheme which was too big to fail, because had it failed, the government of the day, whichever party was in government, would have to pick up the full cost in compensation to equitable life policyholders. Now, this whole scandal was covered up during the whole period of time, over more than 20 years, where a position was reached, a cosy relationship between the company, the regulator and the government, that they wouldn't actually unveil all this. EMAG, as an organisation, had to drag the government through the courts, and eventually we had the publication of the Penrose Report in 2004, which made recommendations about the position in equitable life. That wasn't good enough because it didn't actually do anything to compensate the people who'd suffered. Then we had the Parliamentary Ombudsman, who made clear recommendations that the policyholders needed to be put into the position who they've suffered a relative loss back into the position they would have been had maladministration not occurred. Very important in that aspect. But equally, the Ombudsman accepted it would be appropriate to consider the potential impact on the public purse of any payment of compensation. Now, I'm delighted that almost the first legislative step of the coalition government was to put in place a scheme to compensate the individuals who'd suffered relative loss. And we argued in this chamber for justice for those particular policyholders. We need to specify that there are various different types of policyholders and they've received different types of compensation. The first can I just specify the types first, and then I'll take some interventions. The first set of policyholders were those that took out their policies and were actually had an annuity in place pre the 1st of September 1992, and they were specifically excluded from this compensation scheme at the time, and I'll come on to what happened to them subsequently. Then secondly, there were the with-profits annuitants who were given compensation of 100% of their relative loss. Quite right too. Then we had the normal policyholders who received an element of compensation. Now, unfortunately, when this legislation was set up, clearly we were in a position where the public finances were in a scandalous position and there was little money to allocate. But I'm delighted that the Treasury chose to allocate sufficient funding to provide some £1.5 billion in compensation, split, as I've said, as £620 million to compensate 37,000 with profits annuitants policies. But it only left with the contingency fund of £100 million being set in place, plus the costs of administering the scheme, some £775 million to be spread across 945,000 policyholders. That meant that those policyholders only got 22.4% of the compensation that they were due. As a result of which, clearly, those individuals have not been put back into the place that they should have been had they not suffered that relative loss. I'll take the intervention from my right honourable friend.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's making an extremely good and most important speech, and I agree with him that the coalition government deserves very considerable credit for having tackled this early on in this term of government. Since I can't sadly be here for the front bench speech, I wonder whether my honourable friend will pursue the issue of the time that is being taken, the speed at which these payments are being made. I have a large number of constituents in Sutton Coldfield who have had to wait a considerable length of time, and I'd be most grateful for his and the front bench's reassurance that everything is being done to make these payments as rapidly as possible.
I thank my right honourable friend for his intervention, and I think it's fair to say that the all-party parliamentary group and EMAG have been on the backs of the Treasury ministers responsible, and I see that obviously the current Treasury Minister is in her place. Her predecessor was actually a very helpful Treasury Minister towards making sure that the schemes were speeded up and people got the compensation that they were due. He also, most importantly, decided that he wouldn't close the scheme, which could have been happened under the legislation. He wouldn't close the scheme until we traced every single one of the policyholders that were due compensation. I will give way on that point.
I'm very grateful. Can I commend my honourable friend for all of the work he's done over a number of years on this particular issue? Isn't the crucial point on this motion that as the public finances improve, the previous compensation paid should not have been the last word on the matter, and that there should be more room to give the proper compensation to people who need it? And given that I'm sat next to our right honourable friend for Sutton Coldfield, does he understand many people's frustrations that the government seems to have plenty of money to spray on things like overseas aid and aid to India, which perhaps might be better spent on this kind of compensation to people in this country?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. And I think the clear issue is that when the assessment was made, and this is a crucial point, when the assessment was made of the amount of compensation due to policyholders, the assessment was that £4.3 billion should be paid in compensation. So clearly £1.5 billion has been allocated, but it's not all been spent, as my right honourable friend alluded to earlier, which means there is a £2.8 billion compensation bill still outstanding. We have, if I may just complete this point, so it's still outstanding. As the Prime Minister quite rightly said at the Conservative Party conference, that as the economy recovers, as we fix the problems of this country, so tax rates will come down. I say that there is still a bill to be paid to the people that saved for their retirement, and therefore, as the economy recovers and the public purse is able to do so, then we should compensate those policyholders who've suffered a relative loss in the way that we committed to at the last general election. Thank you for that.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend, and may I congratulate him and his co-sponsors of this motion for bringing this matter before the House today. I am a continuing, and I think I'm a past policyholder of Equity Life. Given yesterday's debate, I suppose that's a matter of deep interest to the world. But what I am concerned about is that the amount of compensation which is going to be paid to individual policyholders is now relatively small. And does he agree with me that there is now a burden, or there is a duty on the government to get rid of these fairly small claims now as quickly as possible, many of my constituents are now, who are affected by this, are now in their 70s and 80s and need to see satisfaction as soon as possible.
I completely concur with my right honourable friend's intervention. I also should say that as we moved on, the Chancellor made a key and very brave move, I think, to compensate the pre-92 trapped annuitants with a one-off figure of £5,000, and if they were on pension credit, that was doubled to £10,000. That was very welcome. However, we are talking about the most vulnerable people who have been trapped by this scheme, and my view is they should receive total compensation. The estimate for total compensation for that element alone is £115 million. And I consider that to be a drop in the ocean compared to the total pension bill that is. I give way to my right honourable friend, and I'll come to you.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and can I congratulate him on bringing this motion before the House. And can I suggest to him that as we are rapidly approaching that time in the political cycle called the budget, that this would be a golden opportunity for our Treasury team and for our coalition government to show that they have a big heart and that they could meet those demands that we're all making on behalf of our oldest and vulnerable constituents.
I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention. Clearly, I'm sure my right honourable friend on the front bench will have listened, but clearly won't be announcing the budget measures today. However, what I would say is this, that I would be seeking at the end of this debate, is a quite clear commitment from the political parties of what they would do were they to be elected to government on May the 7th. Because the key issue is if the Chancellor stands up and agrees a full compensation package, that will be welcome. However, if it isn't able to be done in this budget, then clearly we need to know, and people outside this House will want to know, what the political parties will do if they're elected to government at the particular time to compensate those who have suffered. I give way to my
honourable friend for giving way and congratulate him for getting this matter onto the floor of the House. Indeed, he's in danger of being canonised by the many thousands of people in Northern Ireland who are watching closely his debate today because of how it unfairly affects them. And I hope that the Treasury front bench is listening to the points that have been raised by many members. Could I put one point to him? And that is, this week we have announcements that bonuses will be paid to bankers, banks which are controlled by the public purse, and those bankers have taken the personal decision to refuse those bonuses if they so wish. At least they have the choice. These people who have suffered under equitable life have not got the choice, and I hope that the Treasury is listening and recognises that certainly if they want support from this side of the House in the future, they should address this issue and address it before the end of this term.
I thank I will call him my honourable friend from across the House, because I think he's been a stalwart in defending the rights of the people of Northern Ireland who've suffered in this scheme. I think the key point is, of course, the Treasury, according to the published figures, got a surplus of £8.8 billion in January, which was remarkably when we're expecting £6.5 billion. That gives an additional surplus of £2 billion, which could have some proportion put to the compensation to policyholders who've suffered. I give way to my honourable friend, and then
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. He rightly mentions the surplus in January. We're also coming to the financial year end, where many government departments may have an underspend in the budgets allocated to them. And would it not be a good idea that some of that underspend in various departments be diverted to the victims of equitable life?
I thank my honourable friend for that suggestion, and clearly the Chancellor will be listening to such moves. He will no doubt be wanting to hoover up that money to dispense for appropriate good causes, and this is clearly one of those good causes that could be taken. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much. Does he agree with me that one of the issues with this is that it's pushed some people into an extremely difficult position? Some people are extremely close to poverty as a result of the amount of money that they've lost. And in many, many cases, they're not of an age where there's anything that they can do to replace the funds that they have lost. And therefore, they are facing a very uncertain future, which they've been going through for many years now. And there's absolutely nothing that they can do personally to make a difference to that situation.
I thank my honourable friend, and I will just refer to someone who I don't normally agree with, the Right Honourable Member for Holborn and Pancras, who spoke at I'll give way in a second. I just want to answer that point, where he said, these were not like the people who put their savings into outfits offering dubious or extraordinary returns, who decided to take their chance with the savings from the Icelandic banks. The Equitable Life policyholders are in their current position through absolutely no fault of their own, and who was at fault? Both Equitable Life, the government and the regulator. I give way to you.
To the honourable member, and like others, congratulate him on this debate on keeping this very live, this very important issue still live. He must be aware, though, that there will never be a right time in the government finances to put this right, and if the Treasury has made a small budgetary surplus over and on top of what its intended financial surplus in January, the fact is it is still huge, the Treasury debt. It's as simple as that. The only way around this is to say there will never be the right time. There's only a morally right time, which is now, given the long lag that has taken place and the denials and the evasions that characterise that, as they did in the contaminated blood scandal, which was perhaps even worse, and that the only way to deal with it is to deal now with the 150 million he so rightly referred to and have a clear statement going forward as to year by year a reduction in the outstanding 2.8 billion that the Equitable Life holders are wholly earned, wholly deserve, are wholly awarded for, because that is the only way in which this dreadful ill can be rectified.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for that intervention. I think it's a great shame that others, other than my Right Honourable friend from Leith North East, who was almost the sole individual on the Labour benches during the Labour government, promoting actually a compensation scheme. I commend him for his efforts to get his government to try and do so. I wish others from within the last government had actually taken the opportunity to actually take up these schemes. I will just make a couple of points that I want to make, and then I'll give way for the final time. So what we want, and what we're clear, what we want the government and the political parties to commit to, irrespective of who wins the next general election, what we seek is full compensation for the pre-1992 trapped annuitants. As I've said, that would cost £115 million to compensate those individuals. These are the most vulnerable individuals. They've retired a long time ago. A lot of them are very frail. It would cost a relatively small amount of public money to give them proper compensation, and the longer we delay, I'm afraid, the less people are that are around, because they are dying off almost daily. Secondly, as the Right Honourable Gentleman referred to, what we should be doing is committing to a graduated compensation package in full, so that the policyholders will be compensated as the public finances continue to recover. The individuals that took out pension policies some time ago are not yet necessarily reaching retirement age, so over a period of time, say 4 or 5 years, topping up their pensions would enable them to retire in the way that they expected to do so. I give way.
I state a close financial interest in this and remind the Honourable Gentleman that this matter was discussed at great length by the Public Administration Committee in the last Parliament. Can I ask him, has he got a formula, which is what we were looking for, that would suggest who is responsible for losses made? Can we have schemes consistent among all the pension schemes that go in trouble, such as the Allied Steel and Wire one, which has still not been resolved? And if he has such a formula, something could perhaps be agreed among the parties now that will go forward in the future, where we'd accept what is national responsibility, what is personal responsibility, what is company responsibility, and we'd have a formula that could be resilient for this, for the Equitable Life, for Allied Steel and War, and all the ones that go broke in the future.
I note the Honourable Gentleman's intervention on this particular issue. The key point here is that the Equitable Life policyholders have been through the courts, they've been through the Parliamentary Ombudsman, and has been found in their favour. And quite clearly the maladministration took place, and a key decision was taken to put those policyholders back into the position they would have been had maladministration not taken place. Now, clearly, there are other pension schemes in potential troubles. There's a lot of pension schemes in trouble because the previous Prime Minister, when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer, raided private pension funds and thought that was a golden opportunity. Now, we have to take that into account as well. That is not the case with equitable life policy holders, and I think that's a different aspect. So I think we've got to be careful when we start broadening out the subject to other pension schemes. I give way to the... Right.
I wonder if the honourable member agrees that expectations have been raised and promises have been made, and all that these people have done was invest in what they thought was a trusted company. They have done nothing wrong, and they can't for the life of them understand why it is simply taking so long to settle this.
I thank the honourable lady for that intervention. I mean, quite clearly, they have battled, they have struggled through the courts and through a long process to get justice. And I think there are many of us, or certainly on these benches, and I believe on the other benches, on the opposition benches now, that say these people invested for their future, they trusted what they were being told, they took a risk to a certain extent that the market would be appropriate. What they didn't expect was the level of maladministration that took place and the way that they were treated. I give way to one.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He has made an eloquent case, and he has referred to the great disappointment which is felt by so many people who believe that they deserve compensation as a result of what happened. He hasn't mentioned, and would he agree with me, that there is also considerable anger amongst people who feel let down, and it's somewhat ironic, is it not, and very uncomfortable that the government that has actually started to do something about that is taking so much of the blame.
I of course, have been commending the government for the action they've taken to set up the scheme. At the time of the legislation, we put a cross-party amendment to try and ensure that the trapped pre-92 annuitants were compensated. The government resisted that. I'm delighted the government saw the sense after the lobbying that took place to actually give some degree of compensation. It is quite clear that the government should be commended for actually ensuring that we've got a compensation scheme in place. However, we have an independent assessment of the total amount of compensation that is due. It's not EMAG doing this, it's not the government doing it, it's independent. And therefore, there's still £2.8 billion in compensation that's due. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
The honourable member's been extraordinarily grateful and generous rather than giving way. But the real question here is that there is now, I think, a unanimous feeling in this House that justice needs to be done to these people. We know how much is outstanding, and there's a lot different between what they're due in the existing compensation scheme and what they're actually due. And surely what we need now is not a recipe for a 5-year plan to pay this back, but a one-off payment as soon as possible, because the real issue is many of those people will die before they get their just reward.
Gentleman continues. I appreciate that he's taken a lot of interventions, and I've allowed a lot more time than is normally the case in this sort of debate. I appreciate also that there will be further interventions, and that the honourable gentleman, I'm not suggesting that he immediately concludes his speech, but I am making a plea for very short interventions, because people who come in and say they're not going to stay and make a speech, but they would like to intervene, are then taking up the time of people who sit here all afternoon waiting to make a speech with patience and politeness. So I'm not going to be very tolerant of long interventions, but I am tolerant of the honourable gentleman who is being very generous in taking so many interventions. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I actually was drawing my remarks to a close on that last intervention. I think the clear issue is before us is one of justice, of fairness, and putting the policyholders into a position which everyone believes they should be put in, which is proper compensation for the injustice they've served. These are people that did the right thing. They invested for their future. They expected a reasonable return on their investment, and they expected to be protected by the regulator and by the Treasury. And the fact is they were badly let down. So what I will conclude on this. Here is our opportunity, and I give the opportunity to all three major political parties and other smaller parties as well if they want to put their views on the record. Give a commitment to what you will do if you're elected as the government on May the 7th and show to the 945,000 people out there who are still waiting for 77.6% of the compensation they are due. Give a commitment to the trapped pre-92 annuitants who deserve full compensation, which would be a drop in the ocean, £115 million to compensate those individuals who are the frailest in our society. Give them that commitment, and I think they will give you their votes. Deny them that commitment, and they may withdraw their votes. I beg to move, Madam Deputy.
Given the amount of interest there is in the debate this afternoon and the short time available, I am imposing a time limit on backbench speeches of 8 minutes, which is quite a long time limit, and I make a further plea for short, if any, interventions. The motion, the question, is as on the order paper. Mr. Fabian Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to co-sponsor this debate this afternoon with my co-chair of the all-party parliamentary group, the honourable member for Harrow East. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sad that after so many years of debating this issue, we're once again back here in the chamber of the House talking about the continuing losses suffered by hundreds of thousands of Equitable Life policyholders. They invested, as has already been said, in the world's oldest life assurance company, in the belief that they would be able to have a comfortable old age. But instead, after a lifetime of saving, find themselves destitute often and much poorer, certainly through no fault of their own, as has been mentioned. How have we arrived here? At this point in time, Madam Deputy Speaker, 15 years after Equitable Life closed its doors to new investors, and 5 years after this government promised to ensure that losses incurred by Equitable policyholders would be compensated. Permit me, if you can, to go back over some of the history of this sorry tale in order to give the House and the public some answers. Now, my first involvement, Madam Deputy Speaker, was in the Equitable saga, was to speak in an adjournment debate that I tabled in Westminster Hall on the 24th of June 2009. In that debate, I spoke about the serious issues facing all our constituents since the crash of Equitable Life following its inability to meet its obligations and promises made to investors over the decades. Yes, of course.
I'm grateful to friendly giving way, and I may indeed have been present at that debate, and certainly I congratulate him for his role in leading this campaign along with other honourable members. He, like me and other members, will I'm sure had the experience of when we update constituents on this issue, we get back, unfortunately, my father, my wife, my husband has now died. This illustrates how important is the action now. And while, like the Honourable Gentleman opposite, I like to see pledges for future elections, I think we also want to see action now, ideally at the time of the budget, because after an election it takes time for things to happen and people need payment and compensation, improved compensation at this point.
We must have short interventions. It's simply not fair because everybody has to have a chance, and for everyone to have a chance to speak on behalf of their constituents, then people must be polite to each other. Short interventions. Fabian Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and of course I agree wholeheartedly with my honourable friend. Equitable Life, of course, established in 1762, started selling pensions as early as 1913, but it was not until 1957 that the Society started selling its now infamous guaranteed annuity rate pensions, which promised a clear and unambiguous return on capital invested. That carried on until 1988, when the Society realised that its rates were so good and so far ahead of the rest of the market that they were in reality totally unsustainable. In December 2000, Equitable Life was forced to close to new business, but by that time it had more than 1.5 million members. In July 2008, the Parliamentary Ombudsman, as the Honourable Gentleman for Harrow East has mentioned, published her first report into Equitable, entitled Equitable Life, A Decade of Regulatory Failure. On the 11th of December that year, the Public Administration Committee of the House of Commons produced a report entitled Justice Delayed, in which it said, and I quote, "Over the last 8 years, many of those members and their families have suffered great anxiety as policy values were cut and pension payments reduced. Many are no longer alive and will be unable to benefit personally from any compensation. We share both a deep sense of frustration and continuing outrage that the situation has remained unresolved for so long." Madam Deputy Speaker, that was already 7 years ago. On the 5th of May 2009, Anne Abraham, the Parliamentary Ombudsman, published a second report, Injustice Unremedied, the Government's Response to Equitable Life, in which she said, and I quote, "I was deeply disappointed that the Government chose to reject many of the findings that I'd made when I was acting independently on behalf of Parliament and after a detailed and exhaustive investigation." Well, there was certainly no shortage of reports, just a shortage of justice for those who, through no fault of their own, had suffered huge losses in the life savings that they'd accrued over many years of hard work. So how could Equitable Life have maintained a rate of return and a guaranteed annuity rate that was way beyond any competitor in the market? Well, those are the questions that Anne Abraham addressed in her initial report of 2008, which took 4 years to complete. Her answers go to the heart of the anger expressed by investors through Equitable Members Action Group, or EMAG. At the core of the problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is the fact that Equitable Life simply could not meet the obligations that it had made for itself, because it had made no provision for guarantees against low interest rates on policies issued before 1988. It therefore declared bonuses out of all proportion to its profits and assets. Following the ruling of the House of Lords in 2000, the Society stopped taking new business in December of that year, which effectively spelt the end for Equitable. More than 1 million policyholders then found that they faced cuts in their bonuses and annuities, which caused a huge loss of income on which many small investors had totally depended. After all, the average investment for the 500,000 individual policyholders was just £45,000, which, according to EMAG, even at its height, would have yielded no more than £300 a month. In its December 2008 report, one of the many recommendations of the Public Administration Committee stated, and I quote, "We strongly support the Ombudsman's recommendation for the creation of a compensation scheme to pay for the loss that has been suffered by Equitable Life's members as a result of maladministration."
My honourable friend give way.
Yes, of course.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend and the co-chair of the committee for such a wonderful speech and all the work that he's done. One of those people who lost out is Leonard Stuckey in my constituency, who's run the EMAG group of people in Edinburgh South. And I wonder if you could just reflect on whether or not he thinks 22.4 pence is the right level of compensation, given what he's just said that was said in the parliamentary report.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and indeed there are hundreds of thousands, like his constituent. We all have constituents who have suffered these losses, for whom 22.4 pence is a start, but it simply isn't enough, as many honourable and right honourable members have mentioned so far. And I will go on to say something about that in the remaining time that I have left. Yes, of course.
Way, and he's making a very powerful speech, like his predecessor who initiated this debate. This is an issue of basic justice, but it is also, given the parliamentary cycle, inevitably a political issue. And I just want to put on the record my support for the suggestion by the honourable member for Harrow East that all political parties must put on the record their position in relation to compensation before the election, so those caught up in the scandal will know how their votes might impact this sorry saga.
I thank the honourable member for that intervention, and I agree. I think with the election coming up, we need to put a clear choice to electors and the hundreds of thousands of pensioners and policyholders who've suffered through the collapse of Equitable, to ensure that they know where we all stand in our political parties, and individually, I have to say, on this particular issue. And I'm not the only one on these benches that has stood up for the rights of Equitable members. I think there's over 40 members on this side who are members of EMAG, and many, many more who believe that justice should be served. I'll just finish the quotation from the Public Administration Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker. They went on to say, where regulators have been shown to fail so thoroughly, compensation should be a duty, not a matter of choice. The then Labour government, unfortunately, failed to introduce any ex gratia compensation scheme. and refused to follow the recommendations of the Parliamentary Ombudsman, in spite of pleas from many of us on this side of the House. Reacting to the government's lack of response to the Ombudsman's report, the then Conservative opposition stated its determination to introduce the Equitable Life Payments Bill early in the next Parliament, after the forthcoming general election at the time of 2010. Now, the bill offered 100% compensation to all the with-profits annuitants who took out their annuities after the 1st of September 1992, and 22% to every other policyholder, 22.4% as we've heard. Many honourable and right honourable members from all sides of the House felt that this was inherently unfair at the time, as the date of the 1st of September 1992 was somewhat arbitrary, and this relatively small group of with-profits annuitants was the oldest and the most vulnerable, as has already been mentioned. Many of them, indeed, would not even live to enjoy the compensation were it to be paid, or the compensation that the Chancellor announced recently, the £5,000 ex gratia payment to that group. I tabled an amendment to the bill at the time, which read, "Payments authorised by the Treasury under this section to with-profits annuitants should be made without regard to the date on which those policies were taken out." The debate on the amendment took just over 2 hours and was lost by 76 votes in favour to 301 against, but it did strongly set out the case for the pre-1992 with-profits annuitants. The bill received royal assent early in 2011, and the compensation scheme was set in motion. At first it was slow, but it began to pick up over the subsequent years, and as of the 31st January this year, over £1 billion has been paid out to 896,367 policyholders, although more than 142,000 policyholders have still to be paid but cannot be traced. 37,764 with-profits annuitants or their estates have been issued payments by the scheme. These initial and subsequent payments totaled £271.4 million, and they were the post-1992 with-profits annuitants. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I have to give credit to this government for having introduced a compensation scheme from which the majority of equitable policyholders have received 22.4 pence in the pound, a lot better than nothing. However, when we examine the compensation paid to IceSave investors, for example, following the collapse of the Icelandic banks in 2008, for which every investor received up to £50,000 of their losses in full, the equitable scheme looks rather less generous. Equitable policyholders have been very patient. They understand that the recession meant austerity and a huge shortage of money available for many parts of government and the state. But what they cannot understand is that as the economy grows, they are denied any further payments against their very real losses. I've heard, as all members in this House have heard, heartbreaking stories from individuals, some of whom have lost everything, including their homes, all because of Equitable's failure and the company's catastrophic regulation. I've said in all my previous speeches in the House on equitable life that this is a fundamentally moral issue, that when government is supposed to protect the life savings of individuals who've been encouraged to provide for themselves, as was the case with Equitable, then it has a duty to ensure that the losses incurred, such as those at Equitable, be adequately compensated. This obligation should come above pet projects, in my view, such as HS2 or Trident Renewal, or the whole fabric of trust in the state will be damaged, which I believe is exactly what has happened in this case. We have a moral duty, Madam Deputy Speaker, and should not be afraid to carry it out.
Nick Harbert.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I add my congratulations to my honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, for securing this debate. I was pleased to support him in his application for a debate in backbench time because of the importance of this issue to a very large number of my constituents who are policyholders of Equitable Life and who suffered loss and who remain gravely concerned that they have in many cases been partially compensated for that loss, but have not been fully compensated or compensated to the level that they believe would be just. And I think it is important to restate, as many honourable members have, that these are responsible individuals who invested and saved in good faith with a reasonable expectation of a fair return. They have not in any sense themselves behaved irresponsibly. They did not seek to make investment decisions that had an expectation of an element of risk and found themselves themselves in the position of suffering significant losses, many of which have resulted in hardship through no fault of their own. I wish to make 2 points in addition to the excellent points that my honourable friend and others have made. And first of all, I want to raise the issue of accountability. Where regulatory failure is identified, which it was by the Ombudsman's report, and that in the end is the single fact which informs us all in this debate, that there was maladministration. How is that regulatory failure to be dealt with, and how is future regulatory failure to be prevented if, in fact, those who are responsible for that failure, which ultimately, in this case, was the government of the day, can evade its own liability for that failure? This is, of course, a matter of justice, as my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park said, but it is also a matter of good governance and accountability, that where we have institutions for which the government is responsible that fail, then the government must accept that responsibility. And it is noticeably the case that the government was obliged to step in relation to bailing out other financial institutions, of course, because there was a risk to the economy that would have arisen unless the government had done so. But nevertheless, from the point of view of the individual policyholders of Equitable Life, it does seem to be an unfairness that whereas those who may have been depositors in banks received compensation, whereas those who may have been shareholders in banks will receive compensation and redress. Those who have saved in good faith but relied nevertheless on the effective regulation of the vehicle in which they were investing were not receiving full compensation, and that cannot be right. The second point I wanted to make is one of reasonable expectation. It is not as if these policyholders have been told throughout that they do not have a case. It is not as if we are all coming to this House making a plea once again on the issue of principle. The issue of principle has been addressed. The issue of principle has been settled. The Ombudsman has said there was maladministration. And the government has accepted that issue of principle by providing the level of compensation that it has. We have the Ombudsman's report, we have the Conservative Party's manifesto that pledged the compensation. And I too recognise the fact that it was this government that set up the compensation scheme. And I also recognise that there has been a fiscal environment which the government responsibly had to address. Nevertheless, it remains a continuing source of concern that such a small proportion of many of my constituents' losses have been addressed, and that they have complete uncertainty about whether there will be any further compensation in future. Nobody actually turns around to them and says, we will not do any more, and they are left with the uncomfortable sense that what would be very convenient is that they simply go away or, of course, in many cases actually die. And thousands of these policyholders have died in the wait for compensation. And we have no finality to this situation. And I think that, given the reasonable expectation that was set up, in the manifesto promise that was made, and in the report of the Ombudsman, it is entirely reasonable to say on behalf of our constituents, can we not now have a timetabled scheme that will say we will bring a closure to this matter? And I am happy to stand up and say that that closure may not be for 100% of some of the losses which have accrued, and many of my constituents might disagree with that, but we do have to have regard to the fact that there is a continuing deficit and will be for the next 3 years, and there are other spending priorities. Nevertheless, it seems that a situation of compensation of only 22% and the ongoing uncertainty where it's simply not clear whether there is going to be any further compensation at all is a deeply unsatisfactory position. I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would you also agree with my constituent who emailed me that he said if he were to receive the money it would not be lost? it would find its way into the economy at large, because it would not languish in savings accounts, because we've already done the saving.
Well, my right honourable friend's constituent makes a good point. It is, of course, true that the compensation which the banks have had to pay in relation to mis-selling, for instance, of PPI insurance has had a beneficial effect on the economy by putting cash into people's hands. That is, in fact, by the by. This is, in the end, as many have said, a matter of justice, but it is also a matter of accountability and good governance. We cannot allow a situation where the regulation of an institution like that fails, and in the end no one will stand up to the plate and say we accept responsibility for that failure, even though thousands of people have been hurt by it. That is the long and the short of this story. The government has a duty here. It fairly had to balance the interests of the taxpayers, but there is a strong feeling in this House and amongst many of my constituents that more must be done.
Mike Weir.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a somewhat novel, of perhaps unique experience for me to be speaking in support of a motion that begins that this House congratulates the government. However, credit where credit is due. Many of us raised this issue consistently with the previous administration, who refused point blank to take any responsibility for the regulatory failures that led to the disastrous situation at Equitable Life, despite the fact that their own report by Lord Penrose pointed clearly at the regulatory failures in this case. This government have grasped the nettle and introduced a scheme which has given some relief to the many thousands of policyholders who have lost out. It's interesting to note that in the last update on the scheme issued by the Treasury, there appears to be some 160,000 policyholders who have not come forward to submit a claim. So there is still a large amount of people who have not taken advantage of even the help that is offered at the moment, and we should all continue to urge them to come forward. It took, of course, the report from the Ombudsman to get the ball rolling for compensation, and I suppose the reason we are still debating this today was her conclusion that, and I quote, "I agree that the diversion of scarce public resources is a relevant consideration which should be taken into account and weighed in the balance along with other relevant considerations." Part of the difficulty in this, however, is that there is a very huge difference, despite what the Honourable Member from Harrow East said about the amount that is actually outstanding. The amount sought by the Action Group is around $5 billion, and that proposed originally by the government was as little as $500 million. And the debate pack for this debate does show that in the EMAG's own website there are two vastly different figures quoted. So I think already, in a sense, the government came down the middle in a figure of 1.5 billion. But I agree with much of what the Honourable Member said, and we need to move this forward and deal with compensation. But I think we have to be clear on the sums involved, and I think there has to be some negotiation or discussion about coming to an agreed sum. Since then, of course, the Action Group have consistently campaigned for full compensation, as they felt that it was unfair that, as they put it, affordability constraints at the time meant that they did not get the full compensation to which they were entitled, and that they only received what they see as 25% the full amount. In their own paper, they make the point that it is a double injustice that equitable pension should bear not only the cost of the Treasury's inability to regulate Equitable Life in the 1980s, but also to be denied the full compensation owed to them because of the government's inability to regulate the banking sector, blew a hole in the government finances. And there is some justice in what they say to that. They make the point that policyholders have received compensation amounting to only 22.4% of their losses. They argue that their pension savings, carefully accumulated over decades, should be safeguarded in exactly the same way as funds deposited in banks and building societies. But I think that's a slightly dangerous argument to make because, of course, funds protected in banks and building societies are subject to a maximum and it is not complete protection. Certainly.
I thank the Honourable Member for giving way, and I'm sure, like all Right Honourable Members, we have constituents. But the fear they have is uncertainty and urgency, like Mr. and Mrs. Omar, who are 80, live in my constituency but travel up to London so Mrs. Omar can give music lessons in order to top up their income. They can't continue to do that, and with the losses they've had from Equitable Life, they see their life really in terrible trouble.
Well, gentlemen, it's a perfectly valid point, and I would agree with that this needs to be tackled. I'll come on to say something about that shortly. The Ombudsman herself said in her follow-up report that I am unable to conclude that the Government's proposals comply with the recommendations for the establishment of a compensation scheme which I made in my report. So even the Ombudsman does say that more needs to be done in this. Now, like most members, I had a significant number of Equitable Life policyholders in my constituency and a considerable postbag about the whole issue from the outset. Many of these policyholders were fairly elderly, and sadly some have died as the saga has ground on, but there remains a very great sense of injustice amongst them. Equitable Life was tied as a long-established steady company, I used to be a solicitor, and I remember when I was in practice, Equitable Life were seen very much as a gold standard company, and no one realised the problems that were lurking below the surface. Certainly.
Many solicitors told their clients that they themselves had their pensions with Equitable Life and recommended it to them.
I never had my pension in Equitable Life, I can say. But the honourable gentleman makes a very good point, because many solicitors, accountants and other professionals did invest in Equitable Life, and it was a popular company to be advised by financial advisors. It was seen as a very safe, steady company, and it turned out that was not the case. People invested their savings in it for the reason only to lose significant amounts due to lack of any proper regulation of the company. But it seems to me that there is another issue that the government needs to bear in mind, and that is how they are proceeding with pension provision for the future. Increasingly, we've been urged to invest in pension provision to augment our state pensions, and with the recent revelations that less than half of new pensioners will receive the whole amount of the new single-tier pension when it is first introduced next year, that is now more relevant than ever. The new rules that will grant much greater freedom for pension holders to access their pension savings will also greatly alter the pension landscape and attitude of savers towards pensions, but it may also make it more difficult for company investment strategies. It is imperative in this new environment there is confidence in the stability and worth of pension investment. This is not the same as putting money in a bank or building society where you know the rate of interest, pitiful though it may be at present. It depends, as we all know, on fluctuations in the market and the type of investments made. There is no guaranteed return and there is always an element of risk, but it is most people's major investment, and that risk should be as little as possible. One last time.
Very grateful, the Honourable Gentleman, who's very generous. I mean, I agree with what he says, and the public have to have confidence that the pension industry will be regulated properly, and that means that, I mean, in this case, obviously it wasn't the government's actuary department failed, so I agree with him, and that now that the public finances are in a better state, I think the government should pay up in full as recommended by the Pensions Ombudsman. Otherwise, people will not have confidence in the future.
I think I agree mostly what the honourable gentleman said. I think the nettle has to be grasped to deal with this issue, because we have to have confidence going forward with pension provision. That's becoming more and more important. If we fail to give people that assurance, then we risk them not having the confidence to invest in pension, or them taking their money out at the earliest opportunity, which will lead to even greater pressure on public finance in the future. It seems to me that Equitable Life remains a running sore, and as long as it does so, it risks damaging the whole industry and attempts to encourage future pension savings. This was not a case of simply bad investment. It was a case where the regulator failed to do its job, leading to substantial losses. We have accepted that people are due compensation, and that was done on the basis that the amount offered was determined by the state of the public finances. There, of course, as I said before, remains a gulf on the amount. I think before we get into all agreeing what's to be done, we have to be clear of the amount involved in this. And I think it's unwise to make it too much of a party political issue at this stage, just because there's an election round the corner. People will make up their decision on voting on many issues, including, in some cases, Equitable Life. If it is true that public finance are improving, some of us are less convinced of that than others, then it is right that Equitable Life policies should be considered anew, and I'd urge the Minister to look at this again and consider greater compensation for them.
Robert Sims.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I congratulate the members for bringing this debate to the floor? Since my entry into the House in 1997, This matter has come up repeatedly, and I'm rather looking forward to the day when we won't be debating equitable life. I was one of the members who in 2004 wrote to the Parliamentary Ombudsman, over 100 of us, in order to urge her, when in earlier attempts she hadn't taken up the case. And we finally got a report, and we finally got action. Unfortunately, it's taken a long time. And as we've heard already in this debate, there are many constituents, 70s, 80s, whose prospects of a comfortable retirement disappeared with this saga. I always argued in 210 that what was important was to get a compensation scheme up and running quickly, to get money out as quickly as possible, and that the issue of how much was always an argument for another day. Because I thought in 210, if we got hung up in an argument over billions here and billions there, that would probably delay the whole process again. As it is, I think the government did act quickly in 210. The scheme started operation in 211. £1.5 billion were allocated, and as we've heard today, at the end of January, 896,367 people have had some money in compensation. And given the complexity of these issues, and given the difficulties of tracing people, actually, I think, on the whole, I think they've done a pretty good job delivering funds to the people. Nevertheless, it is true that 22.4% will have been a disappointment to many constituents. And I don't really get into an argument over what is the appropriate level of compensation, but like many members, I actually think that it is appropriate for the government, as the public finances improve, to contribute more. Of course, to my honourable friend.
I do thank my honourable friend. The last government's lack of action was described as shabby, and I feel it's a tragedy if this government, having taken that brave decision in 2010, should be regarded as shabby too. And unfortunately, 22% sounds a bit shabby.
I agree. I think many of us would see it as a figure, as a start, rather than necessarily as the finish of the particular argument. Most of my constituents who are affected see me at my surgeries. They have a quiet dignity about their situation, but still feel a matter of being aggrieved, and they feel that the government ought to move some more. So I think my main plea today is that I hope the Treasury will consider the issue. The public finances are still a challenge, and will be a challenge for the next government. But I do think that as things improve, I think the government ought to address further funds. I will in a moment. I just want to make a few more points. The reality is that most of those affected do not have the ability to earn money, do not have the ability to improve their particular circumstances. They made decisions predicated on certain estimates, and I think they've been badly let down. I'm glad the government and the coalition government has moved as it has. I think we have a good story to tell so far, but I think it could be a better story to tell if they actually listened to the concern of members from both sides of this House and made further movement. But the fact is, £1.5 billion have been allocated, and yet we've heard already £1 billion has been paid out, which is to 896,367 policyholders, but there's 140,000 which have been untraced. Now, on the assumption that there will inevitably be a lot of people untraced, that must leave a balance in the fund of 500 million. So what I'd like to ask the government is that at what point does the scheme conclude that it will not trace some of these people, and at that point will there be some of the 500 million available for further distribution to those 896,000 we've already heard about, who've already received some money so far? Because even if you can argue about whether there should be more money, if there's already been allocated 1.5 billion and not all of it has been sent out, then there does seem to be quite a strong argument at some point in making a decision to allocate further money that's sitting or is available at the Treasury to help these people. Then I think if you could address that issue first, then I think the second issue is whether or not we could top up the 1.5 billion in due course to give a much more satisfactory conclusion. I, like many constituents here, have many retired constituents in Poole. They are prudent, sensible people, most of whom made provision for their retirement in the best way and that they could. They didn't go on gambling cruises. They didn't go to Las Vegas. They decided to invest because they were being responsible. And I think this is a very strong case that if a government ethically believes in responsible behaviour by people, then the government should stand by them when they've been let down.
Kate Green.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too congratulate the honourable member who opened the debate and securing time for its discussion this afternoon. As we've heard, this is an issue of justice, it's an issue of accountability, and it's an issue of confidence. Confidence in the financial markets, confidence in the regulatory system, and confidence too that when political promises and commitments are made that they will be honoured. And it's particularly the confidence issue I'd like to say a few words about. But Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to start by declaring a personal interest. For a few months in 2000, I paid into an equitable life pension scheme offered by my then employer. Very shortly after I joined the scheme, Equitable Life closed to new business and the company collapsed. I was very lucky. I lost, I guess, a few £100. Many of my colleagues lost considerably more, as did many of our constituents. And in the organisation in which I worked, and again this was typical of many policyholders, salaries were pretty modest, and so people on modest incomes who'd set money aside for, in some cases, many years to provide for their retirement were left very significantly out of pocket as a result. In fact, the organisation I was working for was a charity. Equitable Life had made a particular effort to take a substantial share of the charity's pensions market, and so we're in the position today where, as a result of the important shares secured in that market, a number of former and retired charity workers are those who are now paying the price. From my own experience at that time, I particularly think it's important that we remember that in taking firm and clear action now, we send a very clear signal about the importance of tight and effective regulation. And I remember in 2000, when I joined the scheme, that there were advertisements all over the London Underground encouraging people to take out equitable life policies. Now, that can only have been a matter of weeks before the schemes actually collapsed. It is quite beyond conception that regulators and indeed the company's managers were not aware at that time that they were advertising on the basis of an utterly false premise. Indeed, I can only assume it was a desperate attempt to bring money in as rapidly and to as great an extent as possible to shore up what was, even at that point, well known to be a collapsing business. But that was not known to customers. It wasn't known, for example, to myself as a relatively financially literate and savvy customer. And I think it's absolutely important now that we publicly recognise that regulation at that time was seriously deficient, and that one of the signals we strongly want to send from the debate this afternoon is that we will not tolerate that kind of lax regulation again. The second thing I want to say about confidence and why it matters so much in the way that we act now in response to that failure at that time is that after the collapse of Equitable Life, the organisation for which I was working, in fact I was the chief executive, we then attempted to set up a new group personal pension scheme for our employees. And a very substantial proportion of the employees refused to have anything to do with it. They could not see the point of investing in another pension scheme when they had been so badly let down the first time. This was people largely in their 30s who were absolutely turned off providing for their own retirement. And I suspect that the sort of wider damage to confidence in the financial markets that was done at that time was quite a lot more widespread than simply the immediate impact on those policyholders who lost out. But the third thing I really want to say is that we need today, I think, to be honest and open about where we see ourselves going in relation to future compensation for those policyholders who have suffered so disgracefully. Because I have constituents, as have all honourable and right honourable members in this House, who feel that they've been very much misled by what they understood to have been a commitment to follow through the Parliamentary Ombudsman's recommendation that they should be put in the position as if Equitable Life had not failed. And they feel that what they've received in compensation falls a very long way short of that. And I have to say that that too is contributing, that mismatch between the promises that they felt that they had and the situation that they find themselves in today, that mismatch too is contributing very considerably to a loss of confidence in our regulatory system and in our political response to regulatory failure. And it's something that I think is very important that senior politicians in the House this afternoon do all they can to put right. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know many other colleagues want to contribute. I'm grateful to have had the chance to participate this afternoon. I hope there will be a very strong message out to my constituents and other policyholders around the country of the very deep seriousness with which this House treats this matter. And I know that it's a debate that's being watched very closely by thousands of policyholders and all of our constituents across the country.
Stephen Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to apologise for being a few minutes late at the beginning of the debate. It's a pleasure to co-sponsor this debate with my colleague representing Harrow and my colleague for Leeds North East. I would actually like make a point of complimenting my esteemed colleague representing Leeds North East because he through the last government was as active as he has been through this government to actually fight for the actual life pensions corner. So I do pay tribute to that, I really do. There's a lot of people who have been speaking today, and it's an issue that has been going on now, certainly through all this term of Parliament and for many years before. And I'm keen to not repeat what others have said. So, from my perspective, I want to make it clear what we actually asked for in the debate, and that is, on my notes, calls on the government to make a commitment to provide full compensation during the lifetime of the next Parliament as the economy and public finances continue to recover. That was very deliberate, because we've recognised, as we've always recognised on the All-Party Parliamentary Group, that we inherited a catastrophic economic situation, and we recognise that that amount of money would cause real problems. So I actually believe we've been very reasonable and very sensible all the way through it. We understand the challenges the government face. With this debate, the actual motion that we've proposed recognises we still have challenges with our own economy and even the global economy. So we're not asking, as the motion says, for everything that is appropriate needs to be repaid immediately. We're saying continue doing it over the next few years as the economy recovers. I think that is both fair and reasonable. And the other thing that I would like to remind the House is that Anne Abrahams, who was the parliamentary ombudsman all those years ago, who came out in 2008 with the final report, she said, "The central story of this report is that this robust system of financial regulation was not, in respect of the society, implemented appropriately, that is, consistently, fairly, and with proper regard to the interests of those directly affected." The key thing there is the Ombudsman, which we all recognise and appreciate within the Chamber today, and as members of the many, many MPs, over a couple of hundred who are members of the All-Party Parliamentary Group, recognise that the Ombudsman herself saw that it had failed, that the regulatory framework had failed. So we all understand the financial challenges, but the reason we're here and the reason that the All-Party Parliamentary Group has not stopped lobbying on this and campaigning with the support of EMAG all the way through Parliament, and I was privileged to become its secretary literally within weeks of being elected in 2010, is because it's actually a matter of honour. It's not just probity, it's honour. It's because the regulator failed. And it's government regulation. It is regulation that's put... Yes, of course.
Thank you. Well, very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. He's right, it's a matter of honour, but it's also a matter of urgency. And in the modest way my honourable friend is advancing his case, can I invite him to endorse what was said earlier about the need urgently to settle those individual claims, the individual claims, I think the figure we heard was £150 million, which could address the issue of elderly people who may well not have the case is settled before they die unless we take action now.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and who's absolutely right. There are a number of people who are now reaching an age where I think something does need to be done very, very quickly. And the sadness, and I actually, a constituent of mine, Billy Murphy, who died only 6 weeks or so ago, been a variety artist for many, many years.
So, yes, in fact, in the spirit of accuracy and my honourable friend's modesty, the figure was £115 million, not 150.
Thank my honourable friend for putting that right. 150 million. A constituent, Billy Murphy, variety artist for 70 years, paid in for so many years, patiently had been lobbying me and talking to me, and I'd been supporting ever since I was elected sadly passed away in January. And he was such a good example of the people that my honourable friend intervened on and that many others have talked in the debate. These are decent, hard-working people who have been prudent and have put aside, and they've actually lost out. And they've lost out not because of their own inadequacy, not losing out because it was taking a punt or it was the stock market. They actually invested in a very well-established and respected pensions company that was regulated by the government. It was regulated by the government. That's the whole point. And that's why we as a nation, we as a country, whichever government I think is in power, actually has a real responsibility. I'll take it in a moment, has a real responsibility to actually do what is absolutely right. I give way to my friend.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. I was an extra life policy holder myself, and I can remember distinctly, I did it as a company pension. I remember distinctly questioning the person selling me the policy at the time, and about what was happening and how they were regulated, and being told that there was no chance of the company failing because they acted well within the regulations that existed at the time.
I thank my honourable friend for intervening, and that's such an important point, because the whole system that we have from a financial perspective, from a prudent perspective, from a proper legal law, rule of contract perspective, fell apart under Equitable Life. It absolutely collapsed. And when something like that happens in a country like the United Kingdom, then the duty of the government, irrespective of some of the broader issues, the duty of the government, I believe, is to make that proper compensation, because otherwise I believe the whole fabric is extremely vulnerable. I mean, one personal frustration is I do find it bewildering how now Equitable Life senior managers from the old company and the people who are actually leading on, say, the marketing side or some of the investment side, I do find it bewildering, and none of them went to jail. And if I find that bewildering as Member of Parliament, I can imagine the profound frustration that so many of our constituents feel when they were doing the right thing. It was to do with a company that was regulated, regulated within an inch of its life. That was the whole point of this sector. And yet, through no fault of their own, it collapses. The Parliamentary Ombudsman a few years later says there was a systemic failure of regulation, and yet somehow all those senior managers and the senior executives who we all knew must have known what was happening. And I appreciated greatly what a colleague of mine from across the benches said, that when she was taking out, or took out her own Equitable Life pension briefly for a few years, all the marketing materials, the people putting those marketing materials that were saying it was rock solid, this was an absolute, almost a steal, you've really got to invest in this, they must have known what's happening. I fail to understand how they were not penalised. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and he's putting the case in a very articulate way. Mr Ralph Williams and a large group of my constituents came to see me about this whole matter, and one of the points that they made most strongly was that they were nearly all elderly. And in a parliamentary answer that I received on the 10th of February, only 990 million has been paid out of the 1.5 billion. So really what the government are doing is that they are profiting on people who are dying at this very moment. Is it not only fair that everybody, including the annuitants, should be paid out whatever the government has agreed in full now?
I thank my honourable friend for what was a very, very powerful intervention, and I will look forward to what the Minister has to say in response to that, because people are dying. There's no two ways about it, because of the whole age profile. Another constituent of mine, I'll mention, David Stevens, very distinguished teacher of many, many years in Eastbourne, actually former mayor, and Conservative councillor, as it happens, but a very decent chap who's lost out hugely in the whole Equitable Life debacle. He's lost just under 80% of the worth of the pension that he had invested in all those years. And this is real people. This is why we're still here. This is why the all-party parliamentary group on Justice for Equitable Life Pensions does receive so much cross-party support. It's not just that we know so many of our own constituents who are suffering and experiencing a profound loss despite doing the right thing and despite a so-called heavily regulated industry, but it's also down to what I and others have said, and I stressed at the beginning. I really believe, right from that right from the onset, when I was elected in 2010, which is why I joined the all-party parliamentary group, is that it really is a point of honour. Because if a civilised country like the United Kingdom, in an area like this, where we're often encouraging people, quite rightly, to save, to be prudent, so that they are less of a burden on the general taxpayer, and then when you have people who actually, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who did that under the absolute assurance that it was a properly regulated industry, then to lose out through no fault of their own, where frankly I've always believed that there must have been senior figures in the Treasury that knew that Equitable Life was wobbly, and yet at the end of all that a lot of them have received 80% less than what they should have done. I think it's unacceptable. I'm delighted to speak today, and I hope the government and the opposition will give us some succour.
Order. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to drop it to 6 minutes. And if members, if it really do have to intervene, by all means, but try not to use the time if we can. We need to get on to the next debate sooner rather than later. Jeffrey Robinson.
I'm grateful, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I will confine myself to the reduced limit now. In doing so, I shall therefore pay very short tributes to those that have achieved secured the debate today, a very timely debate and a very necessary debate. I think it's correct to say, when I speak of my honourable friend for Leeds North East, he has indeed followed this, as I have other similar debates, through several parliaments already, and the member for Harrow East has made it a very determined and very concentrated priority for his own membership of this House since he was elected here on a very strong campaign on the issue we're debating today. There are several aspects of this issue that we are looking at today that make it extremely uncomfortable for us who are in the House now, not least because we can all respond in a way to the interjection, the emotive interjection of the honourable gentleman who called for full payment, and to have it out, I think it's the honourable gentleman from Mid-Worcester, who called for full payout now. Cotswolds. On member for Cotswolds, who call for immediate full payment now, and that there's no alternative to that. It makes us all feel very good, but I wonder what the impact is going to be on the many pension holders who are watching our debate today and seeing whether we can improve on the present situation. I think we must not, as my honourable friend herself made very clear, we must not give false hopes. We're dealing with recalcitrance in the machinery of government. And whilst we are, of course, approaching this entirely rightly on an all-party basis, it's important we maintain that all-party basis, it's clear that whilst for some reason there's a will to do it very often amongst ministers, it's held up because the machinery of government does not want initially to admit guilt, and then at a later stage has to constrain it and uses the grounds of the public purse to do so. And that will happen whatever state the public purse is in. There'll be other priorities ranking higher. There'll be other things they've got to do. We've got to look to the future. We mustn't, above all, create precedents. These are the sort of roadblocks. I say this to both ministers, to the minister and to my right honourable friend who was a minister before, that they will find that roadblocks put up by the machinery of government are almost insuperable. But I believe there is a way through in this case. Many members have referred to the Penrose Committee. Many have referred to the Ombudsman Committee. A very clear statement. I don't think I've seen the like of it in my period in the House, speaking of a total, comprehensive failure of regulation. No ifs, no buts, no extenuating circumstances, just an admission of failure, an admission of incompetence on the part of government, which should be put right. Now, I believe that it can be put right, and I think there's a measure for doing so. When one looks at the figures, and the great thing about this particular debate is there's no doubt about the figures. I can't see anybody disputing the figures, not even the Treasury are disputing the figures, which put it as a 4.3 billion total. The government has pledged 1.5. Now let's look at that 1.5 now, without any damage at all to the present level of deficit. 115 million, I may have spoken earlier and said 150 or heard another member who did, it's 115 million to deal with the most chronic, the most aged and the most least well-off, shall we put it that way round. The least well-off of the pension holders can be dealt with at once, straight from the contingency. There's a contingency of 100 million committed already in the government deficit, as is, of course, the total of 1.5 billion. That's all in the deficit. It's got to be for the government to commit it. A guarantee, at least in my day, counted as a commitment to spend, counted as expenditure in the year it's committed, not in the year it's actually paid out. That may have changed, but it is a commitment and it will have been taken into account in the budget for this year to the extent it's paid out without a question at all. In my opinion, it could even be taken the whole of it into the year in which it was committed, and certainly the future government projections will all have it in. So without any effect at all on the government deficit, we could look to having 100 million to deal with the most urgent, the 115 million clearly identified, no doubt about, paid off straight away, and we could look forward, it seems to me, to the other still yet unspent figure of 500 million to be paid out. That would make a big start. It won't go all the way to meet the emotion of that I feel and I share. Let me tell you, I share that emotion. I can speak to it probably with the same degree of intensity as he himself spoke to it. But the fact is, there's 500 million there. There's 100 million to deal with the worst cases. Let's get that paid out. And I agree with the honourable member who put this idea. I think it seems to be very much his idea. Let's have it in the party manifestos. I don't think there'd be great hope, but why don't we? I'll certainly support it with my party, and I'm quite sure he will with his, and I don't know what success we'll have, but we will, in all seriousness, support that. And looking beyond that, then, we're dealing with a further 2.3 billion, aren't we? And beyond the 2.3 billion, or from that 2.3 million, if one looks at it over, and I don't think it can go any more than 3 years. I think there we have to again be quite precise. Any more than 3 years, the terminal nature of it, as with the contaminated blood scandal, where the government can sit back and say, we've caused these people's deaths, they'll die sooner or later, it's a terminal problem. We cannot wait that long. I think over a 3-year period it should be timetabled, it should be committed, and it should be spent within 3 years of the new government taking office. That's a proposal I think we could unite on. I think we could bring most policyholders with it on us, and I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is doable.
Yeah. Robert Neal. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I too congratulate those honourable members who secured this debate? Might I say, like my honourable friend the member for Harrow East and the honourable member for Leeds North East, I too have signed the pledge. This is not a phrase that often falls from my lips, but it was the right thing to do under those circumstances, and I think it's right for governments to keep their pledges at the end of the day. I know that there are constraints in government. Having served as a member of the current government, I'm conscious of the economic pressures, and I understand the point made by the honourable member for Coventry North West about periodically the rather convenient escape clauses that civil servants will come along to ministers with. The job of ministers is sometimes not to accept the convenient escape clause that is given to them. I also speak on the basis that this is a government that is committed to markets, to stability and confidence in our markets. I believe in that. The financial services sector, the insurance sector, is a critical part of our markets. I speak as Secretary of the All-Parliamentary Party Group on wholesale financial markets. But the point of that is, firstly, to have the markets work efficiently, there must be proper and secure regulation. And when there is a failure in regulation, there must be genuine certainty of recompense to those who have done no wrong. Otherwise, honest and sensible investment is deterred. And that's the risk if we do not do justice to the equitable life holders. That there is actually, what message is that sending to those who we are saying, all of us I hope now, that it's the right thing to invest prudently and wisely for your future. And that would surely be against the philosophy of my government. I hope it will be against the philosophy of any responsible government. So it's actually in the long-term interests of good economics and good financial planning that we do justice to the equitable life holders. Now, the motion is, I think, sensibly and very moderately phrased. We are not saying everything can be done at once, but we are saying that in the course of the Parliament this ought to be done. And it may well be that the proposal from the Honourable Gentleman for Coventry North West is part of how that might be done. I'm not going to be tied to an exact time frame, but it is particularly important that the oldest, the pre-1992 people, are given priority first. And it's also important to recognise that yes, the government is picking up something which did not happen on its watch. I accept that. But at the end of it, part of government is that you do have to deal with consequences of what you inherit, and you then have to deal with it fairly. Happily, thanks to the policies of this government, the economy is improving. It's not unreasonable against that background to expect those people who have made a sacrifice in the sense that they have been delayed in having fair recompense for a period of time, now to share some of the fruits of that economic recovery. Yes, I'll give way.
I know you didn't mean to interject any sort of difference between party or government there, but what he said wasn't right. It did happen under a Conservative government's watch when the initial lack of regulation, lack of all the failure of the policies was incurred. We must get away from mentioning governments. This is something that affects all parties and all governments over the period of the failure.
I'm sorry to disagree with the Honourable Gentleman because he misunderstands, frankly, what I was saying. Regardless of party, there is an obligation on government. I do have to say 13 years of government, in which he was a distinguished member, can't be entirely ignored in the matter. But the fact is, we all have to pick up what we inherit from our predecessors of whatever party, and we then have to put them right. That's the key bit. That's why I agree. Having done the history, we now need to move on and make sure that we find a sensible way forward. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Thanks, Honourable Friend, for giving way. One of our profound frustrations was under the previous government when the Ombudsman made that ruling, and the previous government was sitting on a heck of a lot more money than this government was.
My honourable friend certainly makes the entirely fair point. This should all have been sorted out before the current government came upon the scene. Now, whatever the starts of who was to blame and why, since ultimately, it's almost a trickle down sort of approach. We all have to accept responsibility for what happens by regulators who weren't politicians at the end of it. But we do have to accept that it was done, and we now have to resolve it. It should have been resolved much, much sooner. Had it been resolved much, much sooner, there might have been more money around to deal with the issue. But given where we are now, and given now that the economy is improving, then we can certainly do justice to people now, and by a sensible series of stage payments, certainly starting with those who are in the greatest need and the most vulnerable, then I think it's reasonable in the course of the Parliament to make sure that proper justice is done. Just to give a sense of the impact that it has on individual people, I've got one constituent who makes the point that having invested sensibly, effectively his income has been cut by some £20,000 a year. Now, to a pensioner, the £20,000 cut is an awful lot of money. Yeah. They've had to downsize from their long-established family home. I have another constituent who's found, in effect, that he is some £60,000, £67,000 adrift as a result of where he should have been. His acknowledged loss is actually £61,000, is some £47,000 adrift with the payment out. Now, that's not fair at the end of the day for somebody who's worked hard and is now in no position to supplement their income for the future. Another very elderly gentleman who, because of, frankly, ineptitude, lost correspondence, waited some 18 months to get acknowledgement actually of his, or even of his entitlement. Now, he shouldn't have to be coming to his Member of Parliament to escalate these matters. That's something that any sensible and well-run compensation scheme should be dealing with as a matter of course. I'm sure we all do it, and we all eventually hope to help to overcome these difficulties for our constituents, but it shouldn't be happening in the first place. Yes, of course, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I'm sorry to reiterate the point which I made in an earlier intervention. This group of people who came to see me, one of them was elderly. If he dies, his widow will only get 50% of what he's entitled to, of the 22% already, which is a pretty measly entitled. Is it not incumbent on the government to make payments now in full, so at least people have the small amount of money which the government's going to give them now, so they can pass it on to their dependents?
I think it's particularly important that we deal, therefore, on that basis with the pre-1992 people who are the oldest generally, but it's also important that we have a proper stage programme in place to deal with all of those. When I was a lawyer, I think we'd all accept that sometimes you couldn't deliver for a client everything that they had in their legitimate claim, for reasons that money might not be available or might be delays. And you might come to a settlement and you'd accept a sensible discount to have a resolution of the matter. But I don't think anybody would regard 22% as being a fair settlement on the claim. So what we must have from the Minister, I hope, today, because I know she's an honourable woman, is to recognise that as a matter of honour, we are obliged to give these people something much, much closer to the undisputed loss that they had. This isn't an issue where the quantum is in dispute, as has been said. That's a proven fact. Now, what we now need is to say, because of the improvement of the economy, we can do better than we were originally able to, for whatever reason. That's an honourable thing to do, that's a legitimate thing to do, and it also will be something that would restore faith going forward in what's an important element of our financial sector. As I say, I agree with the honourable gentleman of Coventry North West at the end. Hopefully, there's enough we can agree upon around this. And I think the wording of the motion itself gives the government, provided there's goodwill, and I'm sure there is goodwill, the flexibility to achieve that in a fair way to the people who have lost out through no fault of their own.
George Hammer.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I want to take it to be brief, so I will be. I want to congratulate the Honourable Member for Harrow East and my honourable friend, the Member for Leeds North East, for giving us the opportunity to debate this issue today. I also congratulate the Honourable Member on the motion that we're debating, because I think it sums up the situation very well. I just want to make 2 points. The first one is that I'm sure others will have had a similarly, if not identically worded letter as the one I've had from one of my constituents. In it he says, and I quote, "Victims of the Equitable Life scandal are incensed that savers with Northern Rock, Bradford and Bingley, IceSave, RBS, HBOS and others have been bailed out 100%, while they have been left with compensation of less than 25% of their losses." When I first looked at that statement, I thought, well, I'm not entirely sure we're comparing like with like here. But the more I thought about it, actually, the more obvious it became to me that they are completely valid comparisons, because all of those organisations and Equitable Life were organisations where there was a failure to regulate them properly. And that is the comparison that ultimately... Now, the Honourable Member for Arundel and South Down went on to say, and this was the first thought that occurred to me, that there were, of course, macroeconomic reasons why those organisations had to be bailed out at the time. But even so, I think the comparison of two sets of problems that are both the result of a failure of regulation, it is a valid comparison. The second point I want to make is that about the Ombudsman, and it's been said repeatedly, that the Ombudsman unequivocally pointed out that there had been maladministration in this case. And I think we need to think carefully about that and carefully think about what implications this has for the whole Ombudsman system if we don't take the advice, if we don't take accept the consequences as well as the judgment on it. And the reason I say that is an Ombudsman system that can find maladministration and then say how it can be dealt with can't be one that can be properly respected by government or anybody else unless the consequences, in other words, in this case, the costs involved, are met in full. And so I think it's important for all of the reasons that have already been said that these people are properly compensated, but it's also important that if we are to have a proper Ombudsman system, then we have to accept not only the findings where maladministration is involved, but what the consequences of those findings are. Now, I'm content with the motion, as I said earlier, and the motion concludes by calling on the government to make a commitment to provide full compensation during the lifetime of the next Parliament as the economy and public finances continue to recover. And I am perfectly content with that. But the one thing I would say is that my honourable friend from Coventry North West, the honourable gentleman for Harrow East and others have put together, sort of almost through the course of this debate, a package that might work, which involves using the money that's already available more effectively now, and then having a programme of meeting the full costs over the course of the next Parliament. I think there is a solution in that, and I hope when the Minister comes to address us, she'll be able to accept that there is a solution involved in that sort of strategy.
Sir David Ellis.
I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, on securing this debate and on the content of his speech. Now, he, together with our right honourable friend, the member for Amersham, actually came up with a practical solution to this matter when they talked about £115 million. And as our right honourable friend, the member for Saffron Walden, said, it would be nice if we can get some credit out of all this. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we couldn't have a more perfect minister to be responding to this debate than the one that we have who's due to respond. Because, of course, before she became a minister, she was a wonderful advocate on behalf of her constituents who had been suffering as a result of this particular issue. So I do hope that she is very well placed to persuade her boss, the Chancellor, so that in 2 weeks all the honourable members who've been here this afternoon can take some credit, not least for the settlement of £115, because of course all of those people, £150 million, because of course all of those members here this afternoon have constituents who are among those 945,000 equitable life policy holders who've suffered huge losses. I've raised this many times with the Treasury and I always receive the same response. The response is essentially echoing that the Treasury has decided to pay out £1.5 billion of its £4.3 billion obligation, and that the government does understand the policyholders' disappointment. However, tough decisions need to be made due to the pressures on the public finances. Well, of course, we do all understand that taxpayers' money needs to be managed and spent carefully with the greatest consideration. However, paying out the full amount of the obligation to the equitable life victims is not merely about spending the outstanding £2.8 billion of our scarce resources. It is about regaining and rebuilding the public trust in the ability of our government to create a safe environment and regulation in financial services. This is, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the reputation of the British government and financial services generally. This problem is not going to disappear regardless of which members of Parliament survived the cull on the 7th of May. Equitable life victims will continue campaigning, and the members who are returned here will continue to put pressure on the government of the day to meet its obligation. The equitable life victims were, as we've heard earlier, absolutely doing the right thing, working hard and paying into pension funds for their own retirements. This sense of responsibility and work ethic is exactly what this government supports. By paying only 22% of the obligation, the government is ignoring the recommendation of the Parliamentary Ombudsman, as many members have said, the same recommendation that previously been accepted by the government in full. The British government ignoring the Parliamentary Ombudsman, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, sets a poor example for ombudsman cases across the country. If the government does not respect their recommendation, why would anyone? It sets a precedent for undermining the work of ombudsmen generally throughout the United Kingdom. The need for austerity does not need to be explained to any one of us. However, compensation for victims of the equitable life scandal is not something that can be subjected to cuts. My constituents have already lost enough time and nerve trying to fight this injustice, and I do urge my honourable friend to honour the outstanding debt. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate the government in what they have done so far. It certainly wasn't their fault that we were left in these terrible financial difficulties, but I do not think it's right that the role of the auditors and external consultants should not go without any mention. They, Mr Deputy Speaker, should be held to account for this scandal. Ernst & Young were providing audit services to Equitable Life. Their bosses now say they regard this to be a closed case, as the individual responsible have now retired. However, it is very far from being a closed case and a happy retirement for all of our constituents who are waiting for the remaining 78% to be paid up. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, let me reiterate, this is not just about spending the taxpayers' money. This is about the credibility and the respectability of this government, of the UK financial services, and the very trust in the Ombudsman system.
Pamela Nash.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Harrow East and the Member for Leeds North East for the work that they have done on this important issue and for securing this debate today. And those Honourable Members outlined a timeline of equitable life and the issues very articulately earlier, and I don't intend to repeat any of that. Over 1 million people throughout the country have been affected by this issue, one that started and stretched back to the early 90s. And I have to say that I don't think any government between then and now has adequately and truly dealt with these problems. This is a problem of successive governments. But the fact is, whichever party is in government, the people affected don't care. They want to be compensated and they want to feel supported by the government of the day. and ensure that they get the compensation and the help that they deserve. Just on Friday, I met with 2 of my constituents who had been impacted by the maladministration of Equitable Life in quite different ways. The first was a gentleman who had cautiously saved with an Equitable Life policy for many years, and his hope at the time, when he took out this policy, was to fund an early retirement at 60. He's now approaching that retirement, and that ambition has been dashed with the failure of Equitable Life. He did manage to withdraw some of his money when the problems started to occur, but this has still left him with a loss of tens of thousands of pounds, and it's also left him, his understanding is that he's not entitled to any further compensation. The second was a lady in her 80s. She'd saved for decades and has been left with just a small fraction of her money in her retirement. These are not gullible people. These policyholders were caught up in the Equitable Life disaster, and they were hard-working taxpayers who played by the rules, worked hard and prudently saved away responsibly for their retirement. The lady I just mentioned actually worked in an office that had to comply with financial services legislation, which only seeks to fuel her incredulation that this was allowed to happen. She retired 20 years ago, hoping the policy she took out would fulfil its promise. But she was misled, missold a policy that she'd received with good industry-approved advice at the time. She believed she held a legitimate, lucrative policy. She and many others like her put faith in this system, planned for their retirement sensibly, only to find that the rug was pulled from them when they retired. These are not wealthy people. They're people who are also being hit with the cost of living crisis that many of my other constituents are facing, and they've lost life-changing sums of money. Their standard of living has been devastated in many cases, and their own personal long-term economic plans have been shredded through absolutely no fault of their own. Some honourable members did refer to the fact that locating people eligible for compensation has been slow and inadequate. I believe around 151,000 people are still to be found by the government. So I would just ask the Minister in her concluding remarks if she could tell us what the government plans to do to widen public knowledge of this in the near future, if there are any publicity campaigns planned to reach those. Many of these are the most unreachable people, and many are pensioners, some who still don't have internet access and are still wouldn't use the more traditional forms of media where we usually have publicity campaigns. I also find it difficult in preparation for this debate to try and get figures on how many of my constituents might be affected, and can ask the Minister if she can give any clarity to the House as to why there aren't any figures that are obtainable for a regional breakdown even of the numbers of people who are affected by the collapse of Equitable Life payment scheme. Mr Deputy Speaker, time is against many of these policyholders. We know and we've heard stories today and before of many policyholders who have already sadly died. There was promises in both the Lib Dem manifesto and the Conservative manifesto to set up a transparent and fair payment scheme. However, I think many policyholders would feel that the scheme that we have seen doesn't yet fulfil that promise. So to sum up, those affected by the maladministration of the scheme of Equitable Life have been left in great financial difficulty despite planning and saving carefully for their retirement. This has had a serious effect and impact on their quality of life. But in my experience, those affected are just as angry at the government as those at Equitable Life. Successive governments for not taking full responsibility for its identified failures at the time by adequately compensating those who have been affected. One elderly constituent said to me, they are waiting for us to die. This is an appalling impression that has been left in this lady, and I'm sure that she is not alone with this impression. So whilst I do acknowledge that the current government has made some progress, considerable progress towards compensating those who have suffered losses, I don't feel that this is anywhere near the promises of a fair payment scheme for the losses suffered that were promised in the manifestos of both the Conservative and the Liberal Democrat parties. And I don't think this is just my view. I expect this is a view of the vast majority of the 1 million people affected. So can I ask that the government does address this in the upcoming budget, doesn't leave it any longer, ensures that people are compensated and do not feel let down by the government?
Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, and I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, my neighbour, the honourable gentleman for Leeds North East, and my colleague, honourable friend, the member for Eastbourne. I'm proud to be a member of the all-party group, and I think the all-party group has shown how powerfully actually we can campaign when we do so together, collectively, collaboratively and cross-party. And congratulations to the co-chairs and officers for leading us in that. Of course, I start by welcoming the progress that was made, remembering those early meetings towards the end of the last Parliament, and the frustration at that stage there was no compensation at all. And of course we did finally get the announcement, and I welcome of course that payments surpassing £1 billion to 896,367 policyholders have now been made. That's clearly great progress from where we were, but I think the clear message from this House today is that it is not enough. And that this debate itself shows that this is not the end of the matter, however much it might be convenient for the Treasury on both sides of this election for that to be the case. And I give my strong support to this motion today, and will carry on campaigning as part of the group and on behalf of my constituents. About 40 of my constituents have raised this over the last few years. Many of them have told me the hardship it's created for them. Virtually all of them are not very wealthy people, but they are people who've had their modest and very well planned retirement incomes drastically affected, which has had a huge impact in their quality of life at the stage when they should not have to face that, and as already been said, can do nothing about that. And I pay tribute to all of them and the way they've campaigned as EMAG members, including Ray and Marjorie Dunn, who have worked very closely with me and have really had a role in bringing those people together with me, and it's been a pleasure to work with them and all my constituents. One point I think that hasn't been... Of course I'll give way.
On that particular issue, I thank the honourable friend for giving way, and would he agree with me also the outstanding work that the Electoral Life Members Group have given to us within Parliament by keeping us very informed, by providing the Secretariat, to ensuring that we pull together on behalf of their members.
My honourable friend makes a very important point, and one that has to be said. EMAG have done a wonderful job, and again, the working together from inside this House and from outside has been really exemplary in a way to get positive change. One thing that I don't think has been raised in this debate so far, and I'm very pleased to do this very strongly as a member of the Public Administration Select Committee this Parliament. One of the contributors today has already said it's disgraceful that the clear view of the Ombudsman wasn't abided to by the previous government and actually this government in full, because what is the point? But actually I would urge honourable and right honourable members to look at the reports of the Public Administration Select Committee this Parliament, because we are calling for a radical overhaul, and part of that overhaul should be that governments are bound by such decisions, so we wouldn't have ever had this nonsense. And we have an absurd situation. It is the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman with the responsibility to Parliament. The Public Administration Select Committee have a view as the Select Committee that oversees the Ombudsman. The Select Committee want a radical overhaul. The Ombudsman themselves, the Ombudsman's Office themselves want a radical overhaul, as does the Ombudsman herself. And the public want a radical overhaul. But we cannot have one because Parliament cannot reform its own Ombudsman, because only the government can do it, because it requires primary legislation. That is absurd, and we need to find a way that actually Parliament itself can bring forward legislation for matters that are parliamentary and not to do with the government. And I really urge whoever the government is in the next Parliament to listen finally to that and to let go and allow Parliament to reform its own Ombudsman in the way that is so clearly needed. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am glad that this government has come up with more than Sir John Chadwick said, which clearly we all very strongly said was not enough. I'm also pleased with the campaign in October 2013 to find the 400 lost victims of the Equitable Life scandal. And there are now approximately 142,000 policyholders who are due a payment, but where the scheme has not yet able to trace or validate their address. And I hope that work will continue. However, this is taking too long, considering that these are people who are in their retirement and who need this money now and simply cannot wait, and in some cases, of course, tragically, have died or will die and do not have a chance then of getting that money that they are clearly owed and owed as a result of the maladministration, the lack of regulation. I think what is particularly galling is that it's a double failure of regulation, if you like. It was the failure to regulate the banks properly that also led to the kind of catastrophic collapse in the banking sector, which then led to the vast amounts of money to bail those banks out. And of course, that's one of the reasons that there isn't the money in the pot to compensate these people. And that is a very, very bitter pill to swallow. And that is why I really don't think there is any justification for not backing this motion today and not coming forward for the solution, finally, after all these years, that clearly is the right one and the moral one. And just to give an example on that, after giving £620 million to 37,000 annuitants, 945,000 equitable life policyholders have shared remaining £775 million, which of course is the 22% of their losses. And yet at the same time, you look at how much money has gone into the banking sector and we still have publicly owned banks, there is a discrepancy there that simply doesn't sit right and is something that must be addressed. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is something that we must finally draw to a close. We must finally see a fair and final resolution. I share honourable and right honourable members' passion that we do not want to be having to debate that, and we must not be debating this at the end of the next Parliament. I hope we will see some progress in the budget. I think it's realistic to say that it will be some and not all. That wouldn't be realistic. But absolutely in the next Parliament, let's now have a cross-party convention. Let's have a commitment. Let's take this out of electioneering and have a genuine, firm policy commitment that the next government will honour this pledge that they should have done. This is an obligation on the British state. It's an obligation on this House. It's an obligation of this government and the next one. And it's an obligation, Mr Deputy Speaker, that must finally be honoured.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, I want to acknowledge again, as we have throughout this, I think, very good debate, the extent of the hardship and anxiety which all too many people have endured as a result of the failure of equitable life. And I also pay tribute to those like the honourable members for Harrow East and for Eastbourne, my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North East, who've led the all-party parliamentary group and who all spoke in the debate and have championed the cause of the victims of the equitable life collapse over the years. And like the honourable member for Leeds North West, I'd want to pay tribute as well to the Equitable Members Action Group, to EMAG, for tireless campaigning on behalf of so many people who've lost so much. Their campaign has, I think, won real sympathy and support in Parliament and amongst the wider public. My right honourable friend, the member for Coventry North West, was right to point out that the honourable member for Bromley and Chislehurst seemed to be a little unsure of the history in this saga. The problems at Equitable Life occurred, of course, between 1990 and 2001, so virtually all under the regulatory arrangements that were in place before the creation of the Financial Services Authority. The last government, of which I was a member, on behalf of successive governments, issued an apology in January 2009 to policyholders on behalf of the public bodies and successive governments responsible for the regulation of equitable life between 1990 and 2001 and for the maladministration that took place. The consistent argument of EMAG has always been that the losses incurred by Equitable Life members are due to maladministration as opposed to the bad investments and rash actions undertaken by Equitable Life, and they felt vindicated, as we've heard in the debate, by the Ombudsman's reports. The last government did not agree with that view, with the view of the Ombudsman. And members of the current government stated clearly during the election campaign, and we've heard about the pledges that were very widely signed by members opposite, they said very clearly during the election campaign that they did agree. But in government, they have not delivered. The previous government recognised that many policyholders were disproportionately affected by the Events Act Equitable, and on that basis it announced a commitment to a payment scheme to help. The Ombudsman proposed a scheme entailing a case-by-case review, looking at 30 million investment decisions by 1.5 million people over 20 years. The Ombudsman suggested that would take 2.5 years. Others thought it would be more. The last government asked Sir John Chadwick to advise on a simpler scheme, and his report in July 2010 referred to, so after the general election, referred to, and I quote, the obvious impracticability, if not impossibility, of determining these questions on an individual basis. The new government, elected in 2010, explicitly accepted the Ombudsman's recommendation, and indeed the motion in front of us, which I'll come to in a moment, does congratulate the government on accepting in full the Ombudsman's recommendation. But the Ombudsman, that announcement having been made by the new government, wrote then to every member of the House in July 2010, and she said, and I quote, "In the light of the new government's commitment to implement my recommendation in full, the approach embodied in the Chadwick report has thus been overtaken by events and cannot provide a basis for the implementation of the recommendation." She said her proposal and Chadwick were irreconcilable, but Chadwick, as we've heard in the debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds North West mentioned this, Chadwick was what in fact has been done. During the election campaign in 2010, the then opposition spokesman went round the country promising that if elected, the Conservatives would deliver on the Ombudsman's recommendation. EMAG, during the campaign, asked candidates to sign a pledge. The Honourable Member for Harrow East, I think, was telling us that Conservative candidates were encouraged to sign this pledge, and this is what it said. "I pledge to the voters of this constituency that if I'm elected to Parliament at the next general election, I will support and vote for proper compensation for victims of the Equitable Life scandal, and I will support and vote to set up a swift, simple, transparent and fair payment scheme independent of government as recommended by the Parliamentary Ombudsman." Over 90% of Conservative members signed that pledge. The Prime Minister did, the Chancellor of the Exchequer did, every single Liberal Democrat MP signed that, including the Deputy Prime Minister, and not surprisingly, Equitable Life members and EMAG expected, once the coalition took office, that it would be delivered, but it wasn't. And not surprisingly, EMAG felt, and still feels, utterly let down by so many who signed that pledge in 2010 and then did not deliver. My honourable friend from Leeds North East referred to his division in the House of Commons in, I think, November 2010. I was just looking through the list of the 76 members who voted for it. The Honourable Member for Harrow East voted for it, the Honourable Member for Eastbourne voted for it, and of course my Honourable friend from Leeds did as well, but it was mostly Labour members who voted for that. Hardly any of the 287 Conservative members who signed that pledge voted for my Honourable friend's amendment. So the government formally accepted the Ombudsman's recommendation, but described Sir John Chadwick's recommendation as a building block for a solution. That infuriated the Ombudsman, who argued that since the government had accepted her recommendation, Sir John's report was no longer relevant. And it's just worth looking again at what the Ombudsman did recommend, and I'm going to quote it. She wrote, "My second and central recommendation is that the government should establish and fund a compensation scheme with a view to assessing the individual cases of those who've been affected by the events covered in this report and providing appropriate compensation. The aim of such a scheme should be to put those people who have suffered a relative loss back into the position that they would have been in had maladministration not occurred." Now, I don't think anyone is going to claim to this House that that is what has been done. The Honourable Member for Southend West made the point. The Ombudsman's recommendation has not been delivered. And so I am, therefore, a little puzzled, if I can cavil, quite why it is that the recommendation invites us to welcome the government's acceptance of the Ombudsman's findings in full, given that they certainly have not been implemented. So legislation was enacted in 2011 for a scheme. It isn't an easy thing to fashion a scheme which is both fair to members and also protects the public purse. The government came up with a scheme which, in my view, was reasonable, although it fell very far short of what had been hoped for. And I'm sure that other members who've spoken in this debate have seen the film on the EMAG website. Time for the Treasury to Settle Its Debts, it's called, which features quotes from both the Conservative and the Liberal Democrat manifestos, commitments in this area referred to by my honourable friend from Airdrie and Shotts, and indeed from the honourable member for Arundel and South Downs earlier in the debate as well. So the government formally accepted the Ombudsman's recommendations, but instead implemented Sir John Chadwick's recommendation. We all hoped the new scheme, when it was put in place, would administer payments effectively and efficiently. The Public Accounts Committee has been very critical of administration of the scheme, referring to, quote, a series of administrative failures, including delays in making payments to policyholders and poor customer service. And then, as we've heard in the March 2013 budget, the Chancellor announced some welcome limited compensation to those who bought their with-profits annuity before 1992. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, a very large number of people have suffered, in some cases suffered a great deal because of the failure of equitable life. The hardship suffered is not in doubt. We support the steps the ministers have taken to provide some compensation, but it falls very far short of what Equitable Life members thought they were being promised by Conservative and Liberal Democrat members during the election campaign. It is for the minister today, in winding up this debate, she signed that pledge. She committed to her constituents to support and vote for the full compensation that the Ombudsman had called for. It's for her to explain to the House and to all those who've lost so much why that pledge has not been delivered.
Economic Secretary Leith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I would also like to add my congratulations to the honourable members for Harrow East, Leeds North East and Eastbourne and Willingdon for securing this debate. Their tireless work on this important issue is greatly appreciated by our constituents. And until my own ministerial appointment, I can declare that I was a member of this very important all-party group on equitable life. I also have a number of constituents who've been badly affected, and so I am personally deeply sympathetic to the losses by these policyholders in this sorry tale. What I'd like to do is to set out what this government has done to resolve the long-standing issue of equitable life, and also set the record straight on some of the history of the issue. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, this has been a key priority for this government. I'll just make a bit of progress, if that's all right, and give way in a minute. Whilst Equitable remained solvent and continued to pay premiums to its members, their problems did cause a great many of their policyholders to suffer significant emotional and financial distress. When we came into office, we committed to implement the Ombudsman's recommendation that the government should make fair and swift payments to Equitable Life policyholders in recognition of the part the government played in Equitable's problems. Swift in that within 6 months of taking office, we introduced the Equitable Life Payments Bill, with payments starting to be made to policyholders in June 2011 within 6 months of receiving royal assent. And fair, because the scheme's rules are based on the government's full acceptance of the Parliamentary Ombudsman's findings of maladministration, and very importantly, also on the assumption that all policyholders would have decided to invest elsewhere had the maladministration as regards regulatory returns not occurred. And of course that is a Conservative assumption. Now, the Ombudsman herself did not make a quantification of the relative loss. This government assessed the total relative loss, which is the difference between the amount received by a policyholder from Equitable Life and what they would have received if they had invested in the same way in a similar company, to be at £4.1 billion. Now, this is significantly more than the final figure arrived at by Sir John Chadwick's methodology, which was based on the previous government's limited acceptance of the Ombudsman's findings and quantified the relative loss at only £340 million. So in the 2010 spending review, taking into account all factors of the need to be fair to all taxpayers, we announced that up to £1.5 billion would be available for payment to eligible policyholders. I'll give way to
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Is she going to address in her remarks the actual text of the motion, which is calling upon the government to agree in the next Parliament to pay the full compensation? Because that is the issue that wasn't addressed by the right honourable gentleman opposite, but that is the issue that our constituents wish to have addressed in this debate.
Yes, I am. So, in line with the representations received, out of this £1.5 billion, we covered the relative losses of the with profits or trapped annuitants in full. These annuitants were those who would be unable to move their funds elsewhere or mitigate the impact of their losses through seeking employment. They were also generally the oldest policyholders, and the remaining available funding on the advice of the Independent Commission was distributed pro rata to other policyholders, which resulted in the figure of 22.4% of their relative loss. Now, I know that this has been deeply disappointing to many, and these were very difficult decisions taken in the light of the position of the public finances and in the interest of overall fairness to all taxpayers. The motion notes that the Parliamentary Ombudsman recommended that policyholders should be put back in the position they would have been had maladministration not occurred. However, what the Ombudsman went on to say is that the impact on the public purse should also be taken into account when considering payment. And the Ombudsman also stated that she was acutely conscious of the potential scale of what was recommended. The Ombudsman has subsequently written to the all-party parliamentary group on this issue and said that the government's decisions on affordability and eligibility cannot be said to be incompatible with her report. Now, coming, Mr Deputy Speaker, to some of the specific questions raised, if I may, I'd like to again congratulate all members who've contributed to this debate. It's very clear that members have been assiduous in representing their constituents and have done an excellent job. And just some of the specific points raised, my honourable friend, the member for Southend West, talked about Ernst & Young as auditors of Equitable, and he may find it interesting to note that they were fined £500,000 in 2010, plus costs of £2.4 million, and received a reprimand by the Accountants' Joint Disciplinary Scheme for their part in Equitable Life. To the Honourable Member for Airdrie and Shotts, she asks about a regional breakdown of amounts paid. No breakdown by region has been done yet, but we could do a basic one if that would be particularly helpful to the Honourable Lady. But I can assure her that regionality does not influence the operation of the scheme in any way. I can't really. My honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, as well as members for Coventry North West and my honourable friend for Southend West, talked about the situation for the pre-92 annuitants and the fact that they are elderly and financially vulnerable. And I have to say to them that the first regulatory return from Equitable Life that would have been different had there been no maladministration was that of 1991. This was available on request from Equitable Life from mid-1992 and could not therefore have been expected to influence investor decisions before late 1992, and therefore there is no relative loss suffered by this group. However, as honourable members have recognised, the government agreed that this group of pre-92 annuitants, whilst they're not affected by maladministration, have suffered significantly from a loss of income that they would have expected. And for this reason, the government made an exceptional ex gratia payment to this group of £5,000, with a further £5,000 to those on pension credit in December 2013. Now, honourable members for Leeds North East and Knowsley raised the question of the compensation for the Icelandic bank savers in IceSave and why are Equitable Life savers being treated differently. The point there is that the ex gratia payments to UK depositors in Icelandic banks were made as a result of a decision by the previous government to guarantee all qualifying retail deposits to protect specifically the financial stability of the UK. The financial compensation scheme was simply the agent for these payments, and we expect to recover all of those sums from the Icelandic banks and are continuing to do so. Specifically in the case of failed banks and why they receive compensation, the Financial Services Compensation Scheme is funded by a levy on financial services firms. So again, those compensations do not come from the public purse. In answer to the honourable members for Angus, Airdrie and Shotts, who asked when does the scheme stop tracing people, all policyholders are either written to their last known address or pushed through electronic tracing methods, such as looking them up against the electoral roll. Those owed more than £250 are attempted to be traced through DWP. And I should tell honourable members that around 50% of the remaining policyholders are due less than £100. My honourable friend, the member for Poole, asked if we could reallocate the remaining £500 million, and I can tell him that that remaining remaining £500 million is to make ongoing payments to annuitants for the duration of their annuity. And finally, honourable members for Stretford and Urmston, Bromley and Chislehurst and Southend West asked about what have we done to enable people aren't put off the idea of saving for their retirement. Well, as honourable members will know, the government has undertaken a fundamental reform of the regulatory system, has put in place the Financial Services Act of 2012 to establish a new system of specialised and focused financial services regulators. It abolished the FSA, set up new regulators within the Bank of England and the independent conduct of business regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority. These reforms are designed to ensure that the conduct of firms, and with it the interests of consumers and participants in our financial markets, are at the heart of the regulatory system and given the priority that they deserve. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, what I have to say to honourable members is that the recent news on the improvements that this economy has made since 2010 are to be welcomed and show that this government's long-term economic plan is working. But we have a long way to go to restore the public finances, and the public purse remains very constrained. It's right that we've taken action on the equitable issue, but we must balance this with the need to continue to address the difficult position on the public finances and the impact on fairness to all taxpayers. And that's why I'm afraid that this government has no plans to change the funding available to the payment scheme. Our focus is rather to complete the small number of remaining payments, and I can tell honourable members we have continued to make excellent progress with the scheme itself. Only this week I was pleased to report that over £1 billion has been paid to nearly 900,000 eligible policyholders. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I genuinely have deep sympathy with those who carefully saved for retirement and are not receiving the income they expected. Resolving the equitable life issue and doing so swiftly and in a way that was fair to all taxpayers has been a priority for this government. Thank you.
Bob Black.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate the, 12 backbench members from across the House who've spoken and the huge number of people individual members who've intervened during the debate. The will of the House is quite clear from this debate. The will of the House is that this is a debt of honour that was set up through no fault of the individual savers who've lost their life savings or have been severely depleted. As we've heard from many members of particular examples, and I could produce a mailbag full of examples of individuals from across the country who invested for their future retirement, who are not able now to supplement their income, through no fault of their own, did the right thing. They saved. They saved for their retirement, and through regulatory failure, a failure by Equitable Life, and a conspiracy with the then government, their savings were taken away from them. The reality is this is a debt of honour, so therefore I must press the fact that it's a debt of honour that we should honour over the course of the next Parliament. I accept completely my honourable friend, the Minister's point of view that the economy was in tatters in 2010 and we had a very difficult series of decisions to make. I congratulate the government for coming forward with a large sum of public money to compensate those individuals who are due, but there is still a debt due of £2.8 billion to those people who saved for their retirement. And over the course of the next Parliament, that is what should be funded. I fear, however, given the remarks from the shadow spokesman and also from the Minister, that at the moment there are no plans to actually provide that compensation. that means that the battle will go on. The fight will continue until such time as the Equitable Life policyholders receive the compensation they're due. So therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, if it comes to it, we will press this to a vote.
The question is that the motion on Equitable Life is on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the general debate on epilepsy, which is an opening debate of 10 to 15 minutes by Laura Sands to move. Laura Sands.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for offering and allowing my honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham, who has done so much to support and to advocate issues around epilepsy, and myself, the chance to secure this debate. Thank you. It's a great honour to be able to open also this debate with many members of the All-Party Group for Epilepsy, who over the last 5 years we have worked together to ensure that we've raised the issues around epilepsy with all the different departments that are relevant. But I personally feel that I might not have done enough, that there is still very much more to do to ensure that epilepsy gets its rightful place in many ways in both healthcare and social care, and to ensure that epilepsy is seen as a chronic condition that needs greater attention, greater support, and also something that is very close to my heart, much less stigmatisation.
On that point, I'm very grateful. I'm sorry to interrupt quite so early, and I strongly support both her and my right honourable friend's securing of this debate. I'm blessed, as my right honourable friend is, with having a national centre of epilepsy in my constituency, but I still have constituents worried about that point. Does she agree with me that that issue of stigma, raised in particular by Rachel Dawes in my constituency and also by Susan Gaynor, who feel even now, despite we have a centre of excellence locally, the issue of stigma is important? Does she agree?
I most certainly do. And I think that actually stigma is one of the problems at the heart of our addressing, in many ways, the treatment, the care and, to be frank, the funding of epilepsy. It is something that is put under the carpet. And it is something that, to be frank, I will come on to say. But there are a lot more, statistically, there should be a lot more members of Parliament declaring themselves as having epilepsy than actually do. And this is because of stigma. This is because of the overall environment in which people like myself, who I am a sufferer, as is my great friend and colleague, the Member of Parliament for Blackpool North, there are more people, no doubt, in this Parliament who do have epilepsy. Certainly.
Would my honourable friend agree with me that part of the training of first aiders is to deal with epilepsy? Would she therefore agree with me that if first aid was part of the school curriculum, more people would be able to deal with such situations?
I know that this is a very, very important, impassioned issue that the member for Colchester is very keen on in first aid in schools. I absolutely do agree, but I agree that actually this is a condition that actually impacts 1 in every 100 people. Now that is actually a very, very large chronic condition. And when a child falls to the floor in school, actually what they need is people who are confident to address their child, who actually know what the issues are, calm the rest of the classroom and understand that this is something that can be managed, that can be supported and needs to be addressed. If you have people in authority, and we have examples of the police, of schools, of even nurses, who don't know how to respond, you actually feed that stigma, you feed the problem, and you feed the anxiety around those people who are meant to be taking authority. As I say, I feel I haven't done enough to actually push for greater change, for greater focus, and ensure that both government and the charities have greater ambition for people with epilepsy. But I think we have done a reasonable amount, and I hope that we will do much more in this place and outside over time. But as I said, I think stigma is one of those problems. Epilepsy is just not trendy. Epilepsy is not a fashionable condition. It is not something that people volunteer when they go up for a job application. And I assure you it is not something that you talk at social events as your set piece about when you describe your particular illness of that week. I can assure you that people with epilepsy frequently try and disguise it. And you can see that in people's eyes. I've always been very, very clear about it because I actually believe that we should ensure that we take away the stigma, that we do not normalise it because it is not a normal condition, but to normalise it in terms of being something that needs to be addressed, that has actually equality in terms of a condition with other particular chronic conditions.
For giving way. I wonder if she would think that quite shocking that in this day and age that a very large public body like TfL and London Underground could actually sack a young woman for the fact that she has epilepsy, and that this really is something that we just cannot allow to happen.
I very much welcome that intervention, and I was actually going to bring up this particular case. I mean, this is quite an extraordinary case. Number one, because why would she lose her job? She already had the job. She was succeeding in the job. So why was this sudden revelation of having epilepsy a reason why she actually lost her job? But secondly, her manager was saying this has absolutely no impact on her ability to perform this particular role. This is, in many ways, 19th century. This is the expectation that when you tell somebody that you are epileptic, they do expect you to be dropping to the floor, foaming at the mouth. And I don't know, although it's a little bit further back in time, that many people in this chamber know that in the 1970s, I would not have been allowed to marry. I, as an epileptic, was not allowed to marry. Now, first of all, that no doubt, I'm sure that many did, because many did not declare that they had epilepsy. But this is the sort of stigma not so long ago that we are dealing with. It is a Dickensian 19th century perspective. And I believe quite fundamentally that this is a little bit at the heart of why, for a chronic condition that impacts 1 in 100 people, more than many, many other conditions, that is why it does not get the right level of attention. So this is an important task for us here, for the all-party group, and when I go what's called on the outside, for me to continue when I do that. But there are many conditions that have overcome embarrassment, overcome stigmatisation, and I think it's absolutely crucial that we start through our public services, through our schools, through the education system, but through also hospitals and GPs to address this. One of the things that I think is very important is that we, as people with epilepsy, are very much more vocal. Now, I do hope that the Sergeant-at-Arms is not going to come and arrest me, but my honourable friend from Blackpool North and I actually broke the rules of the House. We didn't totally sneak up to Big Ben, but we did break the very, very clear rules that says anybody with epilepsy is not allowed to go and look at Big Ben. Well, we thought, you try and catch us. So we broke the rules of the House, we went up to the top of Big Ben, and we started to use that as a platform to say, yes, we should both contest where epilepsy is not being supported effectively enough, but we should also contest those people who don't understand it enough, who are fearful of people with epilepsy. So we must challenge it on both sides. I think that it's been 150 years before somebody with epilepsy has actually been up to Big Ben, and we're trying to identify other rules, other laws that we can go and break. So if you find that either of us, both my honourable friend from Blackpool or myself, get into trouble, you'll know what it's all about. But epilepsy has a very wide range of symptoms, and I'm very lucky. I have very mild epilepsy. It's controlled. I'm on medication. There is no issue. I am very, very unlikely to have a seizure. But it is incumbent on people like myself to be the voice for those people who actually are suffering and maybe having seizures every 10 to 15 minutes. I know that my honourable friend from Cheshire and Amersham, with young epilepsy and epilepsy research, very much focus on those people with very chronic epilepsy. Now, this is something, they don't necessarily have a voice. It is for us to make that voice heard. The issue about the lady from London Underground is not only, in many ways, her example. We have several people who've emailed their members of Parliament, asked me to raise their issues concerning a young girl who has got a master's degree, who can't find a job because employers are saying she declares that she has epilepsy, and are concerned that she is going to become a problem for the overall companies. And this has happened to her 12 times now. So it cannot continue. We must get employers, the police, hospitals, because it even happens in hospitals when somebody having a seizure is being accused of being drunk, of being disorderly. We must ensure that those people with epilepsy are understood and that their condition is recognised for what it is.
Certainly. I'm most grateful to my honourable friend Grahame, and can I congratulate her on leading the charge in getting this debate. She'll be very sadly missed from this place, and she's made a tremendous contribution. Would she also agree with me that it is really important that we understand further the condition of epilepsy? Because another area in which I take a great deal of interest is autism. And it's estimated that 46% of children with autism will also have seizures. Would she agree with me that we don't yet know enough about the relationship with other conditions such as autism to go forward successfully on behalf of these people?
Absolutely, I totally agree. And in many instances, people with epilepsy have other chronic conditions too. They are no doubt contributory. But again, if you look at the level of support for research into epilepsy, it is significantly less than other conditions. It is seen as being something, again, that is a secondary or tertiary priority when it comes to research funds. And it is absolutely crucial that we understand the interrelationship between epilepsy, between autism, also between school achievement, between all sorts of different, in many ways, not just chronic conditions, but actually life-enhancing but life-restricting problems. So I believe that we need a lot more research, but again, it comes down to people coming and being clear that epilepsy matters. Certainly.
Just in regard to the point that an honourable friend has just highlighted, also I've had some correspondence from an organisation, a hospital in my constituency called the Walton Neuro Centre. And they're saying that in regard to the neuropsychological care, that's very important, especially to younger people, because of their propensity then to go on and achieve their full potential if they're accessed early enough. Would she agree with me that ministers need to look at what additionally they can do in regard to access to that neuropsychological assessment and care and support the work of the Walton Neuro?
Absolutely, and there are some wonderful, excellent centres in your constituency and in many constituencies around this country, but there are too few. There is not a lot. There's not enough referral to tertiary care immediately once a GP can identify that there might be epilepsy might be at the heart of a certain problem. I think that we need really to address right at the core of our health sector a greater understanding, greater referral, and to be frank, what we need are more specialists. I mean, we've got a major problem in terms of that referral process. And I mean, Epilepsy Action, for example, is saying that we've got 138,000 people who are misdiagnosed. Some of them who are diagnosed with epilepsy and they haven't got it. Others who haven't got the right medication. We have got a huge problem in, as I say, that referral to tertiary care. This is absolutely crucial. And following that diagnosis, we should be looking at, and this is the cost-effective, the life-effective, the life-enhancing pathway, is to ensure that the ongoing care actually fits the bill. And there are very, very straightforward, nice guidelines which absolutely lay out the pathway, and the pathway is clear. You need to ensure that you have access to an epilepsy nurse. It would be fantastic if we had more GPs looking at epilepsy as a specialism. This is a wraparound package that actually allow people to live their lives, to take control again of their chronic condition, and ensure that we end up with the right level of support at every single level. But I'm still talking about people who are potentially going to work, living a life. We actually have a very, very serious problem in SUDEP, which is the sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. This is in many ways an outrage. We are about 1,000 people every year die in their sleep. And many of them are younger people who are just moving from youth to adult services. There isn't always the wraparound care. We all know from all our casework that in every instance, moving from youth services to adult care on any condition is a problem. But in particular, we are actually seeing quite serious problems when it comes to those who have got nighttime seizures. And to be frank, while people say that this is a problem, we've also got to be clear that actually there are other examples in Europe where we are doing better. And it is absolutely crucial that we meet those targets and ensure that we are not falling behind those particular standards that other European countries are. I see that the Deputy Speaker is looking for me to wrap up. I would like to say three things. I would like to commend three sets of people, but also challenge them. Firstly is people with epilepsy. People with epilepsy are living with a very difficult condition, an unpredictable condition. I take my hat off to them. I take my hat off to those people who care for them. But I want you to come out and talk about it. Please ensure that your voice is heard, because if your voice isn't heard, then we won't get the care we need. The charities are very, very important, but they need to work more together. They need to ensure that their voice is unified to ensure that their voice is heard. And I call on government to absolutely address the Cinderella status of epilepsy as a condition. It is something that we should be doing so much better at. We have criteria, there are examples globally where we are doing better, and we must ensure that we give people with epilepsy the lifeline to ensure that they can live a full life, and those with chronic epilepsy that we're investing in the right level of research to try and address those diseases, those conditions into the long term. Thank you.
Yeah. The question is that this House has considered epilepsy. I'm going to bring in Kate Howitt on an 8-minute limit.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I will certainly keep to that. Can I welcome the debate and again congratulate the two members, particularly from South Thanet and Chesham, who have made this debate happen today. I had, as members will know, an adjournment debate just over a year ago, January 29th, 2013, which was just after the report had come out, A Critical Time for Epilepsy. And I really want to, I think the Honourable Member has covered a very wide area, all of which I agree, particularly the issue about stigma. It's absolutely crucial, and I don't want to go over really much at all of what she has said. I really want to use this opportunity just to kind of ask the Minister various questions, because he very kindly responded in a very detailed way to the adjournment debate. We had slightly longer than half an hour in that adjournment debate, and there are a number of issues that I just wanted to follow up on that, which I thought might be helpful. I really want to ask him about progress that's been made on the whole area of urgent referrals, because that was an issue that I was concerned about, and numbers of members were. In theory, it is, as I understand it, it's meant to be currently 2 weeks. But I've had constituents who've had to wait long over 2 months for an assessment. And I really wanted to check and to see what he's doing to urge commissioning groups and more about how we can speed this up, because this is something that really makes a difference if someone can be seen as quickly as possible. And I think it's also something that is part of that whole area of understanding what is the real problem, in a sense, with how we look at epilepsy is the lack of understanding about it right throughout the country. And it's amazing. It goes on from a point about the numbers of people who don't actually say that they have epilepsy or one form or other. How many times when it comes up in a conversation, a direct conversation, somebody will then say, oh yes, and my cousin or my uncle or my, there's always somebody, because of course the numbers are very, very large indeed. So I think that I'd like just to get the Minister to say something on that. As I mentioned in the earlier debate too, a significant number of people with epilepsy have avoidable seizures, which, if the correct treatment is given at an earlier stage, could help to avoid the consequence and prevent benefit dependency and loss of employment or having to give up education due to lack of support. Could the Minister confirm what progress his department have made with some of the other issues raised in my debate and indeed in previous debates and in the 10-minute rule bill, which I'm sure my honourable friend for Walsall North will be wanting to mention as well? I think that on one hand there is the stigma. On the other hand, I think we have to be also really positively promoting the fact that so many people with epilepsy live perfectly normal lives and lead lives that we would all be very proud of and happy to be following. Could the Minister confirm if he can commit that the Disabled Freedom Pass and Disabled Rail Card will continue to apply to those with epilepsy, and reassure anyone who's watching that these important safeguards and support will definitely be kept? Epilepsy constitutes a disability under the Equality Act, and as such, employers are required to make reasonable adjustments so that employees suffering from epilepsy can stay in work. Epileptic episodes are often triggered by work, particularly where an individual is working long hours or is otherwise under stress. However, people suffering from epilepsy are perfectly able to function at the highest levels and in many cases can successfully medicate to reduce or entirely eliminate the occurrence of attacks once they find the most appropriate medication for them. Almost 3/4 of people suffering from epilepsy can actually be free of seizures. There's obviously the point about particularly in relation to women of childbearing age, particularly restricted in various of the drugs that they can take, and often how people suffering in early adulthood from epilepsy first often take a lot of time to adjust to the condition and to make the changes to their lifestyle. But I want to draw, and it's already been drawn by earlier in the debate, the Minister, particularly to the case of London Underground worker Karen Guyot, 29 years old. She was diagnosed with epilepsy around 5 years ago, and she has now been dismissed due to her epilepsy. Karen was one of a number of London Transport staff suffering with epilepsy. I think 16 are London Underground operational staff, with a further 11 people working for Transport for London. And London Underground's response to Karen's diagnosis was to attempt originally to dismiss her right away using their capability procedure. The union RMT successfully fended that attempt off and instead got London Underground to make reasonable adjustments. But now, as I said, she has actually been dismissed. And I really do think this is something the Minister needs to look into and review. Her attendance record was exemplary. And in fact, in January this year, during an episode, one of her colleagues moved her from a place of safety and left her outside a locked station supervisor's office. That office was very close to an escalator. Karen became disorientated and wandered towards the escalator. Her colleague realised the danger and moved her into the office. As a result of this incident, London Underground, instead of providing training for Karen's colleagues, argue that Karen's condition is too risky for them to be able to manage. And what is clear is that London Underground are no longer willing to accommodate Karen. Now, I have to say that she is a prominent trade union activist. But if London Underground are actually using epilepsy because she's a trade union activist and they don't actually either like her or like some of the things she's saying, that is even more shocking. Now, they have agreed now to undertake a fresh risk assessment. This further risk assessment amounts to an additional requirement on Karen and is something to which other employees without epilepsy are not subject. There were, of course, since that she has now been dismissed, but they were looking at she couldn't work on any station that has a public highway attached, couldn't work on any escalators or stairs, and everything that she did had to have a zero risk policy, i.e. the risk must be eliminated. This zero risk approach is out of step with London Underground's usual policy. So in its own equality and inclusion procedure, it states that employees who develop conditions during their working life must be transferred to a suitable position. So I just feel, as London Underground, a huge public sector employer, signed up to all equality legislation, every bit of legislation about equal rights and so on, they should have made more effort to keep Karen employed. And the modest amount of training, the support can be there. And given the risks that London Underground deal with regularly, a member of staff temporarily struggling to manage a relatively newly diagnosed but easily treatable condition would seem to be at the lower end of these risks. And I would like to refer the members to a recent employment appeal tribunal, Dyer D versus London Ambulance Service, which held that the duty to make reasonable adjustments must always be carefully considered, and it would only be in the most rarest of cases where no reasonable adjustments can be made. Therefore affirming that even when it comes to epilepsy, that the duty to make reasonable adjustments would extend to redeployment, the additional support with access to work. A lot more has to be done. London Underground has to be put on record.
Cheryl Killen. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to follow the Honourable Member for Vauxhall, and I hope that she obtains justice for her constituent. I also think it's an honour to follow my honourable friend for South Thanet. As I said before, she will be a great loss to this House, and I, for one, am personally sorry that she is leaving this place, because I think she has added a great dimension to it, and particularly on the subject of epilepsy. I declare an interest because Epilepsy Society is based in my constituency, and I'm very proud to be a Vice President. The Epilepsy Society has now been working with and for people affected by epilepsy for 123 years. And while the detail of the Society's aims and objectives have altered over those years, fundamentally, it is still remaining true to the vision set out by the group of philanthropists and neurologists that set the Society up in 1892 to cure, treat and prevent epilepsy. It is unique. At Epilepsy Society's Chalfont Centre, groundbreaking epilepsy research laboratories are co-located with England's only dedicated epilepsy assessment and treatment centre, and led by Medical Director Professor Leith and the Head of Genetics Professor Sanjay Sisodaya. Some of the world's preeminent epilepsy researchers and clinicians undertake research and clinical practice at the Chalfont Centre. Epilepsy Society's researchers have been central to new scientific discoveries, in particular research that demonstrates the breadth of genetic influences in epilepsy. It also brings together state-of-the-art diagnostic tools for epilepsy in one place, and it includes the UK's only dedicated epilepsy MRI scanner and a specialised epilepsy therapeutic drug monitoring service provided to hospitals across the UK and Europe. It's also part of a unique three-way partnership with the NHS and academia, that is the National Hospital for Neurology and Neurosurgery and University College of London. And it's that partnership which enables those unique benefits in terms of being able to translate research into clinical practice, access funding, attract top researchers and clinicians, as well as the flexibility to innovate. And the partnership has been recognised by the World Health Organisation.
Would you allow me?
I will.
She's taught me something today, that my constituency is adjacent to such a fantastic centre. Could she just confirm that it's a national centre, that it serves a population wider than just our own constituencies?
I confirm to my honourable neighbour that is absolutely right. It is a national centre, and under our new chair, Helen Pernollet, and new Chief Executive Angela Gear, the Epilepsy Society has an ambitious new vision to leverage their medical research strength in order to bring about a revolution in the way in which epilepsy is diagnosed and treated. Now, there are, of course, issues facing Epilepsy Society specialised medical and research facilities. And sadly, with only 8 minutes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I may not be able to get through them all. but for the Minister, there are co-commissioning concerns. Under the Health and Social Care Act 2012, responsibility and budget for specialised services were brought together in NHS England as the sole National Commission of Specialised Services. However, since May 2014, NHS England has U-turned on national commissioning. Instead, the new proposals for co-commissioning would see responsibility for the vast majority of specialised services shared with local CCGs. Now, the Epilepsy Society is opposed to co-commissioning specialised epilepsy services for several reasons. NHS England asserts that national service specifications will continue to apply to co-commissioned specialised services. However, it is uncertain how this will be achieved, as CCGs are independent bodies. If CCGs are allowed to reinvest savings from specialised commissioning in other areas of their budget, it may create an incentive to underspend in specialised services, raising questions over the level of investment. There's also evidence that CCGs are not in a position to engage with specialised commissioning in areas such as neurology. For example, I think the Minister will know the Neurological Alliance recent report, The Invisible Patients, found that only 26% of CCGs have assessed the prevalence of neurological conditions locally, and only 14% have assessed costs relating to neurological services. I would also like to highlight Epilepsy Society's opposition in principle to the introduction of a marginal rate in specialised commissioning, and also their concern that there's a lack of clarity in neuroscience specification. There is an ongoing lack of clarity over the division of responsibility between NHS England and CCGs for commissioning neurological services, and there is continued confusion over precisely which services fall under the scope of specialised commissioning, arising from inconsistent statements in the current manual for prescribed specialised services and the neurosciences service specification. I hope the Minister may be able to respond to Epilepsy Society calling on NHS England to clarify this important service specification to ensure there are nationally applied standards for specialised epilepsy services. In the short time I have left, I also want to encourage the Minister to improve the access to the government's flagship 100,000 genome project, which is an exciting development which Epilepsy Society strongly supports. However, the focus of this project is largely on cancer and rare diseases. This means that it is unlikely that there will be more than a handful of epilepsy genomes sequenced as part of this groundbreaking initiative, and that's despite the huge potential that genome sequencing has for transforming epilepsy. I would like to see the government continue to invest in genetics research and its translation into clinical practice and ensure this benefits patients with epilepsy, but I particularly would like to see the Genome Project embrace epilepsy as well. We also need to reform the current system to access effective medicines, and that is going to become increasingly important in the context of increasing availability of personalised medicines. I myself have been working with Daiichi Sankyo locally on novel oral anticoagulants and the access of patients to that new treatment, and I think that it shows that there is a gap there which the Health Department really needs to address across the board. In the closing minutes, I would want to particularly draw attention to the issue, though, of laser ablation surgery. I recently have dealt with a distressing case in my constituency of a constituent who sadly lost a family member to epilepsy. The constituent expressed great distress that a surgical treatment known as laser ablation therapy had not been made available to her and her child as a treatment option. Laser ablation is a relatively new surgical technique that burns away accurately targeted tissue with a surgical laser. The technique is much less invasive than traditional brain surgery and enables surgeons to operate deeper in the brain. It's also much more accurate and carries fewer risks of complications. Laser ablation can be a good choice for patients who have few other treatment options, either because medication does not control their seizures or because the lesions in their brain that cause their epilepsy are deep and hard to reach using open brain surgery. A significant minority of epilepsy patients, approximately 12,500 patients in the UK, would benefit from surgical treatment
including laser-guided surgery. In around 60% of these cases, surgery can actually be curative, and evidence shows that it also contributes to reducing premature mortality in epilepsy. Despite these benefits, sadly, only 300 patients a year are currently given this treatment. I think the Department of Health must urgently review the number of patients with access to neurosurgery each year, particularly surgery that uses new, less invasive techniques such as laser ablation. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I mentioned the connection with autism that my honourable friend responded to in her opening speech. It is obvious that although we have made great strides on epilepsy since the days when epileptics were not allowed to marry, however, we still have a long way to go, and I very much hope the Minister will be able to respond positively to the questions that have been raised on both sides of this House about the future of epilepsy in the NHS's hands.
Teresa Pearce.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I'd also like to congratulate the Honourable Member for South Thanet for securing this debate and continuing to raise awareness of epilepsy. And although we are on opposite sides of the chamber, I'm also sad that she is leaving this place after May, as the work she has undertaken on behalf of people with epilepsy is much respected within this House and outside. Epilepsy is a life-threatening neurological condition that can strike anybody at any age without warning. But being a woman with epilepsy is not the same as being a man with epilepsy. Epilepsy and its treatment can affect sexual development, menstrual cycles, contraception, fertility and reproduction. That's why today I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the urgent need to improve the support and advice available to women of childbearing age who have epilepsy. In particular, I'd like to highlight the importance of enabling women to make informed choices about their drug treatment. Approximately 139,000 women of childbearing age have epilepsy. Around 2,400 babies are born each year to mothers taking these drugs. Yet women with epilepsy remain uninformed about their choices of medication. They lack specialised care and support they need and are at increased risk of maternal death. This is nothing short of a scandal, given the repeated concerns raised over decades about sodium valproate and the links to the development of birth defects and fetal anticonvulsant syndrome, commonly known as FACS, in children born to women taking this drug. The use of anti-epileptic drugs can present women with various problems before conception and during pregnancy. National guidelines indicate that women with epilepsy of childbearing age should be made aware of the impact their medication could have on their unborn baby. But whilst GPs should be highlighting these risks, the provision of this specialised care and information is variable at best and non-existent at worst. This is despite the fact that in 2012, NICE recommended a new indicator to encourage GPs to tell girls and women of childbearing age about the risk posed by anti-epileptic drugs, specifically naming sodium valproate as a drug that should be discussed. I'd like to ask, is the Minister concerned that this information is not widely distributed, and what steps will the Department of Health take to ensure that this is remedied as a matter of urgency? Sodium valproate is considered to be the most effective drug for controlling epileptic seizures, but it has been found to increase the risk of babies born with cleft palates and spina bifida. It is also associated with a very high risk of major malformations and neurodevelopment impairment. Despite this, a survey found that 25% of mothers were unaware of these risks. This is unacceptable and unjustifiable. If we know that this medication can cause such considerable harm, and this is medication that is also prescribed to women who don't have epilepsy for other conditions, why aren't women being widely warned about its potential dangers? It is important to control epileptic seizures during pregnancy, that I accept. But given that the anti-epileptic drugs do increase the risk of fetal malformations, development delay, fetal and maternal death, women with epilepsy are placed in an impossible position. They either have to continue taking these drugs or risk seizures, both of which pose an increased risk to the mother and to the fetus. Pregnant women who abandon their medication are at an increased risk of developing uncontrolled seizures, which can be fatal. Around 4 women with epilepsy die during pregnancy each year, and these are deaths that could potentially be avoided if the right support is provided. And I'm sure this afternoon we'll talk a lot about numbers and statistics, but just to put this into context about how this affects people. I know a woman who, at the age of 15, started to have night seizures in her sleep. She was diagnosed with epilepsy and put on sodium valproate. 11 years later, she got married and decided her and her husband, they wanted children. So in 2007, understanding and having researched the risk to her baby with sodium valproate, she changed her drugs. Then in 2008 began a terrifying 5 years of daytime seizures, something that she'd never had to deal with before because her seizures had always been while she was asleep, and she had been seizure-free for 12 years. She was afraid to go out, she was afraid to get on a bus, she was afraid to go to work, she was a teacher, she taught primary school children and was terrified of having a seizure in front of them and they wouldn't know what to do. But then the bitterest pill of all was the fact that either because of the increased seizures or the new drugs, she found that she was no longer ovulating. So her choice was either to take a drug, which would stop the seizures but may risk the baby, or to take a different drug and have the seizures and risk her fertility. It's a very, very difficult situation for women to be in, and they need advice. Yes.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. I take this issue incredibly seriously. There has been an EU-wide review of the risks involved, and in January this year, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency has issued new guidance. The British National Formulary has also been updated, and the Department is looking at the possibility of a red flag system which flags up to GPs the risks with women of childbearing age, something that I'm personally very keen that we can try to secure.
I thank the Minister for his intervention, and I am aware that you have met with some of the mothers in this case, and I'm very grateful for that. But as in the case that I just identified, women with epilepsy are in desperate need of specialised guidance and support from their GPs, but that support isn't currently there. GPs should be providing pre-conception counselling, tailored advice, yet they don't appear, in my view, to be taking this responsibility very seriously. In 2012, a survey by Epilepsy Action revealed that 26% of women who had been pregnant in the last 5 years or who were planning to become pregnant had never received any counselling at all. This puts women and unborn babies at risk. Preconception counselling must be fully embedded in the care pathway of all women with epilepsy of childbearing potential. There must be a specialist care pathway for all women with epilepsy to ensure that these pregnancies are flagged as potentially high risk. Women should receive regular input from an epilepsy specialist and an obstetrician, and any breakthrough or worsening seizures must be urgently investigated. Could the Minister tell me what funding, training and planning is needed to implement these steps? The cooperation of GPs and healthcare professionals is crucial to ensure that any strategy actually works, and I welcome the stronger guidance released in January this year by the Medicine Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, stating that valproate should not be prescribed to female children, female adolescents, women of childbearing potential or pregnant women, unless other treatments are ineffective or not tolerated. This was following the worldwide review, as just mentioned by the Minister. But what steps will the Department of Health take to ensure that this is fully implemented? Every woman taking an anticonvulsant has the right to an informed choice. However, we know this hasn't been the case, since information on valproate and pregnancy was withheld from female patients in 1972. Following the European review in 2014, why hasn't the information to female patients been made a mandatory action? At this moment, the picture is bleak. The recent report, Saving Mothers' Lives, highlighted the failure to reduce maternal deaths of epilepsy over the last 2 years. If women with epilepsy were provided with support and healthcare tailored to their specific condition, then it is likely the number of maternal deaths would be reduced. The science is available to ensure that women with epilepsy can have successful pregnancies with the right support, but this must be universally available to all women with epilepsy, since simple measures can decrease the risks associated with epilepsy in pregnancy. I've worked closely with women whose children have suffered from FACS and families who've been affected by the lack of information. In particular, I've worked with Janet Williams and Emma Murphy, who run InFact, which stands for the Independent Fetal Anticonvulsant Trust, and for their relentless commitment and dedication to raising awareness of this issue. I respect and admire them. I first met them just after I entered this House in 2010, when families were devastated following the withdrawal of a legal aid case for a class action against the manufacturers of that drug. After 6 years of preparation, that trial did not go ahead. I tabled an EDM signed by 82 MPs, urging the Legal Services Commission to reconsider, but they did not. Last year, I wrote to the Department of Health to ask if compensation would be available. I received responses from the Parliamentary Under-Secretary for State for Life Sciences, who replied, "Compensation for people who believe they've been adversely affected by a particular drug is a matter for the judicial system." And the Minister of State for Care and Support said it would be inappropriate for ministers to intervene or comment on matters which are judicial. The fact is, these families have sought justice. They've done everything. They've been denied support and denied justice. Will the government act?
Steve Baker.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise to ask the Government to take a close interest in the case of my constituent Jessica Monks, which I'll relate from the perspective of her parents. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for South Thanet for creating this opportunity, and indeed creating the opportunity to inform myself about this important issue. I've been astonished by what I've learned. And I'm very glad to follow the Honourable Lady for Erith and Thamesmead. As she'll learn, I'm going to talk similarly about issues of consent towards the end, and I think it's shocking to discover what the Honourable Lady has set out about consent. Jessica Monks was not just a cheerful young woman, but a positively joyful young woman. Her life and untimely death are, I think, a case study in what can go very badly wrong and perhaps what ought to be done. Jessica was born on the 7th of February 1996 and lived in Medmenham in my constituency. She suffered from epilepsy and she was under the care of the neurology department of the John Radcliffe Hospital in Oxford, and I understand that she was learning to live very well with her condition. Jessica died by suicide on Saturday, January the 24th, 2015, as a result of a psychotic episode relating to the epilepsy medication which she was taking. Jessica had been taking zonisamide since approximately November 2013, but her seizures had not stopped. Her neurologist had told her parents to keep an eye on her moods and make an appointment with him immediately if her mood changed in any way. Over Christmas 2014, Jessica, usually a joyful young woman, began acting noticeably low and withdrawn, very unlike her usual buoyant self. As requested, Mr. and Mrs. Monks attempted to make an appointment for Jessica to see her neurologist about this change in mood in early January, but despite several phone calls, they did not receive a response. Her parents were very concerned about her deteriorating mood, so they made an appointment with her GP, who saw her on the 8th of January. Her GP agreed that her mood had deteriorated, but the GP crucially felt it was important to speak to her neurologist before prescribing any medication to help her mood improve. On the Friday, the 9th of January, Jessica was admitted into Wexham Park Hospital after taking an overdose of zonisamide, oxcarbazepine and paracetamol. She was seen by a junior psychiatric nurse, and I am surprised that it was a nurse. I'm sure they do a wonderful job, but I would have thought in such circumstances a consultant would have been appropriate. But the nurse deemed her to be fit for discharge. Following a further attempted suicide on Monday the 12th of January, her parents made another appointment to see her GP, who again recommended Jessica was prescribed antidepressants, but felt unable to do so until she'd spoken to her neurologist. The GP did arrange for an urgent psychiatrist appointment for Jessica, and thankfully the psychiatrist phoned that evening to make an appointment and offer out-of-hours support. At the psychiatric appointment on the 22nd of January, Jessica was diagnosed to be suffering from a psychotic episode and was instructed to stop taking antidepressants immediately. The psychiatrist was concerned that the drug Jessica was taking was causing this psychotic side effect, which is, by the way, well known, and said she would go and speak to her neurologist that evening to discuss whether the epilepsy drug zonisamide should cease to be taken. On Saturday, the 24th of January, Jessica died when she stepped in front of an oncoming train. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and it's a tragic case that he's talking about. I can't begin to imagine what the family has been through, and I'm very happy to meet with him to discuss further what lessons can be learned from this.
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend. Mr and Mrs Monks feel that there has been a significant breakdown in care for their daughter, that there was a significant breakdown, and I certainly agree. The speed and severity with which her mental health deteriorated due to her epilepsy medication was not considered a priority. It was not adequately prioritised, and they feel they've been badly let down by the medical professionals they saw in the days leading up to Jessica's death. Jessica's death was apparently avoidable. We need to know why it was not avoided. There are a number of questions to be answered by the NHS, and the investigation is ongoing, and indeed the coroner's inquest is ongoing, and I have contacted the coroner before raising this case, Madam Deputy Speaker, who's content for me to do so. I won't run through all of those questions. I think some of them are apparent, but in particular, why was the consultant neurologist not more available? Why, when it is well known, as the library brief explains to us, well known that some of this medication can cause these side effects, why was more immediate, perhaps telephone support, not available in the event of an episode? I will give way.
I'm so grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Amongst other things, I sit on the Public Administration Select Committee, and we're responsible for the Health Ombudsman. Would my honourable friend make sure that the details of this case are passed to the Public Administration Select Committee and also to the Ombudsman, because we're particularly looking in to how complaints are dealt with and how we learn from tragic experiences such as this in the future.
Well, I'm extremely grateful to my right honourable friend, and I have already passed the details to the Minister. I am aware of the inquest going forward and the NHS investigation, but I will certainly take her advice and give those other bodies the opportunity to investigate. But this brings me on to the specific issue of consent, because I've spoken to Mr and Mrs Monks today, and they've explained that at no point was it explained to them that this medication could have these side effects. And Jessica was 17 when she started on them, and I feel it really should have been explained to her parents that this was a possibility. They should have had the opportunity to take very strong action. Of course, they did take very strong action. They took the strongest action they could, and it seems to me, without wishing to pass judgment, that the key problem is that they couldn't get hold of a neurologist.
Will my friend allow me very briefly?
Very briefly, I have got
very
to.
briefly. I'm just puzzled that the instructions that came with the medication didn't include a warning that if you had those sort of side effects, you should cease taking it.
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I mean, I'm a layman on these things, but one of the things I've learned today is that one can't simply cease taking medication for epilepsy, and so specialist advice is required. But it seems very simply that this is the case, that the epilepsy medication, which was necessary, caused psychotic side effects, which were exacerbated by antidepressants, which were prescribed with the best intentions. I'm grateful to my honourable friend South Thanet for acknowledging. And so we found her spiralling into this situation which tragically led to her death. I'd like to leave a few words with her parents. They've written to me, "The sudden and tragic death of our otherwise healthy and happy teenage daughter has caused devastation throughout our family and local community. We strongly feel that this situation could have been avoided if we were given the correct advice and prompt treatment, and they are committed to ensuring the same mistake does not happen to another epilepsy patient." Madam Deputy Speaker, Susan and Stephen Morris have been robbed of their daughter and all of the future opportunities, hopes and dreams for which she stood. They deserve to know why and what will be done about it.
Valerie Vaz.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Wickham, and if he could pass the sympathies, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all Honourable Members, pass the sympathies of this House to his constituents, and of course to him. He's very ably put forward their case. Can I start by paying tribute to the Honourable Member for South Thanet for her work as chair of the all-party parliamentary group and fulfilling her final task of actually securing this debate before she leaves the House. She will be sadly missed for her enthusiasm and her commitment to epilepsy, not only to epilepsy, but also on behalf of her constituents. She has been an assiduous MP.
Not to confirm that, but I would like to say that I'm absolutely thrilled that the all-party group's chairmanship is being handed to my honourable friend from Walsall South, who will take it on and I know put a huge amount of passion and energy in continuing the fight and ensuring that the voice of those with epilepsy is very much heard.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Member, but I hope to be as good as her, and I'm not sure I will be. But this is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a timely debate because it comes between very important dates. The World Health Organization adopted a resolution on the 2nd of Feb of this year, and World Epilepsy Day is on the 26th of March, where we're all urged to colour it purple. And you know, this is just an accident that I wear this colour today. And this debate is some 12 days after the 14th of February, and most people probably know that St Valentine's is the patron saint of epilepsy. But the World Health Organization launched a campaign on the 9th of Feb to improve the epilepsy treatment gap, and they urged member states to look at this, and they set out a number of clauses, and I'll just touch on a few. To ensure public awareness of and education about epilepsy, to integrate epilepsy management, to introduce and implement national healthcare plans of action for epilepsy management. And there are many more, and I urge honourable members to look at that. There have also been a number of important reports that have been released recently, and I'll touch on those in the speech. But I want to deal with the three different stages, Madam Deputy Speaker: young people, the transition from young person and adults to adult services. And here are some background facts. The brain is the most complex organ in the body, with over 100 billion neurons, and that passes the messages around our brains. The vast majority of the brain's activity is subconscious. Epilepsy is a life-threatening neurological condition which can affect anybody at any age without any warning. There are 40 different types of epilepsy and at least 40 different types of seizure. 87 people are diagnosed with it every day. Epilepsy now accounts for more deaths than cervical cancer and is in the top 10 of all causes of amenable deaths. Turning to young people, the report Improving Epilepsy Care for Children and Young People that was published by Young Epilepsy, UCL and Whittington Health highlighted that there were unacceptable levels of misdiagnosis, inadequate communication, a variation in care and a fragmentation of services. There are 112,000 children and young people who have epilepsy. That's 1 in every 200 children. This report made 7 important recommendations, and I'll just touch on a few. Creating an individual plan for every child and young person. As one parent said, a one-size-fits-all is wrong. They want to design a year of care tariff for epilepsies, and they want to audit annual review of relevant outcomes for each child and young person. As Dr. Amit Bali, who was involved in the report, said, only small steps have been taken in areas that required a big leap forwards. I was at the launch, Madam Deputy Speaker, of Epilepsy 12 at the Royal College of Paediatricians a couple of years ago, and a number of charities were involved in that, Epilepsy Action and Young Epilepsy. In that report, it showed that there was a variation in the level of care and available resources, such as specialist nurses and clinics, which are needed to provide the care across the UK. And amazingly, some services were not even meeting NICE guidelines. In their later report, it published in 2014, they said there was some progress. 2/3 of units had specialised epilepsy nurses and more clinics were being held. But only 2 out of 3 units were reporting that they have a weekly epilepsy clinic being held just for children and young people. And the way young people are treated is so important because it affects their education as well as their lifestyle. In a 3-year population-based study by children with epilepsy in Sussex schools, CHESS, they found that 95% of children had difficulty in at least one of the assessed areas, while most of the children had several problems. The CHESS study found that 60% of children met the diagnostic criteria for at least one behaviour or motor disorder, but only 1/3 had previously been diagnosed. And we've heard the difficulties that children with on anti-epileptic drugs have. A study by Epilepsy Society showed that they have a detrimental impact on processing speed and memory work. Turning to the transition period, Madam Deputy Speaker, Epilepsy 12 found that there was an inadequate service and transition arrangements for young people. So there needs to be more attention to handover clinics that could possibly comprise both adult and paediatric health professionals. And the loss of continuity of care at transition does need to be addressed to ensure that new relationships with clinicians are established. Turning now to adults, Madam Deputy Speaker, in a report by Epilepsy Action on CCG commissioning groups in November, they found that only 3 out of 140 health and wellbeing boards are making plans for people with epilepsy. 78% of CCGs have not and do not intend to develop a written needs assessment for people with epilepsy. That must change. Evidence also shows that people with epilepsy have poor access to epilepsy specialists and epilepsy specialist nurses and don't have regular reviews of their epilepsy. And the Honourable Member was kind enough to mention my 10-minute rule bill, where I did call for a direct referral to a tertiary specialist. That hasn't been taken up yet, so we need a referral from GP specialist to a tertiary specialist without the need to go through a generalised consultant. The sudden unexpected death in epilepsy is an important issue that's been highlighted by SUDEP Action, and the National Sentinel audit of epilepsy deaths in 2002 found that 42% of deaths were potentially avoidable. Brain surgery is another area where there is a lack of availability. Only 300 operations are carried out on adults each year. It's estimated there are approximately 5,000 adults who could and should benefit from the only cure that there is for their epilepsy. And I want to add my voice to the other honourable members to the outrage at the sacking of the young person at London Underground. There is hope for the future. Epilepsy Society are undertaking some active research. In their report, they highlighted a number of firsts, such as the first brain and tissue bank for epilepsy. They created the first multilingual digital information resources for epilepsy. And they hope to unravel the genetic architecture of the epilepsies and bring new hope for people with the condition. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should consider ourselves lucky in this country, because not only do we have committed practitioners who are desperate to help their patients, but we have areas where there is pioneering work going on, like Professor Cross, who's pioneered the keto diet. But in the United States, until there was, to describe it as Obamacare, those with epilepsy could not be covered by insurance because they had a pre-existing condition. We take all that for granted. That's why this debate fulfills the important role of highlighting awareness of this condition. Honourable members will remember the drama series, The Promise, where the lead character, Erin, not only was a heroine, but she had epilepsy, which was incidental to her life. And as Peter Kosminski, lately director of Wolf Hall, who wrote it, he said he wanted to show someone being brave, getting on with life, without letting her epilepsy circumscribe her actions, in the hope of destigmatising the condition. And let us not forget, while we look at destigmatising, the roll call of creative, successful people who have the condition. Musicians Neil Young and Prince, the writers Dostoevsky, Charles Dickens and Lord Byron. I hope we have today brought epilepsy out of the shadows of stigma and discrimination and into the spotlight of knowledge, awareness and hope for the future.
Order, we're running out of time for this debate. I want to be fair to all members, so I'm reducing the time limit to 7 minutes. If there's not too many interventions, then it won't be necessary to reduce it further. But we're going to go to 7 minutes now. The next speaker is Greg Mulholland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by congratulating my honourable friend for South Thanet and for my honourable friend, right honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham, for securing this very, very important debate and giving us all the opportunity to contribute on behalf of our constituents, and particularly to my honourable friend for South Thanet for bringing her experience and what she has done here in the time she spent here. And I echo the sense that it's a shame that she won't be coming back to carry that on, and that is something I think other people will have to do, and I'm sure honourable and right honourable members will do that here. I think it is important to start by saying that my right honourable friend, the Minister, the member for North Norfolk, has taken a real interest in epilepsy, and that there have been significant improvements that he has brought in and his colleagues have brought in during this Parliament. Equally, I think the NHS Commissioning Board's decision to introduce a National Clinical Director for Chronic Disability and Neurological Conditions, Dr David Bateman, has been very positive in ensuring epilepsy is on the agenda at the most senior level in the NHS. Of course, in February 2013, we saw the publication of the NICE new quality standards for children and adults with epilepsy. I also welcome the cross-departmental working and the fact that the Department of Education is is involved in looking at better support for pupils at schools diagnosed with epilepsy. But there's still a lot to do, and there's still too much of a sense of care being patchy and good in some areas and poor in others, and that has to be a priority for the next government. Now, I'm very proud because Epilepsy Action, that has already been mentioned many times, excellent organisation. They are based in Leeds. Their headquarters are in Leeds, in Yeadon, which is an area I represent. Epilepsy Action, I have to say, are about 100 yards just over the border in my honourable friend, the member for Pudsey's constituency. We share Yeadon, but we're both very proud that this wonderful national charity is based in Yeadon in North Leeds. I won't repeat the findings of their really powerful survey, except just to reiterate that one figure, that of the CCGs who did respond to their survey, that 70% said that they had not produced and had no plans to develop a written needs assessment of the health and social care needs for epilepsy. I mean, that is simply not good enough, and that has to change, and has to change quickly. And I'd urge the Minister, in the time he has remaining, to really make clear that that's not acceptable and that must change. Every health and wellbeing board must know how many people in their area have epilepsy, and must also develop an epilepsy section for their JSNA, and this should include information about current local provision and services and future needs. And health and wellbeing boards must also work with their local CCGs to ensure that adults and children in their area experience a joined-up approach to addressing their epilepsy healthcare needs. And every local authority scrutiny board with responsibility for health must consider if their JSNA adequately meets the needs of adults and children with epilepsy in their local area. I am delighted to say and to tell my right honourable friend that Leeds is actually, and this is not me saying it, this is that my constituents tell me and practitioners tell me that actually the Leeds Teaching Hospitals Trust is one of the best NHS trusts in the country for supporting those in epilepsy, and that's something that we are very proud of. They have a team providing specialist epilepsy care and advice for people in Leeds and the wider Yorkshire region. And as well as the medical treatment of epilepsy, they also run an epilepsy surgery pathway for people with difficult to treat epilepsy. And they have specialist brain tumour and vagal nerve stimulation clinics. So I hope that my honourable friend will commend me in, recognising that Leeds is a centre of excellence for epilepsy. And if in the remaining 5 weeks, while he is definitely in this particular job, he has the time to come and visit and perhaps meet some of those people involved, I certainly would find time in my diary to join him. But really, very similarly to other constituents, a lot of what I have learnt about epilepsy has come from constituents. And my constituent, Dominic Ware, and his parents, Vic and Carol, who have given me their permission to pass on some of what I've learnt from them, and my constituent, Andy Cavadino, who has epilepsy. They both have enabled me to see both the good and the issues that need dealing with. Andy Cavadino's epilepsy developed over 10 years after a serious head injury, and the two main issues affecting him relate to driving and to medication. And he finds it very frustrating as a teacher that he's allowed to drive a people carrier but not a minibus, and he wants to see a much more transparent discussion about what vehicles can and should be driven by people with epilepsy. And I hope this is something that can be looked at, though of course I acknowledge that that's an issue for the Department for Transport. The second issue he raises, and this is one I think that's already been really covered by other honourable members' constituents' concerns, is that people have an attitude towards those with epilepsy, and often people are nervous and they tend to be on edge around people with epilepsy. And as Andy said, people sometimes say, take it easy. And there is a real need to raise awareness that people with epilepsy are generally on medication if they need to be, and it's helpful. So we do need to do more to fight this sense of concern, paranoia, stigma that gets attached to people like Andy. In the case of Dominic Ware, his parents Vic and Carol, Dominic's epilepsy has been a huge part of their lives and something that they have had to cope with, and actually The care they've had in Leeds has saved Dominic's life and enabled him now to lead a normal life, which is precisely what needs to happen. But they know, and Vic in particular know, who is a real passionate campaigner, knows that that is not the case for too many people. And we've heard some cases today that have been failed, unlike Dominic, and that's simply not acceptable and is devastating, as we've heard, in some cases for constituents. So I ask, will he support the call, will he support Vic's call for the next government, it will now be, to appoint an epilepsy champion within the Department for Health to really bring this together so we can have a very single, strong voice in government, whoever is in that government, really pushing these issues?
George Howarth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I add my gratitude to the Honourable Member for South Thanet for giving us the opportunity to debate this important issue today. Could I say, also to those who said she'll be missed in the House, I wholeheartedly endorse that. Yeah. It was, in many ways, an informative speech, and I'll come on to that in a moment. But also, in the many years I've been in this House, it was a unique speech. Never before have I heard a member of this House declare themselves to be both a lawmaker and a lawbreaker. And even more alarmingly, she went on to declare her intention of becoming a repeat offender. So, in that sense, it was unique, but also it was important and unique in the sense that she brought the experience of people who suffer this condition before the House and gave us the opportunity to understand more about the dimensions of it. I think it's necessary to say a word about the Honourable Member for Wycombe's speech, describing such a tragic case, and anybody who's ever experienced the loss of a child knows exactly the depths into which the misery of those people concerned will have experienced. And I thought he dealt with a difficult subject both in suitably moving way, but also with great dignity. And I too pass on my very sincere condolences to the family concerned.
I'm extremely grateful to him for his kind words, and I know that the family have heard him and will be most grateful for his kind words.
The Honourable Gentleman's speech also highlighted, I think, a point about more general point about how chronic conditions are dealt with. I do have some knowledge of type 1 diabetes, and it's a similar situation where when somebody reaches a crisis in type 1 diabetes, it might be a psychological crisis, it might be one that should be dealt with by a diabetologist. You can't always get to see the right people at the right time to get the right support or the right in some cases it might be prescription, or it might be some advice as to about what you should do. And I think, brilliant though our National Health Service is, that's one area where I think it all too often breaks down. And I think that it is something, and I hope the Minister will address that problem, it is something that needs to be thought about. Now, I want to concentrate what time's left to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, on one particular issue which has not been raised, I don't think, previously in this debate, but which one of my constituents has contacted me about. And that is those who find themselves on benefits and how the benefits system makes their life very difficult indeed. And no doubt the Minister won't be able to respond, but can pass it on to the relevant Minister. My constituent, who has asked to be named, Mr Adam Lane, who lives in Huyton, has said, and I quote, "In regard to my DLA claim, I had to go through 6 months with no money for myself, my wife and my 2-year-old son. At that time, we had to live on £50 a week until I went to a tribunal and won. How I have got through the whole process again, I have to go through the whole process again on the 13th of March for PIP. Now, I have a letter from my epilepsy doctor stating how bad my epilepsy is. I fall and convulse without warning and have seriously damaged my knee and have panic attacks throughout the whole experience. My seizures are occurring every week now and are very serious, and now I suffer with migraines, whereby I vomit 14 hours a day and I'm confined to bed through the process for 2 weeks at a time. I'm hoping Atos will not brush me off like last time, hoping to appease the government and government numbers to get people off benefits. I feel I'm in need of benefits. I cannot work with my health condition. My wife is my carer 24/7. My son has been traumatised through watching my seizures. I'm hoping that my Atos interviewer sees what is in front of their eyes and not what the government want them to see and say. Please, for us others out there, let there be a way of people who do not abuse the system given a fairer crack of claiming what is deservedly theirs. Thank you. Now, I thought it was worth reading that out in full because it does give a very clear picture of how this man has had to struggle to keep his family together, to support his family in extremely difficult circumstances, whereby the benefit system seems to mount up against him to prevent him having any kind of reasonable life. And I do hope that cases like that, and there'll be many more of them out there, do give the government cause to think again about how people with chronic conditions are dealt with in the benefit system.
Sir David Ames.
The whole House was moved by the speech of my honourable friend for Wickham. Losing a child under such circumstances, the pain must be unimaginable. Turning to my honourable friend, the member for Thanet South, who started her speech by beating herself up on the basis that she didn't feel she had done enough to raise the profile of epilepsy. Nothing could be further from the truth. She has done a magnificent job. And frankly, she has made my day because her invitation for colleagues to come up with ideas as to how she should break the law as an epileptic, I think when she gets back to her room later, she will find that she is inundated with suggestions. I, like others, am very sorry that she has chosen not to stand in the next election. I just hope to pray to God that she is replaced by someone with the good common sense and judgment which she has shown throughout her time as a member.
Yeah.
Epilepsy is potentially a life-threatening neurological condition, as everyone has said already, affecting the lives of nearly 500,000 people in England alone. It can reduce life expectancy by up to 10 years and can leave people unfit to work, as we've heard already. Among other consequences, epilepsy affects children's performance at school due to seizures. Nearly half of the number of deaths from epilepsy can be avoided, as we've heard already. So in the constituency I represent, there are estimated 865 people suffering from epilepsy, and this figure increases to 13,600 for the county of Essex. What are the local CCGs, Madam Deputy Speaker, however, doing to assist people with epilepsy in the area that I represent? I'm afraid to tell the House just not enough. Clinical commissioning groups have a very important role to play. They have a strategic influence and make commissioning decisions that impact the lives of an average of 2,370 epilepsy sufferers in each CCG area. I have recently been in contact with Epilepsy Action, who I agree with other colleagues are doing a wonderful job in raising awareness of the problems faced by people with epilepsy. I was completely shocked to hear that my local South End CCG has no plans to produce a written needs assessment of the health and social care needs for people with neurological conditions. No plans to produce a written needs assessment of the health and social care needs for people with epilepsy, not identified neurology or epilepsy as an improvement and saving opportunity, not identified neurology as a priority by the local health and wellbeing board, and not appointed a clinical lead for neurology. That simply is just not good enough. Southend West, Madam Deputy Speaker, has a higher than average number of people with epilepsy. I think it's because of its high ageing profile. The correct ratio of specialised epilepsy nurse to patient is 1 to 300. The specialist nurse at Southend Hospital is currently looking after more than 1,000 patients. Absolutely ridiculous. This has got to change, and there must be more specialist epilepsy nurse posts created before any improvements can be felt by local residents in the area that I represent. I fully accept that this is a country-wide problem, but it is very frustrating, the current situation, that most CCGs do not understand the needs of people with epilepsy. I am in regular contact with the South East Essex Epilepsy Group Support, superbly led by the chairman, Mrs. Diane Blake-Lawson. It's a wonderful source of information and support for epilepsy sufferers in the area that I represent. And I hear about all sorts of obstacles faced by people with epilepsy. Very often, local residents are diagnosed and then they and their families are left without any medical guidance or support. We've already heard a little bit about that earlier. I was particularly upset to hear that Southend Hospital has on a number of occasions refused MRI scans and other medical examinations. I have received complaints regarding prescription of generic drugs, despite evidence suggesting that the use of generic drugs leads to increased risk of seizures. Even more alarmingly, I was informed that latest drugs are not made available to patients, as older and less effective drugs are cheaper to use. Again, this is just not acceptable. Local residents often get caught up in a confusing situation where the hospital says that they should speak to their GPs first, and once they contact their GPs, they face reluctance to give any advice and suggesting that patients turn to neurologists instead. There is clearly a lack of GP training in epilepsy. Nationally, only 20% of people with epilepsy refer to see a specialist being seen within the NICE recommended waiting time. Even worse, there is an 18% gap in treatment of epilepsy, meaning that 18% of people with epilepsy who could attain seizure freedom unnecessarily experience seizures due to a lack of appropriate treatment. The Honourable Member for Knowsley raised the issue of benefits. I wanted to touch on that because a number of people are adversely affected by the present situation. The process of claiming benefits can be lengthy and stressful, as we all know, which can in turn aggravate the psychological symptoms as well as the frequency and severity of seizures. What I'm most concerned about is the ability of benefit medical assessors, who are very rarely doctors, to recognise and appreciate the severity of epilepsy. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, think that there is a role for government to play. We need more funds to be invested in medical research to ensure that more people with epilepsy can access effective treatment. Southend residents, I think, suffering from epilepsy should not be denied access to the various treatments, as I said earlier. For too long, epilepsy has been forgotten in terms of funding and variety of treatments available. It is time for the government to hold CCGs to account to ensure that due gravity is given to this very serious subject. So, as my honourable friends hands the baton on to the honourable member for Walsall South, I hope that in the next Parliament, whoever forms the next government, we will do our very best to provide the highest treatment possible for those who suffer from epilepsy.
Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to also add my congratulations to the Honourable Member for South Thanet and the Right Honourable Member for Chesham and Amersham for securing this important debate. And in common with many other members, I'd also personally like to thank the Honourable Member for South Thanet for the excellent work that she's done. Maybe she wouldn't thank me as on the left of the party for a glowing tribute, but she's a thoroughly decent MP and she'll be sadly missed, I know, and she does an excellent job. But in relation to this excellent work, and I'm perhaps a less active member of the all-party group, but I am a member of many all-party groups, particularly those to do with health and cancer, and this is a very timely debate. And it is thanks once again to the Backbench Business Committee for affording us this opportunity to raise awareness of this important and often misunderstood condition. In a previous role, I wasn't double jobbing, I might say. When I worked in the National Health Service in an analytical chemistry lab, I used to do tests on anti-epileptic drugs using gas chromatography techniques. So I know a little bit about the chemistry of it, but not so much about the clinical manifestations and symptoms. And I would like to pay tribute to the tremendous and powerful speech by the Honourable Gentleman for Wickham, and it really brings it home, the potential risks of the condition left unregulated. And again, as has already been pointed out, this is one of the most common neurological conditions in the United Kingdom. And as the member for South Thanet indicated, 500,000 people in the UK, which means almost 1 in 100 people has this condition, and it's a considerable number of people with this condition. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to confine my remarks essentially to one particular aspect, and that's discrimination and stigma caused by epilepsy in the workplace. And as I think we're aware by now, epilepsy is not one condition, but it's a composite, and other members have mentioned the link with autism or suspected link. And in fact, there are about 40 different types of seizure, perhaps as many as 50 different syndromes with various degrees of severity and complexity. However, with the right treatment, with the right medication and the right support, there's no reason why someone suffering from epilepsy can't lead a full and active life, as the member for South Thanet is so ably indicated. Now, many contributions from members to the debate this afternoon have been regarding access to medical care, and a number of members have already mentioned the issues around stigma, but I want to stress the issue of discrimination against those with epilepsy, discrimination that can be faced, creating barriers to education, but more particularly to employment. A report published by Young Epilepsy found 3/4 of people with epilepsy have experienced discrimination due to their condition. And indeed, this was a situation which was reaffirmed by work commissioned by the disabilities charity Quarriers, which found that more than 2/3 of people with epilepsy admit they worry what members of the public would say or do if they had a seizure, with over 1/3 of the respondents expressing concern that having a seizure in public has led to anxiety about whether to leave the house even, yet let alone take up employment. And in relation to employment, over 7 in 10, the figure is actually 72%, state their condition had an impact on their career progression and choices, with more than 2/5 avoiding telling people about their epilepsy. There are protections in place for those looking for, and indeed for those who are in work. However, I am concerned that the duties and indeed the obligations, these obligations are not being met by employers. Equality laws make it illegal for employers to unfairly treat people with epilepsy, including providing protection against bullying and harassment due to their condition. Employers also have a duty to make reasonable adjustments to help people with epilepsy into or indeed stay in work and prevent them from being at a substantial disadvantage. However, what we have found is that people with epilepsy have been shown to be twice as likely to be at risk of unemployment as those without the condition. And the case of Karen Guile, who's been referred to by my honourable friend, the member for Vauxhall, was also drawn to my attention. I might say, just to comply with the instructions yesterday, the entry in the Register of Members' Interests on page 205, I am a member of the RMT parliamentary group, although it is unremunerated, and the RMT aren't affiliated to my party. But I do think it's important that we speak on behalf of working people and indeed of charities in this House and raise legitimate concerns. And I do think that this is a kind of important test case where someone has actually lost her job. Because as my honourable friend indicated, London Underground didn't provide the training or support required. And I just want to put this to the Minister, because I've only got a little bit of time. I know he's a decent and reasonable man, and I do hope that at the conclusion of this debate, the Minister will make it clear that it's unacceptable to discriminate against someone due to them having epilepsy. And I do hope that he will offer support to people like Karen fighting blatant discrimination. And I would ask further, would the Minister agree to raise the case of Karen with the Mayor, because this is Transport for London, which comes under the auspices of the Mayor. It's a significant public sector employer, and we would want it to be an example of best practice. And would he meet a delegation of interested MPs to discuss this issue of discrimination and epilepsy at work?
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to commend the honourable members who secured this debate and the Backbench Business Committee for bringing this very serious issue to our attention. I found this a genuinely shocking debate. The statistics are shocking enough. 600,000 people with epilepsy in this country, which puts it on a scale with dementia and Alzheimer's disease, but in my view receiving far less attention, perhaps because we feel we're used to epilepsy, that it's not that serious. And yet the other shocking statistics are that 1,000 people a year die epilepsy-related deaths. And then the most shocking statistic of all, mentioned already by the Honourable Lady for Walsall, that as many as 42% of those deaths could be preventable, and could be preventable in many cases with little more than good communication. And what makes this debate all the more shocking and upsetting for me is the particular case of Emily Sumaria. Emily went to my junior school in Cheltenham. She attended the Honourable Member for Chesham's secondary school, Cheltenham Ladies College, and from there did work experience here with me for several weeks. And I remember her as a brilliant young woman who had the kind of smile that lit up a room. Her mum, Rachel, describes her as a bright, beautiful and funny girl with her whole life ahead of her. Her epilepsy was totally under control, and she lived a perfectly normal life. Indeed, I had no idea she was epileptic. She went on to get 4 good A-levels and then started at Leeds University. But Emily never graduated. On the 4th of December 2012, she was found dead in her bed by her university housemates. Her mum says neither she nor I were ever told about the possibility of her dying and had never heard of sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. And the explanation was tragically simple. Emily's university GP practice prescribed the wrong dosage of her medication, and when she moved from her home GP, this meant that when Emily missed 1 day of her tablets, she did not have enough in her bloodstream to prevent her having a seizure, and that one and only seizure, after almost 2 years, killed her. Rachel says, knowledge is power, and maybe if Emily or I had known about SUDEP, then we could have taken additional steps to minimise her risk. This totally avoidable death has had devastating effects on a huge number of people. The ripple effect of Emily's death has been enormous. Now, SUDEP Action, the charity who look into sudden and unexpected death from epilepsy, say being open and honest with patients about their level of risk allows them to make educated choices as to their ongoing care and management. But they say that GPs in primary care lack confidence with epilepsy, and even that specialist services do not routinely discuss with patients the level of risk and the much more serious risks that some of them may not be aware of. And one of the families that contacted SUDEP said, there is nothing worse than losing a child, but to feel that our son did not have all the information he needed to make informed decisions makes it especially cruel. And there is an information issue after death has tragically occurred as well for the bereaved families. NICE guidelines state, where family and or carers have been affected by SUDEP, healthcare professionals should contact families and or carers to offer their condolences, invite them to discuss the death, and offer referral to bereavement counselling and a SUDEP support group. Yet SUDEP Action say this is not happening. They are aware of many people bereaved by epilepsy who find no specialist support and are often left struggling to understand what has happened to them and why. SUDEP Action launched in 2013 with government support, I'm pleased to say, the Epilepsy Deaths Register. That's an amazing potential research resource, but it's also of enormous value to families, and the government should be congratulated for supporting that. But it offers a means for the bereaved families to express what has happened to them. SUDEP Action say the bereaved families are robbed of the chance of saying goodbye, of saying the things that they always wanted to and didn't. They are robbed of opportunities, future hopes and dreams, and the register becomes therefore an important outlet for them. It's somewhere to leave their story, a way to feel that the information they give will be used for the benefit of others for years to come. The impact of these deaths is not yet fully understood, but in our experience is captured by one of the families reporting to SUDEP Action's Epilepsy Deaths Register, who said, "The physical pain and guilt are overwhelming, and we are only just becoming able to talk about him to each other after 16 months has passed. The impact is total and devastating and has affected both the physical and mental health of the whole family." So what SUDEP Action and families like Emily's are calling for is better information. That's better information at primary care level, and I know this is a constant theme with GPs and they cannot be experts in everything, but I think it is particularly important in this respect because it is a condition where people, I think, don't understand the potential seriousness of what is happening. Better information about risk, properly communicated by specialist services, and information after death to the bereaved families. And I think we as policymakers really have little power to offer much comfort to families like Emily's. But if we can take action that saves even one more life from sudden unexpected death through epilepsy like Emily's, then I think that would matter a great deal to Emily's family and to her family and friends, amongst whom I feel proud to have briefly counted myself. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
Andrew Gwynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I too would like to congratulate the Honourable Member for South Thanet for securing this debate. I'd also like to pay tribute to her outstanding work on advancing the cause of those suffering from epilepsy, and she will almost certainly be missed from this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, we've had 11 backbench contributions to this debate, and I would like to thank my honourable friends, the member for Vauxhall, Erith and Thamesmead, Walsall South, my right honourable friend, the member for Knowsley, and my honourable friend, the member for Easington, along with the right honourable member for Chesham and Amersham, the honourable member for Wickham, Leeds North, Southend West, and for Cheltenham for all of their very considered contributions. In placing on the record that advocates like the Honourable Member for South Thanet and others that have spoken today, that they are so crucial because of the stigma around epilepsy, and that is almost unique. It's portrayed on the television as somebody falling to the ground and foaming at the mouth, as we've heard in the debate today, with treatment invariably involving an ambulance with flashing blue lights. But somebody with epilepsy may only suffer a seizure once or twice a year, if that, but they'll live with the stigma of epilepsy all year round, and so sufferers would probably prefer to focus on talking and tackling the stigma. And a case, I think, raised by my honourable friends, the members for Vauxhall and Easington, of the employee of Transport for London who was sacked, I find is frankly appalling and completely discriminatory, and I hope that some action can be taken to rectify that situation. Madam Deputy Speaker, I too looked online at Epilepsy Action's very useful tool and found that my own local clinical commissioning groups, Tameside and Glossop in the first instance, had not produced a written needs assessment for people with epilepsy, nor had they appointed a clinical lead for epilepsy to take charge. Likewise, the other CCG in my constituency, Stockport, hadn't done it either. A point, I think, made eloquently by my honourable friend, the member for Leicester South, and the honourable member for Southend West, and others. I'd like also to ask the Minister to consider how to ensure that CCGs undertake adequate needs assessments of people with epilepsy. It's increasingly important that local plans are drawn up for local provision. It's also important that when we look at the issue of epilepsy care, that we see that there has been a move from predominantly secondary care to it being based more and more in terms of primary care. That has positives and it has negatives. Clearly, primary care is more accessible than secondary care and therefore easier to access on a regular basis. But it's also on the other hand, less specialist, and some professionals operating in primary care might not have the expertise needed to recognise those things that would be significant to a specialist. There are some things that can only be done in secondary care, as we heard from the Honourable Member for Wickham, and therefore I'd like to particularly press the Minister on the issue of brain surgery. It's estimated, for example, that there are around 5,000 adults who could and should benefit from the only cure that there is for epilepsy, brain surgery. Put in context, only around 300 adults have this life-changing surgery each year, so there's clearly more that can be done. So I'd like to take the opportunity to ask the Minister whether there are any plans to direct NHS England to produce similar service for adult epilepsy surgery to increase the quantity of operations undertaken, as, to be fair, they did for children's surgery. I'd also like to very briefly touch on accident and emergency, because according to Epilepsy Action, there are about 30,000 A&E attendances due to epilepsy each year. According to the National Audit of Seizure Management in Hospitals in 2014, 18,000 of these could be prevented by implementing a better care pathway for people with epilepsy. I'd therefore like to ask the Minister what's being done to ensure that all accident and emergency departments have a clear referral pathway for patients presenting with a suspected seizure. Briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the moments that I have left on research and development, there's clearly a welcome focus on R&D in policy terms. The 100,000 Genome Project is a good example of the potential for genetics research changing lives. It would be nice to see the project encompass more specialist research into epilepsy, where genetics research could have an untold impact on epilepsy treatment. And I'd also like to touch on the issue raised by a number of members, but most recently by the Honourable Member for Cheltenham, and that is the issue of SUDEP. This week I too heard from the family of Emily Samaria, who are in Westminster today, and as we've heard, Emily died in her sleep while at university. She suffered from epilepsy. She was bright and funny with a lifetime ahead of her. Her epilepsy was, to all intents and purposes, under control, and she lived a relatively normal life. Emily was never told of the risk from sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, which primarily affects young people. The worst she feared that would happen if she had a seizure was to have her driving licence removed. If she had been told, her mother is certain that she could have taken the necessary precautions and adjustments to her lifestyle. She was simply given a regular prescription, and basic mistakes in the move of her medical records from her home GP practice to her new one at university resulted in her dose being halved by her new doctor without her knowledge. In preparing for this debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, I actually found that some medical schools do not include SUDEP on their curricula in any great detail. So it's asking a bit much, really, to ask young people to research the risks and precautions of SUDEP when quite often their doctors will not even be fully aware of the detail themselves. I suspect the inclusion of SUDEP epilepsy deaths and epilepsy risks in the programme at medical schools would help change this, and perhaps the Minister could give his thoughts on whether that could be brought to their attention. In the final minute that I have, Madam Deputy Speaker, we have said that we will give every patient the full ownership of their medical data. They would be able to share it with whichever organisations they saw fit. We hope that with more people taking control of their data, we will be able to establish more data-driven research projects. I doubt a patient suffering from epilepsy would object to their data being used to develop a cure, and the point is that they would have to give consent for it to be used in this manner. The data would be more free and research would be immeasurably improved, but the final say would go to the patient. Let me finish on a positive note. I'm optimistic about the future. Epilepsy research is going from strength to strength, and we are making improvements in treatment with pharmaceuticals and surgery, both providing hopeful prospects of a cure. I had a look at the NHS Choices website before this debate and saw that there are 17 clinical trials recruiting right now in the UK with the aim of advancing our knowledge about this condition. I'll wrap up by thanking honourable members who have contributed so far, and in particular the member for South Thanet, who I wish well for the future.
Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join in congratulating my honourable friend, the member for South Thanet, for working together with her right honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham. Together they present a powerful case, and I join with everyone else in thanking the honourable member for South Thanet for everything she's done in this Parliament. She will be very much missed from this Parliament, and her case that she put today was all the more powerful because she herself has epilepsy. She can speak with an authenticity, and what she said about the stigma is absolutely right. I see it so often in mental health. But it's exactly the same issue here. The fact that it's not that long ago that you couldn't marry is just an extraordinary reminder of what we've been up against. But it's really timely that this debate has been called, and it gives everyone the chance to focus on this condition and what we need to do to improve the lives of those who have epilepsy. And I'm pleased also that the baton will be passed to the honourable member for Walsall South, who I'm sure will very ably continue to articulate the case for those people who suffer from epilepsy. Madam Deputy Speaker, the debate has been particularly marked by reference to two real tragedies involving young people. And my honourable friends, the members for Wickham and Cheltenham, spoke incredibly movingly of these really dreadful cases involving Jessica and Emily. And I think we would all agree that we owe it to those two girls to do everything we can to improve the experience of people with epilepsy and to ensure that we do everything to avoid tragedies of this sort happening. And it's so important to raise awareness, not only amongst the public but amongst clinicians of this condition and how best to respond to it. I also wanted to pay tribute to the work of the organisations involved in campaigning and indeed in research in this area. Epilepsy Society, which my right honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham, I think it's in her constituency. Epilepsy Action in Leeds, very, very close to the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North West. Young Epilepsy, which has also been mentioned, and the incredibly important work done by SUDEP Action. I remember meeting them at the time that they were establishing the register, and as my honourable friend, the member for Cheltenham, made clear, this has the potential to provide incredibly rich data and evidence to help us understand why these sudden unexpected deaths occur and how we can avoid them occurring in the future. All of those organisations are doing incredibly important work. And can I also just mention the points made by the honourable member for Vauxhall and Easington on the issue of discrimination. They will understand that I can't comment on an individual case. I'm an ex-lawyer. I'm cautious on these things. But the absolutely important point to recognise about combating discrimination for disability, including those who suffer the disability of epilepsy, cannot be overstated. And where there has been discrimination, it's incredibly important that there are consequences and that lessons are learned to avoid that happening in the future as well. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can't begin to do justice to all of the important points made in this debate, and so I undertake to write to all the honourable members who've taken part in this debate to respond on really important issues like co-commissioning laser ablation, which was mentioned by my right honourable friend, the member for Chesham and Amersham, and very many other issues. The government is very, very quickly.
Could I just ask him, will he at least, when he leaves the chamber today, make a telephone call or get one of his staff to make a telephone call and just get some more information about this particular young woman and London Underground's behaviour?
I'm certainly happy to explore that. She will understand why I can't get involved in the case, but I will explore that. The Government is committed to securing high-quality outcomes for people living with epilepsy in England, which is currently estimated to number over 450,000. There are many different types of epilepsy seizures, and although some patients may have the condition from birth, others may become epileptic later in life. We know that for the majority of people with epilepsy, their condition can be well managed, and my honourable friend, the member for Leeds North West, talked about the general experience of people in Leeds and the excellent care provided by hospitals in Leeds. And they can lead independent and healthy lives. As such, the provision of services for these patients is the responsibility of local commissioners, who are best placed to manage services for local populations. However, it is critical that those who require more specialised care can access the right services and treatment, and that's why NHS England commissions such services nationally. And I don't think that needs to be undermined by the concept of co-commissioning with local areas. The Government recognises the importance of ensuring that patients with suspected epilepsy are diagnosed swiftly and accurately. As most people will be aware, seizures are the main symptom of the condition, and it's common practice for anyone who's experienced such seizures to be referred for assessment by a specialist. Neurological conditions such as epilepsy are part of the generalist undergraduate medical curriculum and are also a component of GP training. As such, GPs should be able to manage, monitor and appropriately refer the epileptic patients in their care. In secondary care, there are nearly 2,000 full-time equivalent neurologists, and for 2015-16, Health Education England has committed to invest in 217 neurological specialty training places. In addition, specialist epilepsy nurses should be a key element of both routine and specialist neurological care, as set out by NICE and NHS England respectively. I know my honourable friend, the member for Southend West, has concerns in his locality, but it ought to be part of the picture in each locality. To support clinicians in the management of this condition, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence has published a guideline which sets out best practice on diagnosis, treatment and care of patients. The guideline recommends that referrals for patients with suspected epilepsy should be urgent, with patients being seen within 2 weeks, if possible. The honourable member for Vauxhall made reference, I think, to a wait of 2 months. That's not acceptable. It should not happen. And local organisations who are responsible for those delays should be held to account. If it's possible in other areas of the country, it ought to be possible everywhere. In addition, if seizures are not controlled or diagnosis is uncertain, people should be referred to a specialist service within 4 weeks. Most people with epilepsy can have their condition successfully controlled with anti-epileptic drugs, and there are over 25 different types of drugs with which to achieve seizure control. The NICE guideline makes clear that treatment should be individualised according to the seizure type, epilepsy syndrome, co-medication and lifestyle. In particular, women with epilepsy, and this was a point made by the honourable member for Erith and Thamesmead, wanting to conceive absolutely must be given accurate information and counselling about medication such as sodium valproate. It's of critical importance, this, and I mentioned the fact that the Department is looking at the possibility of a red flag, and I hope very much that it should be possible to achieve that. For some people with more complex conditions whose epilepsy is more difficult to control, other procedures such as surgery or vagus nerve stimulation may be appropriate. Patients whose epilepsy is particularly difficult to treat may be referred to a specialist neurological care provider. In particular, children with epilepsy should be considered for specialised care at an early stage because of the developmental, behavioural or psychological effects that may be associated with suffering from continuing seizures. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been an incredibly important debate, really important issues, and I will do everything I can to follow them up.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank everybody here, but ask the Minister to do something for everybody, but not least the 2 young ladies that we've heard about in this chamber today. their legacy is worth you doing 3 things for us. Number 1 is talking with NHS England and working out how we can have a pathway to reduce by 400 unnecessary deaths that are caused by epilepsy, by SUDEP, every year. The second is to kick and beat the CCGs, the 90% of them who do not have a pathway. It is not acceptable. It is absolutely letting many, many people around this country down. And the third thing is, how are we going to implement and ensure that those nice guidelines, that care, that long-term pathway of long-term chronic care is adhered to?
Order, order. Thank you very much. We now come to motion number 2, business of the House.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many developers say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Exactly 6 months to the day, the report commissioned by Rutherglen Borough Council into child sexual exploitation in the town was published. Professor Alexis Jay's damning report catalogued failings over 16 years of both the police and the council, which resulted in at least 1,400 victims of child sexual exploitation. Worse than that, most of those alleging the crimes received no support, no recognition, and in many cases were dismissed, belittled, or told that it was basically their fault. Still, there has only been one major prosecution. I believe what happened in Rotherham was predominantly the result of a culture that refused to countenance troublesome teenagers as victims, and one that was prepared to tolerate the existence of sexual abuse. A culture where targets were more important than protecting children. The Jay report stunned me, the country, and to be fair, the world. How could such a barbaric abuse occur, let alone go on uninvestigated? I simply don't have the answer to that, and I doubt that I ever will, as it simply should not have happened in a civilised society. When I managed to get my head around the enormity of the failings, my next thought was to get help from the government. If there'd been a natural disaster in Rotherham that had affected 1,400 people, and the council and police had insufficient resources to deal with it, of course the government would intervene. I would expect a visit from the Prime Minister, national coordination of the charities, government experts to arrive, and, as a priority, resources and support for the victims and survivors. To date, we've had nothing. In this chamber, on the 2nd of September, I asked the Home Secretary for resources for the victims and survivors. She subsequently met with me, and I discussed in detail what was needed nationally and specifically locally, but no cash followed. Also on the 2nd of September, I asked the Chancellor for additional funding and met his Minister on the 10th of September, when I handed over a proposal for the emergency funding that I'd worked up with my colleagues, the other 2 MPs for Rotherham, the police, council and clinical commissioning group. To date, I've still not had as much as a reply to that request, although after much chasing, I did get a holding letter dated December telling me the Treasury were looking into it. Finally...
give way.
Of course I would give way.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. She's making a really powerful case that I hope the Minister's listening. To be fair, there has been one small step today linked to the Community Secretary's announcement of the Commissioners for Rotherham Council, £250,000 over 2 years to reintroduce an outreach youth work project, a risky business style project. But does she recognise, like I do, that that is half of 1% of the cut in budget the council must make in April, and this simply isn't enough? And should the Community Secretary not now release the Troubled Families and Transformation Award funds that have been withheld from Rotherham, because the council and the agencies need that to deal with the problems of the Jay report and the problems highlighted by the Casey report?
I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. The situation that Rotherham finds itself in and has found itself in is just unsustainable. And whilst, like you, I welcome this donation, drop in the ocean, as my honourable friend said, it is just that. It's not going anywhere near far enough. And I will come on to what resources we do actually need as we go forward. On the 3rd of September and on the 19th of November, I raised support for victims and survivors of Rotherham abuse with the Prime Minister. I met the Prime Minister on the 4th of February, and he subsequently pledged support on BBC Look North, for which I am hugely grateful. As my honourable member has already said, I'm delighted that Eric Pickles announced £125,000 per year for 2 years to effectively reform risky business. But without wanting to sound ungrateful, it is indeed a drop in the ocean of the resources that we actually need to allow the young people of our constituency to rebuild their lives. I would like the Minister to recognise that Rotherham Police Force has to pay for the intervention of the National Crime Agency from Rotherham's policing budget, and Rotherham Council has to pay for the Casey report and the subsequent commissioners from Rotherham's existing resources. This is taking more money away from a town that needs more resources, not less, at a time when already our police budget has been reduced by the government by 20% and the local authority budget has been reduced by 40%. How are we realistically meant to cope? Why is the government compounding the horror that we already endure? Let me take this opportunity to make some suggestions on the sort of support that we need. Currently, there are only 2 child sexual exploitation workers dedicated to the victims of Rotherham. One is employed by me, and I would like to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am eternally grateful to IPSA for providing me with emergency funding to pay for this worker. However, the funding runs out on the 7th of May. The other worker is employed by Bernardo's. She only works with people under the age of 18 and carries a workload of only 12 people. Yes, there are social workers, counsellors and police officers all working in CSE, but there are only 2 people dedicated to supporting at least 1,400 victims and survivors. Just 2. What we need to remember is in Rotherham, 30% of the abuse victims in the J report are aged over 25 and most are aged over 18. So in actual fact, there is only 1 worker for the majority and her role stops in 2 months. I need the government to recognise that Rotherham needs specific intervention to allow us to move forward. We need a fully independent unit that is just there to support victims and survivors of child sexual exploitation. It should have charitable status and a board of trustees that should include people from the Crown Prosecution Service, the council, the police, survivors, parents and the voluntary sector. The money pledged today could seed fund this. The unit I propose will work in 3 ways. Early intervention and prevention with a team of youth workers, survivors, volunteers, family support workers, parent workers and health workers. They would deliver education and training to professionals and parents, early prevention work with young people in education and community settings, and give awareness sessions to the community at large. Secondly, it would provide support and intervention to young people at risk and involved in grooming and sexual exploitation. This would be delivered by a team of youth workers, social workers, police at PIPO and PC level, survivor volunteers and trained counsellors. Finally, the unit would offer direct one-to-one support, help with intelligence sharing and gathering, strategy meetings and S47 investigations. In addition, there would need to be interpreters, policy writers and creche workers. I see this model as one that could be replicated across the country. Of course I would.
I'm grateful to the lady, and I congratulate her for making this case and all the work that she's done in Rotherham. And the problems about the lack of support for survivors coming forward is, I'm afraid, one that is not limited to Rotherham. I just wonder what she thought about the negotiations, I gather, are going on at the moment between Rotherham Council and Ofsted to bring in Ofsted to give some advice and support in their improvement offer model, despite the fact that Ofsted failed to recognise this problem earlier and something might have been done about it sooner if they'd been rather better at their job.
I thank the honourable member for raising that point. For me personally, it would take quite a lot before I have faith in Ofsted to come in and investigate and indeed support specifically Rotherham Council because of the failings that it demonstrated there, but also across the country. I think that they need to be much more aware when they are assessing councils and individual organisations around child sexual exploitation and child abuse in general. We currently have the ludicrous situation where, in short, there also needs to be a Rotherham-specific organisation that is just about coordinating the witness statements that victims and survivors are asked to give. We currently have the ludicrous situation where the same young victim is being asked to give evidence to the IPCC, the NCA and South Yorkshire Police. This becomes hugely invasive, logistically demanding and overwhelming to a young people who, to be quite honest, is still trying to rebuild their life. We need a centre which can coordinate all of the interviews and the questions so that the victim only needs to speak to one person in a safe and supportive space. To facilitate this, I would also ask that the Minister funds a remote video link to enable a victim who is involved in a court hearing to give evidence from a remote location. This would really help serve the needs of victims in Rotherham, enabling them to link into court proceedings without the trauma of attending court. This fact was highlighted as an issue for victims in the J report. There are challenges associated with delivering this initiative, and the provision of defined funding to progress technological solutions would be beneficial. To state the obvious, if we look after the victims and survivors, we will get prosecutions. But if we keep demanding of their time, as is happening currently, they will withdraw their goodwill and the case will be lost. Another short-term, Rotherham-specific request is a dedicated Crown Prosecution Service team to provide timely, pre-charge advice and progress cases. This would be a team of, say, 4 or 5 CPS lawyers, plus additional admin support, to effectively manage current and future cases. Initial discussions have been taking place, and the suggested team size and costs has been provided by CPS. I also recommend that an additional independent sexual violence advisor, an ISVA, to be recruited to be co-located with the Public Protection Unit in Rotherham to offer support and advocacy for victims as they are identified. Alternatively, the ISVA could be community-based. The ISVA would need to be trained as a child ISVA and therefore able to support the victims, both current and historic child victims.
My honourable friend of way.
Of course.
Could I just say to my honourable friend, and she is making it a very good case, what is the issue of the CPS? I dealt with a case in the year 2003-2004, which is still being investigated at the moment. And again, it was with the CPS at that time, and they are a distance away from the borough. And could I just echo the other thing? Within the last hour, I've spoke to one of the father of one of the victims who I've been in touch with over many years now. I had a meeting this week with the Police and Crime Commissioner, but again, the issue of setting up regular meetings to try and sort something out is hindered by the lack of income, both in his budgets he's cutting, and also, as my honourable friend has said, Rotherham Borough Council as well, and we really do, Minister, need help to sort this situation out.
I really do echo what you've just said. The Crown Prosecution for South Yorkshire and Humber, and the Sheffield one specifically, has 7 lawyers, each carrying a case of at least 100 individuals. Finally, in Rotherham, we have 3 voluntary counselling services trying to support all of our survivors: Apnahack, Grow and the Women's Counselling Service. Whilst it was welcome that Rotherham Council gave each organisation $20,000 to fast-track child sexual exploitation cases, this is only until the end of the financial year. What is needed is long-term investment to enable them to work with victims and survivors in an intensive way and at a pace that the victims and survivors want themselves. From discussions with the Police and Crime Commissioner, he has offered to be the fund holder for all of these schemes I'm detailing, as I'm aware that the Prime Minister was nervous about giving additional funding to the police or to the council. I would now like to focus on what needs to happen nationally. We know that Rotherham is not an isolated case. It already follows high-profile cases of widespread sexual abuse in other towns and cities. The sexual exploitation of vulnerable teenagers is happening across the country. It is of grave concern that our statutory services are not in a fit position to respond consistently and convincingly. In addition, there is a serious shortfall and inconsistencies in the support provided to victims of child sexual abuse and exploitation, which must be urgently addressed, from disclosure throughout the criminal justice system into the therapeutic support for those who need it. Research conducted in 2009, currently being updated by the NSPCC, found there was a shortfall in therapeutic support for victims of sexual abuse of over 50,000 places per year, a huge gap between need and service provision. The reality is that victims are being subject to a postcode lottery, with only one support programme for every 25,000 children in the UK. The 508 services which are available are so overstretched that they are now being forced to stop taking on new cases. On Monday, the Opposition Shadow Home Secretary committed a Labour government to creating a dedicated child protection unit. I urge the government to do the same. This topic should not be about politics, but about doing the best for our children. I would like to propose a 5-point plan to tackle child sexual exploitation nationally. First is the establishment of a national task force for organised child sexual exploitation, based on a similar model to the Forced Marriage Unit or the Modern-Day Slavery Commissioner. This would be a small, dedicated team of experts in policing, prosecuting and psychological support that can be used as a resource by police forces, councils and the voluntary sector if they suspect organised child sexual exploitation. If this task force has existed when the J report came out 6 months ago, the police and council could have immediately had specialist support in how to work with victims, best practice in securing prosecutions, setting up a dedicated investigation team and how to manage communications. In reality, the police and council have been left to flounder for 6 months, learning by their mistakes rather than being supported through an intensely difficult time. When the J report clearly identified failings with the police and council, why didn't the government offer immediate support? I really welcome the intervention of the commissioners now, but why could they not have been brought in much earlier, avoiding some of the mistakes that have been allowed to happen? My second point is that we bring in mandatory PHSE to Key Stage 1 children. This is not teaching children about sex, but it is about teaching what is and is not a healthy relationship. We need to give our children the tools to arm themselves against abuse, not leave them to discover the horrors of the internet and be forced to consider what they see there to be normal in the absence of proper education. I would also like the government to make it mandatory that anyone employed working with children has training in spotting the signs of child abuse and how to report concerns. Fourth, I'm tired of professionals being more concerned about protecting data rather than protecting the child. The government needs to send out a clear signal that there will be penalties if health, education, local authorities and the police do not share information to prevent child abuse. Finally, we need a culture where victims of child abuse are believed. In Rotherham, victims were trying to report their abuse for decades. They repeatedly had doors shut in their faces, were branded prostitutes, worthless or complicit. Minister, this culture has to change. It is slowly changing in cases of rape and domestic violence. It needs to quickly change in the case of child abuse.
Yeah.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful for the opportunity to respond to the Honourable Member for Rotherham and congratulate her for securing this debate on such an important issue and her continued dedication to address child sexual exploitation, both in Rotherham alongside the police and local agencies and nationally in partnership with Barnardo's, is to be applauded. As she is aware, I wholeheartedly agree that the failures identified by Professor Jay's report are grave indeed, and what happened in Rotherham was a complete dereliction of duty. Shockingly, Louise Casey's report of the 4th of February shows us that even since the Jay report, the Council and its local partners have continued to deny the scale of the problem, highlighting, and I quote, past and present failures to accept, understand and combat the issue of child sexual exploitation, resulting in a lack of support for victims and insufficient action against known perpetrators. Louise Casey's report is a disturbing account of a council in denial, and it concludes that Rotherham Council is not fit for purpose, is failing to comply with the statutory best value duty, and needs a fresh start. Separately, the Independent Police Complaints Commission, IPCC, announced in November that it is investigating the conduct of South Yorkshire police officers in relation to their handling of reported child sexual exploitation in Rotherham, and this is in response to Professor Alexis Jay's review, and I'm pleased that South Yorkshire Police have committed to fully cooperate with this investigation. Now, the Honourable Lady has raised a number of issues, and any that I can't respond to in the debate itself I undertake to raise with her, and I appreciate many of the suggestions she's put forward. She'll understand if they're not automatically becoming part of the government's programme, but I do undertake to report all of them back to the Home Secretary, who I know is very committed to this issue. A moment. The government has taken immediate action to protect children in Rotherham. We have appointed Malcolm Newsom, one of the country's most experienced experts in children's services improvement, to oversee the initial changes needed. In addition, following the publication of Louise Casey's report, the Community Secretary announced his intention to appoint a team of commissioners who will both exercise functions of the authority and oversee a rigorous programme of improvement to bring about the essential changes in culture and ensure there is in future effective and accountable political and officer leadership. My right honourable friend has today issued directions in order to exercise his intervention powers in Rotherham, and these intervention measures are centred on the team of commissioners who will both exercise functions of the authority and oversee a rigorous programme of improvement. This is in order to bring about the essential changes in culture and ensure that there is effective and accountable political and officer leadership in future. In parallel, the Secretary of State for Education asked Isabel Trowler, the Chief Social Worker for Children and Families, to undertake a swift piece of work, drawing out the social work and leadership lessons for local authorities and local safeguarding children's boards from the Rutherglen report. Isabel concluded that the social work response in Rotherham was weak. To address the need for urgent improvements in Rotherham and elsewhere, the Secretary of State for Education has announced a new programme of work focused on practice leadership of child and family social work, announced the development of new teaching partnership arrangements to improve the quality of initial education and to tie initial training into professional practice. The National Crime Agency has also launched an independent two-stage investigation into child sexual exploitation and abuse in Rotherham, Operation Stovewood, following a request from South Yorkshire's Chief Constable. The Ministry of Justice has provided a 50% increase of funding provided to the 3 rape support centres that operate in South Yorkshire. There's obviously and undoubtedly more to be done for victims in Rotherham and to minimise the risk of such terrible events occurring in Rotherham or anywhere else in the future. Unfortunately, the extent of child sexual exploitation in Rotherham is far from unique, and we need to confront these failures at a national level, and this government is committed to doing so, and I'm sure the next government will also be committed to doing so. Who said that? Sorry.
I'm grateful to Minister. When I was the Minister in the Department for Education, and indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, in your place before, when we sent in officials in an intervention situation, what was really crucial is that there were civil servants in then the Department for Education and ministers who understood the nature of the problem and could oversee the data that was being brought back to them. Given that the responsibility is now with the Home Office and the Chief Social Worker is responsible to the Department for Education, is she confident that she has the officials and the time herself to make sure that the people overseeing what's going on at Rotherham know what they're looking for and can see that job put through properly?
My honourable friend, I think he raises an important point, because without that kind of hands-on experience in both departments and coordination between them, we don't want anyone falling through the holes and not recognising what needs to be done. In terms of Louise Casey's report, it also describes how a small youth project, Risky Business, developed a groundbreaking approach to reaching out to victims of sexual exploitation and to collecting evidence about perpetrators, until the misguided and inappropriate decisions of the Council resulted in the closure of the Risky Business service. The report concludes that the critical work undertaken by Risky Business, quote, is now missing from Rotherham. This should not continue, and historic victims of child sexual exploitation should be given the help they need. So accordingly, subject to being provided with an appropriate business case demonstrating value for money, I am prepared to make available £250,000 over the next 2 years, 2 financial years, for a Risky Business style service to be established. I'll give way.
As I said in my speech, I'm extremely grateful for that, but 125,000 is, as we've both said, a tiny drop in the ocean. That will basically pay for 4 workers and an office. So I'm really hoping that as the speech develops, the Minister is going to outline more government support that is going to come to the victims and survivors.
I understand the honourable lady's anxiety and need when it is something you know as closely as she does and actually prosecutes. You can see all the answers and you want something right now and a lot of it. The Home, indeed, for the victims. The Home Secretary has led a series of meetings with Secretary of State colleagues to consider what more we can do as a government to prevent these failures from happening again. Those meetings have focused on the issues highlighted in Rotherham, the complete failure of local leadership, the culture of inaction and denial in the police and council, the failure of local agencies to work together to protect children, and the lack of support for survivors. and a report on the action to address each of these issues will be published very shortly. A key part of the response will recognise the need for further support for victims, both in terms of statutory and non-statutory support services and their engagement with the criminal justice system. Effective, timely support for victims of child sexual abuse is a matter of national importance and one which this government has prioritised. We've put rape support centres on a secure financial footing, providing over £4.4 million a year to 86 organisations across England and Wales, providing support to women and girl victims of rape and sexual violence. And this funding is targeted at women and teenage girls who've been the victim of rape or sexual abuse, whether as a result of a recent attack or indeed as a victim of historic abuse. Funded a further 15 new rape support centres in areas that were lacking specialised support. 13 centres were brought into existence by June 2014, and the final 2 centres, located in Grantham and Crawley, were commissioned by the Ministry of Justice in September 2014 and will be opened during 2015. I will, but I may not get to the end of the list of support that we're giving.
I do hope that the Minister realises that rape is a completely different crime to child sexual exploitation and grooming.
I do recognise, but these are all services which are, in terms of sexual violence and in terms of rape, obviously, sexual violence, obviously to young women, they may come to those clinics as a result of what has happened to them. So there is some overlap between child sexual exploitation and sexual violence against teenage girls. We've recognised the gap in services supporting men and boys and as a result launched a fund dedicating to supporting male victims of rape and sexual violence of over £600,000 over 2 years, a further £400,000 over 2 years to Survivors UK to help them create the first ever national website to provide online support service for male survivors of rape and sexual abuse. We've funded a network of independent sexual violence advisors, ISVAs, costing £1.7 million a year, to part fund 87 ISVAs to provide appropriate and independent support for victims. We funded a network of 13 young people's advocates, £400,000 a year. They provide direct and dedicated support to young people who've been victims or are at risk of sexual and domestic and or sexual exploitation. But we do recognise that there is a need for an uplift to these services. In the last 2 years, there's been a 40% increase in child sexual offences recorded by the police, leading to significant increases in the demand for support for survivors. And the large increase in the number of victims reporting child sexual abuse and exploitation to the police and other bodies has resulted in significant demand. That's why we agreed in December an immediate uplift in non-statutory sector support to victims of child sexual abuse of £7 million. That fund is split between an immediate uplift of £2.15 million to the 84 existing rape support centres, £2 million fund to non-statutory organisations who are reporting an increase in demand as a direct result of the announcement of the Child Sexual Abuse Inquiry, and a £2.85 million fund for non-statutory organisations providing support across England and Wales to help meet the increased demand on those services. Tragically, this is right across the country, although obviously Rotherham is the one that we all know best and was so shocking. We will ensure that this funding is available to organisations supporting victims and survivors in areas where there's a high prevalence of child sexual abuse and exploitation, such as Rotherham. And the funds, as the Honourable Lady will know, are being administered by the Police and Crime Commissioner in Norfolk, and that's because the Chief Constable, Simon Bailey, is the National Policing Lead for Child Protection and Abuse Investigation. They are being supported in that work by the Home Office, and bidding for both those funds closes on the 2nd of March, and we would expect successful bidders to be notified by the end of next month. In terms of some of the specifics the Honourable Lady raised, in terms of the need for a remote link for vulnerable victims and witnesses to give evidence, the Ministry of Justice has committed to set up at least one remote non-court video link in each HMCTS area by the end of next month. While specific locations can't yet be confirmed, there will be a site in the North East region which covers Rotherham, as well as other locations in England and Wales. And in addition, vulnerable and intimidated witnesses can give evidence using live link from any other Crown Court, and most magistrates' courts away from the trial court. It's recognised that that has to be available. In terms of PSHE, I am way off government message on this, as everyone knows very well, and I totally agree that it is something that does need to come forward. But as we are very near to the ending of this Parliament, I'm hoping that all three parties will come back with a recommendation. I have to agree with the Honourable Lady, particularly around data sharing. In my experience, and I started very much like her with baby Peter being the issue in my own constituency, and all the serious case reviews I've read since then, it is the lack of data sharing at every point that has allowed a gap for a child to fall through. So as I said, I will report all of her requests to the Home Secretary. Child sexual abuse is a despicable crime, and this government is absolutely determined to eradicate it. And in the past, all too often, these horrific crimes were ignored, but now child sexual abuse is rightly centre stage as an issue, and we must work together to tackle it. I congratulate the Honourable Lady on securing this debate and all the passion and commitment she brings to this issue.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Is there any other opinion, say aye?
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.